Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 1. The Worst Birthday. It wasn't unusual for raised voices to echo through the kitchen at number 4 Privet Drive, especially in the mornings. On this particular day, Uncle Vernon Dursley had been jolted awake before dawn by a sharp, persistent screech coming from Harry's bedroom.
"That's the third time this week," he barked, glaring across the breakfast table. "If that bird of yours can't be kept quiet, it's going."
Harry sighed, attempting once more to reason with him. "She's restless," he explained. "She's meant to be out flying. If I could just let her stretch her wings at night." "Do you think I'm a fool?" Uncle Vernon snapped, bits of egg clinging to his thick moustache. "I know exactly what would happen if that creature got loose." He shot a grim look toward Aunt Petunia, who returned it without a word. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but he was cut off by a deep, echoing burp from Dudley.
"I want more bacon," Dudley demanded.
"There's plenty left, darling," Aunt Petunia said warmly, her face softening as she looked at her son. "We need to make sure you stay well fed while we can. I've heard dreadful things about the meals at that school."
"Oh, nonsense," said Uncle Vernon briskly. "I was never underfed at Smeltings. Dudley's doing just fine, aren't you, son?"
Dudley, whose size spilled over the sides of his chair, grinned lazily and turned to Harry.
"Hand it over," he said, then nodding toward the frying pan.
"Try asking properly," Harry muttered. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Dudley let out a shocked gasp and tumbled off his chair with a heavy thud. Aunt Petunia shrieked softly, covering her mouth, while Uncle Vernon sprang upright, his face flushing with fury.
"I meant please," Harry said quickly. "That's all I—"
"What have I said," Uncle Vernon bellowed, his voice shaking the room, "about using that word in this house?" "But I didn't."
"How dare you threaten my son?" he roared, slamming his fist onto the table. "I wasn't. I told you before, no talk of your strange condition under this roof."
Harry looked from his uncle's furious, reddening face to his aunt, who was struggling to haul Dudley upright again.
"Fine," Harry said quietly. "Fine."
Uncle Vernon dropped back into his chair, panting heavily, his small eyes fixed on Harry with wary suspicion. From the moment Harry returned for the summer, Uncle Vernon behaved as though he were living with something dangerously unstable, ready to erupt without warning. Harry, after all, was far from ordinary so far. In fact, that unusual hardly began to cover it. He was a wizard, not just any wizard, but one who had only recently completed his first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If the Dursleys resented his presence during the holidays, it still didn't compare to how miserable Harry felt being back. He longed for Hogwarts with an ache that never quite faded, like a dull pain that lingered day and night. He missed everything, the sprawling castle filled with hidden corridors and wandering ghosts, the lessons with the possible exception of Professor Snape's potions class, the steady arrival of letters by owl, the long feasts in the Great Hall, and the comfort of his bed high in the tower dormitory. He even missed visiting Hagrid in his small wooden hut by the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but more than anything, he missed Quidditch, the fast-paced, chaotic game played high in the air on broomsticks.
None of that mattered to the Dursleys. The instant Harry stepped back into the house, Uncle Vernon had confiscated anything remotely magical. His books, wand, robes, cauldron, even his prized Nimbus 2000 broom were all shut away in the cupboard beneath the stairs. Whether Harry fell behind in his studies or lost his place on the Quidditch team was of no concern to them. To the Dursleys, magic was not just unwelcome, it was something to be hidden, denied, and never spoken of. They were muggles, entirely non-magical, and deeply uncomfortable with anything that suggested otherwise. Vernon had even gone so far as to lock Hedwig in her cage, preventing her from delivering messages to the outside world.
Visually, Harry stood apart from them in every way. Uncle Vernon was thick-set and moustached, with hardly any neck to speak of. Aunt Petunia was sharp-featured and thin, while Dudley was broad, pink-faced and overindulged. Harry, in contrast, was slight, with bright green eyes and messy black hair that refused to lie flat. His round glasses perched constantly on his nose, and on his forehead sat a narrow scar shaped like a bolt of lightning. That scar was what truly set him apart even among wizards. It was the single visible trace of a past shrouded in mystery. The reason he had been left on the Dursleys' doorstep as a baby. When Harry was just a year old, he had survived something no one else ever had, a deadly curse from the most feared dark wizard in history, Lord Voldemort. While his parents had been killed in the attack, Harry had lived marked only by that lightning-shaped scar. Even more astonishing, Voldemort himself had lost his power in that moment. No one could explain how or why it had happened, only that it had. Harry had grown up under the roof of his late mother's sister and her husband, spending a full decade with the Dursleys. During those years, strange incidents seemed to follow him, though he never understood why. He had simply accepted the explanation given to him that the scar on his forehead came from the car accident that had taken his parents' lives. Everything changed a year ago when a letter from Hogwarts arrived and shattered that version of the truth. From then on, Harry stepped into a completely different world, one where he and the lightning-shaped mark he bore were widely known. But now, term had ended, and he was back where he started, confined once more to Privet Drive, treated no better than something unpleasant dragged in from outside. The Dursleys, unsurprisingly, had overlooked the fact that today marked Harry's 12th birthday. He hadn't expected much, they had never once celebrated it properly, but to have it pass without even a mention still stung. Just then, Uncle Vernon gave a deliberate cough to command attention. "Today," he announced, "is an extremely important day." Harry glanced up, a flicker of hope crossing his face. "This may be the most significant deal of my entire career," Uncle Vernon continued. Harry's gaze dropped back to his plate. Of course, it was about the dinner. For weeks, that was all Uncle Vernon had talked about: an important client, a wealthy builder, and the promise of a lucrative contract. Vernon's company, after all, specialized in drills, and this evening might secure a major order. "We'll go over everything once more," he said briskly. "Positions at 8 sharp. Petunia, where will you be?" "In the sitting room," she replied immediately, ready to greet them with proper warmth.
"Excellent. And Dudley?"
"I'll answer the door." Dudley arranged his face into an exaggeratedly polite grin. "Good evening. Mr. and Mrs. Mason, may I take your coats?"
"Oh, they'll adore him," Aunt Petunia exclaimed, her eyes shining.
"Very good," said Uncle Vernon with satisfaction. Then his attention snapped toward Harry. "And you?"
"I'll stay in my room, quiet, out of sight," Harry said flatly.
"Precisely," Vernon replied, a sharp edge in his voice. "I'll escort them in, introduce Petunia, and offer drinks at 8:15. "I'll call everyone to dinner," Aunt Petunia inserted smoothly.
"And Dudley, you'll say?"
"Would you care to come through to the dining room, Mrs. Mason?" Dudley recited, extending his arm to thin air as if guiding an invisible guest.
"My darling boy, such manners," Aunt Petunia murmured proudly.
Uncle Vernon turned back to Harry, his expression hardening. "And you?" "I'll be in my room," Harry repeated dully, keeping quiet and pretending I don't exist. "Exactly?" Now then, we should be sure to slip in a few well-placed compliments during dinner. Petunia, any suggestions? Aunt Petunia straightened at once. Perhaps something like, "Vernon says you're quite the golfer, Mr. Mason." And to his wife, "That's a lovely dress, Mrs. Mason. Where did you find it?" "Very good, Dudley." Dudley smirked, clearly pleased with himself. I could say, "We had to write about someone we admire at school. Mr. Mason and I chose you." That was too much. Aunt Petunia dissolved into emotional tears, clutching Dudley tightly, while Harry quickly bent down beneath the table, hiding his laughter.
"And you?" Uncle Vernon demanded.
Harry resurfaced, struggling to keep his expression neutral. "I'll stay upstairs, quite invisible," he replied. "Quite right," said Uncle Vernon sharply. "The Masons know nothing about you, and they're not about to start. Once dinner's done, Petunia, you'll take Mrs. Mason back for coffee, and I'll steer the conversation toward drills. If everything goes well, I should have the contract wrapped up before the 10 o'clock news. By this time tomorrow, we could be looking at holiday homes in Majorca." Harry felt no excitement at that prospect. As far as he was concerned, the Dursleys wouldn't treat him any better there than they did here. "Right. I'm heading into town to collect our dinner jackets," Uncle Vernon continued. Then he shot Harry a warning look. "And you keep out of your aunt's way while she's tidying up." Harry slipped out through the back door. The sun was shining brightly overhead, but it did nothing to lift his mood. He wandered across the yard, dropped onto a bench, and muttered quietly to himself,
"Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me."
No cards, no presents, and later he'd have to spend the entire evening pretending he didn't exist. He stared blankly at the hedge, feeling more alone than ever. What he missed most wasn't just the castle, or even Quidditch. It was his friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Yet neither of them had written to him all summer. Not a single letter, even though Ron had talked about inviting him to stay. More than once, Harry had considered secretly opening Hedwig's cage and sending a message himself, but it was too risky. Underage magic outside school was strictly forbidden. The only reason the Dursleys hadn't completely imprisoned him was their fear of what he might do if pushed too far. At first, Harry had amused himself by muttering nonsense spells just to watch Dudley panic and flee the room. But as the days dragged on without any word from Ron or Hermione, even that lost its charm. The silence made him feel cut off from everything that mattered, and now, it seemed, they had even forgotten his birthday. At that moment, Harry would have given almost anything just to receive a letter, any letter from the wizarding world. Even a note from Hogwarts would do. He might even have welcomed a message from Draco Malfoy, if only to prove that everything he'd experienced hadn't been some elaborate dream. Not that his year had been entirely pleasant. Near the end of term, he had come face to face with Lord Voldemort. Though the Dark Wizard was only a shadow of his former strength, he remained deeply dangerous, calculating, relentless, and utterly focused on returning to power. Harry had escaped him once again, but only just. Even now, weeks later, the memory lingered. He often woke in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, haunted by flashes of Voldemort's pale, furious face and those wild, burning eyes. Abruptly, Harry straightened on the bench. He had been staring into the hedge without thinking, but now something in it stared back. Two large, bright green eyes blinked from within the leaves. Harry sprang up. At the same time, a taunting voice drifted across the garden.
"I know what day it is," Dudley called out in a sing-song tone as he lumbered closer.
The eyes disappeared.
"What?" Harry said, still watching the spot. "I said, I know what day it is," Dudley repeated, stopping beside him.
"Congratulations," Harry replied dryly. Looks like you've finally figured out how a calendar works." "It's your birthday," Dudley sneered. "Where are your cards? Don't tell me no one from that weird school of yours even bothered." "You might want to keep your voice down," Harry said calmly. "Wouldn't want your mum hearing that." Dudley tugged at his slipping trousers, eyeing Harry suspiciously. "What were you looking at in that hedge?" "Trying to decide which spell would burn it fastest," Harry answered casually. Dudley recoiled instantly, panic flashing across his face.
"You can't do that," Dad said. "No magic. He said he'd throw you out and you've got nowhere to go, no one who wants you."
"Jiggery-pokery," Harry said darkly. "Hocus-pocus, squiggly."
"Mum!" Dudley shrieked, stumbling as he turned and ran for the house. "Mum, he's doing it again!"
The moment of amusement cost Harry almost immediately. Neither Dudley nor the hedge had actually been harmed, and Aunt Petunia clearly knew no real magic had been used, but that didn't stop her from swinging a soapy frying pan at his head. Harry barely managed to duck in time. After that, she assigned him a long list of chores, making it clear he wouldn't be getting anything to eat until every last one was done. While Dudley sprawled lazily in front of the television, happily devouring ice cream, Harry was left to tackle a never-ending list of chores. He scrubbed the windows until they shone, cleaned the car, cut the grass, edged the flower beds, trimmed bushes, watered roses, and even gave the old garden bench a fresh coat of paint. The sun beat down relentlessly, scorching the back of his neck. Deep down, Harry knew he shouldn't have reacted to Dudley earlier, but the taunt had struck too close to home. What if it was true? What if, back at Hogwarts, he really didn't have anyone thinking about him at all? "Let them see me now," he thought bitterly as he spread manure across the flower beds, his muscles aching and sweat stinging his eyes. By the time Aunt Petunia finally called him in, it was already 7:30. Harry dragged himself inside, utterly worn out.
"Get in here, and don't step off the newspaper," she snapped.
Grateful to escape the heat, Harry stepped into the cool kitchen. His eyes immediately fell on the elaborate dessert waiting atop the fridge, a towering creation of whipped cream adorned with crystallized violets. In the oven, a roast pork joint crackled as it cooked.
"Eat! Quickly! They'll be here any minute," Aunt Petunia ordered, gesturing toward the meagre portion set aside for him, 2 slices of bread and a chunk of cheese. She herself was already dressed elegantly in a soft pink evening dress.
Harry washed up and swallowed his small meal in seconds. The moment he finished, Aunt Petunia snatched his plate away.
"Upstairs now."
As he passed the living room, he caught sight of Uncle Vernon and Dudley, both dressed up in formal evening wear, bow ties neatly fastened. He had just reached the top of the stairs when the doorbell rang. Uncle Vernon's face appeared below, tense and warning.
"Not a sound," he hissed.
Harry crept quietly to his room, slipped inside and shut the door behind him. With a sigh, he turned toward his bed, ready to collapse, and froze. Someone was already sitting there. Chapter 2. Dobby's Warning. Harry nearly cried out, but managed to stop himself at the last second. The creature perched on his bed was unlike anything he had ever seen. Its ears were long and pointed like a bat's, and its enormous green eyes bulged, round as tennis balls. Instantly, Harry recognized it as the same pair of eyes that had been watching him from the hedge earlier that day. They stared at one another in silence. From downstairs, Dudley's voice drifted up. "May I take your coats, Mr. and Mrs. Mason?" The strange being slid gracefully off the bed and bent forward in a deep bow, its long nose nearly brushing the floor. Harry noticed it was dressed in what appeared to be an old pillowcase, crudely cut to fit its limbs.
Hello, Harry said uncertainly. Harry Potter, the creature squeaked in a thin, high voice that seemed far too loud for comfort. Dobby has wished for this meeting for so long, sir. It is a great honour. Thank you, Harry replied, edging sideways until he reached his desk chair. He sat down carefully beside Hedwig's cage, where she remained asleep. He hesitated, unsure how to phrase the obvious question without sounding rude. Finally, he settled on, "Who are you?"
"Dobby, sir. Only Dobby. Dobby the house elf."
"I see," Harry said. "Well, no offence, but this really isn't the best moment for a visit."
From below came Aunt Petunia's exaggerated, tinkling laugh. Dobby lowered his head.
"It's not that I'm not glad to meet you," Harry added quickly. "But why are you here?" "Oh, yes, sir," Dobby said eagerly. "Dobby has come to warn you, though it is not easy. Dobby does not know where to begin."
"Maybe sit down," Harry suggested, gesturing toward the bed. To his alarm, the elf suddenly burst into loud, uncontrollable sobs.
"Sit down," Dobby wailed. Never has Dobby been asked to sit."
Harry froze, certain the noise would carry downstairs.
"I'm sorry," he whispered urgently. "I didn't mean anything by it, honestly." "Offend Dobby," the elf cried. Overcome. No wizard has ever treated Dobby as an equal before.
Trying to quiet him, Harry motioned frantically and guided Dobby back onto the bed. The creature sat there, hiccuping softly, his large eyes shimmering with tears, clutching the pillowcase around himself like a ragged doll. Gradually, he calmed, though he continued to gaze at Harry with an expression of overwhelming, almost reverent admiration. "Then you probably haven't come across many kind wizards," Harry said, attempting to comfort him. Dobby gave a small shake of his head. Without any warning, he suddenly sprang to his feet and began smashing his forehead against the window. "Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby," he cried.
"Stop! What are you doing?" Harry whispered urgently, rushing forward and dragging him back. Hedwig had awakened with a sharp screech and was now flapping wildly inside her cage. "I must punish myself, sir," Dobby said, blinking unevenly, his eyes not quite focusing. Dobby nearly spoke disrespectfully of his family.
"Your family?" Harry asked. "The wizarding family Dobby serves," he replied. "A house elf belongs to one household, sir, bound for life." "Do they know you're here?" Harry asked. The elf trembled violently. "No, it's a no. Dobby must punish himself severely for coming, perhaps shutting his ears in the oven door, if they ever found out." "But wouldn't they notice that?" Harry said, puzzled. "I do such things often, sir," Dobby answered simply. "They do not trouble themselves. Sometimes they even remind Dobby to be harsher on himself." "Why don't you just leave?" Harry said. "Run away." "A house elf cannot leave unless freed, sir, and Dobby will never be freed. Dobby must serve until the end of his days." Harry stared at him. "And here I was thinking I had it rough," he muttered. "Compared to that, the Dursleys almost seem reasonable. Isn't there anyone who can help you? Maybe I could." The moment the words left his mouth, Harry regretted them. Dobby broke down again, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Please," Harry said quickly, glancing nervously toward the door, "you've got to be quiet. If they hear you, if they find out." "Harry Potter asks if he may help Dobby," the elf whispered, awestruck. "Dobby has heard of Harry Potter's greatness, but not of his kindness." Harry felt his face grow warm. "Greatness," he said awkwardly. "That's exaggerated. I'm not even the best student in my year. That's Hermione." He cut himself off abruptly, thinking about her hurt more than he expected. "Harry Potter is modest," Dobby said, gazing at him with shining eyes. "He does not boast of defeating he who must not be named."
Voldemort, Harry said.
Dobby let out a strangled cry, clapping his hands over his ears.
Please, sir, do not say the name.
Sorry, Harry said quickly. I know people don't like it, my friend Ron. He stopped again. That name stung too. Dobby leaned closer, his voice dropping to a hushed intensity. Dobby has heard, he said, that Harry Potter faced the Dark Lord again, not long ago, and escaped once more. Harry gave a small nod. At once, tears welled in Dobby's enormous eyes. Such bravery, sir, he whispered, wiping his face on the edge of his pillowcase. Harry Potter has faced great dangers, but Dobby is here to protect him, to warn him, even if Dobby must suffer for it later. He hesitated, then said it. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Silence filled the room. From downstairs came the faint clatter of cutlery and Uncle Vernon's booming voice.
What? Harry stammered. I have to go back. Term starts September 1st. It's the only thing I've got to look forward to. You don't understand what it's like here. I don't belong here. I belong in your world at Hogwarts. No, absolutely not, Dobby squeaked, shaking so violently that his long ears flapped against his head. Harry Potter must remain here, where he is safe. He is too important, too valuable to be lost. If he returns to Hogwarts, terrible danger awaits him.
Danger? What do you mean? Harry asked, startled. Dobby leaned closer, his whole body trembling. There is a scheme. Harry Potter. A dreadful scheme, one meant to bring harm to Hogwarts this very year, he whispered. Dobby has known of it for months. Harry Potter must not walk into such peril. He must stay away. Sir.
What kind of harm? Harry pressed immediately. Who's behind it?
Dobby let out a strangled sound and suddenly hurled himself against the wall, knocking his head repeatedly.
Stop! Harry cried, grabbing him and pulling him back. All right, I get it, you can't tell me, but then why warn me?
A troubling thought crossed his mind. Wait, this isn't about V, sorry about you-know-who, is it? You can just nod or shake your head, he added quickly, seeing Dobby glance nervously toward the wall again. After a moment, Dobby slowly shook his head.
No, sir, not he who must not be named.
But his wide eyes suggested there was more he wasn't saying, as though he were trying to hint at something Harry couldn't grasp. He doesn't have a brother or anything, does he? Harry guessed. Dobby shook his head again, even more emphatically. Then I don't see who else could be behind something like this, Harry said, frowning. There's Dumbledore, after all you know who he is. Right. At once, Dobby bowed respectfully. Albus Dumbledore is the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever known, he said. Dobby is certain of it. Dobby has heard his power rivals, even that of he who must not be named, in his prime. But... His voice dropped to a tense whisper. There are forces even Dumbledore cannot. Things no honourable wizard would ever. Before Harry could react, Dobby suddenly leapt up, grabbed the desk lamp, and began striking himself over the head with it, letting out sharp cries. The noise carried. Downstairs, conversation stopped abruptly. A second later, Harry's heart pounding, he heard Uncle Vernon's voice approaching. Dudley must have left that television on again. Quick, hide, Harry whispered urgently. He shoved Dobby into the closet, slammed the door shut, and threw himself onto the bed just as the handle began to turn. What exactly do you think you're doing? Uncle Vernon hissed, each word forced through clenched teeth as he loomed inches from Harry's face. You've just ruined the best part of my Japanese golfer joke. One more sound, and you'll regret ever being born, boy. He turned sharply and stormed out, his heavy footsteps echoing down the hall.
Still shaking, Harry hurried to the closet and pulled the door open, letting Dobby slip out. Now, do you understand? Harry said, his voice low but urgent. Do you see why I have to go back to Hogwarts? It's the only place I've got, well, people who might actually care about me.
People who haven't even written to you, Dobby replied quietly. They probably just hold on, Harry said, narrowing his eyes. How do you know they haven't? Dobby shifted uneasily. Harry Potter must not be angry. Dobby only meant to help. You didn't, Harry's voice sharpened. You've been intercepting my letters. Dobby nodded and reached inside his pillowcase, producing a bundle of envelopes. Harry immediately recognized the handwriting Hermione's neat script, Ron's messy scrawl, and even a rough, oversized note that had to be from Hagrid. The elf looked up at him nervously. Dobby hoped, if Harry Potter believed he had been forgotten, he might choose not to return to school. Harry barely heard him. He lunged forward, trying to grab the letters, but Dobby skipped out of reach. Harry Potter may have them, Dobby said, if he promises not to go back. Sir, you must not face what awaits there. Please say you won't return.
No, Harry snapped. Give them to me.
And Dobby is left with no choice, the elf said sadly. Before Harry could react, Dobby darted for the door, flung it open, and dashed down the stairs. Harry followed instantly, his heart hammering, his mouth dry. He leapt down the staircase as quietly as he could, landing softly at the bottom and scanning the hallway. From the dining room came Uncle Vernon's voice, cheerful and booming. And you must tell Petunia that story about the American plumbers. Mr. Mason, she's been looking forward to it. Harry rushed into the kitchen and stopped dead. The dessert. Aunt Petunia's carefully prepared masterpiece, a towering heap of cream and sugared violets, was hovering near the ceiling. Perched atop a cupboard, Dobby watched him.
No, Harry whispered hoarsely. Please, they'll kill me.
Harry Potter must promise not to return to school.
Dobby, please. Say it, sir. I can't.
Dobby's expression fell, full of sorrow. And Dobby must act for Harry Potter's own safety. The pudding dropped. It hit the floor with a deafening crash, cream splattering across walls and windows as the dish shattered into pieces. At the same instant, with a sharp crack, Dobby vanished. Voices erupted from the dining room. Uncle Vernon burst into the kitchen and found Harry standing frozen, drenched from head to toe in the ruins of Aunt Petunia's prized dessert. At first, it seemed Uncle Vernon might still salvage the situation. Our nephew, he's a bit unstable. Strangers unsettle him, so we keep him upstairs, he explained hastily, ushering the bewildered Masons back toward the dining room. As he passed Harry, he leaned in close and muttered a threat about what would happen once the guests had gone, then shoved a mop into his hands.
Aunt Petunia, flustered but determined, fetched ice cream from the freezer to replace the ruined dessert. Meanwhile, Harry, still trembling, set to work cleaning the kitchen, scrubbing away the sticky mess.
Things might have recovered. Uncle Vernon might even have secured his deal if not for the owl. Just as Aunt Petunia was offering after-dinner mints, a large barn owl burst through the dining room window, swooped low, and dropped a letter squarely onto Mrs. Mason's head before disappearing into the night. She let out a piercing scream and fled the house at once, shouting about madness. Mr. Mason lingered only long enough to explain that his wife had a deep fear of birds, then demanded to know whether this was meant as some kind of joke before storming out himself. Back in the kitchen, Harry stood frozen, gripping the mop like a lifeline as Uncle Vernon advanced toward him, his small eyes glittering with fury.
"Read it," he snarled, thrusting the letter forward. "Go on, read it!"
Harry opened it. There were no birthday wishes inside. Dear Mr. Potter, we have detected the use of a hover charm at your place of residence this evening at 12 minutes past 9. As you are aware, underage wizards are prohibited from performing magic outside of school. Any further violations may result in your expulsion decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. 1875 paragraph C. We must also remind you that any magical activity that risks exposure to the non-magical community muggles constitutes a serious offence under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy. We wish you an enjoyable holiday. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk, Improper Use of Magic Office, Ministry of Magic. Harry lowered the letter slowly, swallowing hard. So, Uncle Vernon said, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. You never mentioned you weren't allowed to use magic outside school. Must have slipped your mind. He moved closer, looming over Harry like a predator. Well, here's what's going to happen. I'm locking you up. You're not going back to that school ever. And if you try to magic your way out... He paused, smiling thinly. They'll throw you out for good. With a harsh, triumphant laugh, he seized Harry and dragged him upstairs. And he meant every word. The very next morning, Uncle Vernon hired someone to install iron bars over Harry's window. He also fixed a small flap into the bedroom door so that food could be pushed through 3 times a day. Harry was allowed out only twice morning and evening to use the bathroom. The rest of the time, he remained shut in his room, locked away completely. 3 days passed, and the Dursleys showed no sign of softening. Harry saw no possible escape. He lay on his bed, staring as the sunlight faded behind the metal bars fixed across his window, wondering bleakly what would become of him. What was the point of using magic to break free if it meant being expelled from Hogwarts? And yet, life at Privet Drive had never been worse. Now that the Dursleys understood he couldn't simply transform them into something monstrous, they no longer feared him, and without that fear, Harry had no leverage at all. Perhaps Dobby had meant to protect him from danger at school. But at this rate, Harry thought grimly, he might not survive long enough to return anyway. The small flap in the door rattled. Aunt Petunia's hand appeared, pushing a bowl of canned soup inside. Driven by hunger, Harry leapt from the bed and grabbed it. The contents were cold and unappetizing, but he gulped down half of it without pause. Then he carried the bowl to Hedwig's cage and tipped the remaining soggy vegetables into her dish. She fluffed her feathers indignantly and fixed him with a reproachful stare. "Don't be picky," Harry muttered. "It's all there is." He set the empty bowl back near the flap and returned to the bed, somehow feeling even hungrier than before. If he managed to last another 4 weeks, what then? If he didn't return to Hogwarts, would anyone come looking for him? Would they realize something was wrong, and if they did, could they make the Dursleys let him go? The room gradually darkened. Exhaustion crept over him, though his stomach growled and his thoughts circled endlessly. Eventually, sleep took him, but it was restless. He dreamed he was trapped in a cage at a zoo, a sign hanging from the bars reading, "Underage Wizard." People crowded around, staring in fascination as he lay weak and starving on a bed of straw. Among them, he spotted Dobby and cried out for help, but the elf only called back, "Harry Potter is safe there, sir," before disappearing. Then the Dursleys appeared, and Dudley shook the cage violently, laughing.
"Stop!" Harry murmured, the noise echoing painfully in his head. "Leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep."
He opened his eyes. Moonlight streamed through the bars on the window and beyond them. A face was pressed close, peering in. Freckles, red hair, a long nose. Ron Weasley was staring at him from outside. Chapter 3. The Burrow.
"Ron," Harry whispered, hurrying to the window and pushing it open as far as the bars allowed. "Ron, what on earth?"
He stopped mid-sentence, stunned by the sight before him. Ron was leaning out of the rear window of a battered turquoise car, one that was somehow hovering in mid-air. In the front seats, Fred and George grinned back at him, clearly enjoying the moment.
"Everything all right?" Harry George called casually.
"What's happened to you?" Ron demanded. "Why haven't you written back? I must have sent a dozen letters. I even invited you to stay with us, and then Dad comes home saying you've been warned for using magic in front of Muggles." "It wasn't me," Harry shot back. "And how did he even find out?" "He works at the ministry," Ron said. "And you know the rules, no magic outside school." "You're one to talk," Harry said, staring at the floating car.
"This doesn't count," Ron said quickly. "We're just borrowing it. It's Dad's. We didn't enchant it ourselves, but you doing magic in front of your relatives." "I told you." "I didn't," Harry interrupted. "But there's no time to explain. Listen, can you tell them at Hogwarts that the Dursleys have locked me in and won't let me go back? I can't break out with magic. They'll think it's another offence and—" "Stop rambling," Ron cut in. "We're not here to pass messages. We're here to get you out."
"But you can't use magic either." "We don't have to," Ron said, nodding toward the front seat with a grin. "You're forgetting who came with me." "Tie this to the bars," Fred said, tossing him a rope.
"If they wake up, I'm finished," Harry muttered as he secured it tightly. "Relax," Fred said. "Just stand back."
Harry retreated into the shadows near Hedwig's cage. The owl, unusually quiet, seemed to sense the importance of the moment. Outside, the car's engine roared louder and louder then, with a harsh metallic snap. The bars tore free from the window as the car shot upward. Harry rushed forward again. The bars now dangled in mid-air before being hauled inside by Ron. He listened, holding his breath, but the house remained silent. Once the bars were safely stowed in the back, Fred maneuvered the car closer to the window again. "Climb in," Ron urged.
"I cut my school things, my wand, my broom." "Where are they?"
"In the cupboard under the stairs. And I can't even leave this room." "No problem," George said, already climbing through the window. "Step aside, Harry." Fred followed him inside with surprising agility, watching them. Harry couldn't help but feel impressed as George pulled out a simple hairpin and knelt by the locked door. "Most wizards wouldn't bother with muggle tricks like this," Fred said quietly. "But we think they're worth knowing even if they take a bit longer." A faint click sounded and the door swung open. "Right," George whispered. "We'll get your trunk. You grab whatever you need and pass it out to Ron." "Careful on the stairs, the bottom one creaks," Harry warned. The twins slipped out into the dark hallway. Harry hurried around his room, gathering his belongings and handing them out through the window. Then he followed to help Fred and George drag his trunk up the stairs.
"Halfway through?" Harry froze.
From somewhere nearby, he heard Uncle Vernon cough, at last, breathless from the effort. They reached the landing and dragged the trunk into Harry's room. From there, they maneuvered it toward the open window. Fred climbed back into the car to help pull, while Ron grabbed hold beside him. Inside the room, Harry and George pushed with all their strength. Slowly, inch by inch, the heavy trunk edged forward. From somewhere nearby, Uncle Vernon coughed again.
"Nearly there," Fred whispered hoarsely. "Just one more shove."
Harry and George leaned into it with everything they had, and the trunk slid free, disappearing into the car.
"Right, time to go," George murmured.
Harry swung one leg over the windowsill. And then a sudden, piercing screech split the air behind him, immediately followed by Uncle Vernon's furious roar.
"That blasted owl." "Hedwig," Harry gasped. "I forgot Hedwig."
He spun around just as the hallway light flicked on. Racing across the room, he grabbed her cage and rushed back to the window, thrusting it out to Ron. He had just turned to climb up again when Uncle Vernon slammed against the door. It burst open with a crash. For a fraction of a second, Uncle Vernon stood frozen in the doorway. Then, with a roar like an enraged animal, he lunged forward and seized Harry by the ankle.
Ron, Fred and George grabbed Harry's arms and pulled with all their might. "Petunia!" Uncle Vernon bellowed. "He's escaping! He's escaping!"
The car rocked as the Weasleys yanked harder, and suddenly Harry's foot slipped free. He tumbled backward into the car. The door slammed shut.
"Go, Fred!" Ron shouted.
The car shot upward into the night. For a moment, Harry could hardly believe it. He was actually free. He leaned out of the window, the wind rushing past his face, and looked down at the houses of Privet Drive shrinking below. At his bedroom window, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley were still staring out, stunned. "See you next summer," Harry called. The Weasley twins burst out laughing. Harry sank back into his seat, grinning wider than he had in days. "Let Hedwig out," he said. "She can follow us. She hasn't flown properly in ages." George passed the hairpin forward, and moments later, Hedwig soared free, gliding alongside the car like a pale shadow in the night. "So," Ron said eagerly, turning to Harry, "what's been going on with you?" Harry told them everything about Dobby the Warning and the disaster with the floating pudding. When he finished, the car fell into a thoughtful silence.
"That's suspicious," Fred said at last. "Very strange," George agreed, "and he wouldn't even say who's behind it." "I don't think he could," Harry replied. Every time he got close to explaining, he started smashing his own head. Harry noticed Fred and George exchange a quick glance.
"You don't think he was telling the truth?" Harry asked. "Well," Fred said thoughtfully, "here's the thing, house elves have their own kind of powerful magic, but they're usually not allowed to use it without their masters say so. My guess, Dobby was sent. Someone wanted to keep you from going back to Hogwarts. Could be a joke. Or something else. Anyone at school got it in for you?" "Yes," Harry and Ron answered at the same time. "Draco Malfoy," Harry said. "He's got it out for me."
"Malfoy," George said, glancing back over his shoulder, as in Lucius Malfoy's kid.
"Probably," Harry replied. "It's not exactly a common name." "Right," George muttered. "I've heard Dad mention him. Big supporter of you-know-who."
"And when you-know-who vanished," Fred added, leaning slightly to catch Harry's reaction. Lucius Malfoy suddenly claimed he'd been forced into it. Dad doesn't buy that for a second. He reckons Malfoy was right at the center of things.
Harry wasn't surprised. He'd heard similar whispers before. From what he'd seen, Draco Malfoy made Dudley seem almost pleasant by comparison. "I'm not sure if the Malfoys even have a house elf," Harry said slowly. "If they do," Fred replied, "they'll be exactly the sort of family to own one old, wealthy, pureblood types." "Yeah," George added with a grin. "Mum's always saying she'd love a house elf to handle the ironing. Instead, we've got a grumpy ghoul in the attic and gnomes wrecking the garden. House elves don't exactly come with places like ours. They're for grand estates and ancient houses." Harry fell quiet, thinking. Malfoy always had the best of everything. It wouldn't be hard to imagine him strutting around some enormous manor, ordering servants about, and sending one to interfere with Harry's return to Hogwarts. That felt exactly like something Malfoy would do. Had he been foolish to trust Dobby? "Anyway, I'm just glad we came for you," Ron said. "I was starting to worry when you didn't reply. At first, I thought it was Errol."
"Errol?" Harry asked. "Our owl," Ron said. "He's ancient. Wouldn't be the first time he passed out mid-delivery. After that, I tried borrowing Hermes. Who's that?
Percy's owl, Fred called from the front. Mum and Dad got it for him when he became a prefect. But Percy wouldn't lend him, Ron said he needed him. Percy's been acting strange lately, George added, frowning, sending loads of letters, always locking himself in his room. I mean, there's only so many times you can polish a prefect badge. You're drifting too far west, Fred, he added, pointing at the compass on the dashboard. Fred adjusted the wheel slightly, and the car veered back on course through the night sky. So, your dad knows you've taken the car, right? Harry asked, already suspecting the answer. Ron hesitated. Well, not exactly. He's working tonight. We're hoping to get it back in the garage before Mum even notices it's been gone. What does he actually do at the ministry? Harry asked.
Ron made a face. Probably the dullest job there is. He's in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office.
The what? It's about dealing with enchanted Muggle objects, Ron explained. You know, making sure things that have been tampered with don't end up back in ordinary shops or homes. Last year, for instance, this old witch died and her belongings were sold off. A Muggle woman bought her tea set.
And
it turned into a disaster, Ron said. She tried serving tea to her guests. The teapot went completely mad, started spraying boiling tea everywhere. One bloke ended up in hospital with sugar tongs stuck to his nose. Dad was working non-stop for weeks sorting it out. What did he have to do? Erase memories, undo enchantments, the lot. There's only him and this elderly wizard, Perkins, in the department. So they were run off their feet. Harry blinked. And yet your dad has a flying car. Fred snorted. Oh, Dad loves anything to do with Muggles. Our shed's packed with their stuff. He takes things apart, enchants them, and puts them back together. Honestly, if he ever investigated our own house, he'd have to arrest himself. Mum hates it. That's the main road down there, George said, glancing through the windshield. We're nearly there. Good thing, too, it's starting to get light. A faint glow was spreading along the horizon. Fred guided the car lower, and Harry saw fields stretching out below, dotted with clusters of trees. We're just outside the village, George added, Ottery St. Catchpole. The car descended steadily. The sun's first rays were beginning to filter through the trees.
Landing, Fred announced.
With a gentle bump, the car touched down beside a shabby-looking garage in a small yard. Harry climbed out and got his first proper look at Ron's home. It looked as though it had once been a simple stone pigpen, but, over time, extra rooms had been added in a haphazard way until it rose several stories high, leaning at odd angles as if it were barely standing, though Harry suspected magic was the only thing keeping it upright. Multiple chimneys poked out from the red-tiled roof. A crooked sign planted near the entrance read, "The Burrow." Scattered around the doorway were mismatched boots and a battered old cauldron, while a group of plump brown chickens wandered about the yard. It's not much, Ron said, a little self-conscious. Harry smiled, thinking of Privet Drive. It's brilliant. They climbed out of the car together. Right, Fred whispered, lowering his voice conspiratorially. We sneak upstairs, keep quiet and wait for Mum to call us down, then... Ron, you come charging in all innocent and say, Mum, look who showed up last night. She'll be thrilled to see Harry, and no one will ever know about the car. Sounds good, Ron said. Come on, Harry, I sleep at the top. He stopped abruptly. His face had turned a sickly shade of green, his eyes locked on something ahead. The others turned. Mrs. Weasley was striding across the yard, chickens scattering in every direction. For a woman who was short, round, and usually warm-looking, she now resembled something far more dangerous, like a predator on the hunt.
Oh, Fred muttered.
This isn't good, George added. Mrs. Weasley stopped directly in front of them, planted her hands firmly on her hips, and swept her gaze across each of their faces. Her floral apron was slightly askew, a wand sticking out of its pocket.
Well, she said.
Morning, Mum, George offered brightly, a tempting charm. Her response came in a low, controlled voice that was far more frightening than a shout. Do you have any idea how worried I've been?
Sorry, Mum, we just thought.
They didn't get any further. Though all three boys towered over her, they shrank back as her temper erupted.
Bed's empty. No note. Car missing. You could have been killed. You could have been seen. I've been frantic. And did you stop to think? Not for a second. Just wait until your father hears about this. We've never had trouble like this from Bill or Charlie or Percy. Perfect Percy, Fred muttered under his breath. You would do well to follow Percy's example, Mrs. Weasley snapped, jabbing a finger into Fred's chest. You might have lost your lives. You might have cost your father his job.
The lecture seemed endless. By the time she finished, her voice was hoarse. Then, suddenly, she turned to Harry. He instinctively stepped back. But her expression softened at once.
I'm very glad to see us, dear, she said kindly. Come inside and have some breakfast.
She turned and went back toward the house. Harry hesitated only a moment before following, encouraged by a small nod from Ron.
Inside, the kitchen felt cozy but crowded. A worn wooden table stood at the center, surrounded by mismatched chairs. Harry perched nervously on one, taking everything in.
He had never seen a wizarding home before. The clock on the wall had no numbers, only a single hand pointing to phrases like, time to make tea, feed the chickens, and you're late. The mantel was piled high with books, their titles delightfully strange, Charm Your Own Cheese, Enchantment in Baking, 1 Minute Feasts, It's Magic. And from the old radio by the sink came a cheerful voice announcing a program featuring a popular magical singer. Mrs. Weasley moved briskly around the kitchen, cooking with slightly chaotic energy. Sausages sizzled in the pan as she shot disapproving looks at her sons. Every so often, she muttered under her breath,
I don't know what you were thinking. Never in all my life.
Then she turned to Harry again, her tone softening. It's not your fault, dear, she said, piling sausages onto his plate, far more than he had seen in days. Arthur and I have been worried about you as well. Just last night we were saying we'd come fetch you ourselves if you hadn't replied to Ron by Friday. She added a generous serving of fried eggs. But really, she went on, flying that car halfway across the country, someone could have spotted you. She flicked her wand absent-mindedly toward the sink. Behind her, the dishes began to wash themselves with soft clinks and splashes. It was overcast. Mum, Fred protested. Don't talk with your mouth full, Mrs. Weasley snapped sharply. They were practically starving him, George added.
And you, she began. But when she turned toward Harry, her expression softened noticeably. She started slicing bread for him and spreading butter with brisk, practiced motions.
Just then, a distraction arrived. A small girl with flaming red hair, wrapped in an oversized nightdress, appeared in the doorway. She let out a tiny squeak at the sight of Harry, then immediately vanished again. That's Ginny, Ron murmured to Harry. My little sister. She hasn't stopped talking about you all summer. Yeah, Fred said with a grin. She'll probably want your autograph. But one sharp look from Mrs. Weasley silenced him at once, and he buried his attention in his plate. The rest of the meal passed without further conversation, and before long every plate was spotless. Blimey, I'm exhausted, Fred said, stretching and pushing his chair back. Think I'll just head upstairs and... You most certainly will not, Mrs. Weasley cut in. If you're tired, that's your own doing. You'll be denoming the garden. Those pests are completely out of control again.
Oh, Mum? And you two as well? She added, fixing Ron and George with a stern look. Then, turning to Harry, her tone softened again. You can go up and rest, dear. None of this was your doing.
But Harry, who felt far too awake to sleep, quickly said, I'd like to help. I've never seen how denoming works. That's kind of you, Mrs. Weasley said, but it's not exactly exciting work. Still, she reached for a thick book from the mantel. Let's see what Lockhart recommends. George groaned loudly. Mum, we already know how to do it. Harry glanced at the cover. In ornate gold lettering, it read, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. On the front was a photograph of a strikingly handsome wizard with golden hair and bright blue eyes. Like all wizarding photographs, it moved. The man winked cheerfully at them. Mrs. Weasley beamed at the image. Oh, he's wonderful. Knows everything about household pests. Such a brilliant book. Mum's got a crush, Fred whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. Don't be ridiculous, Mrs. Weasley said, though her cheeks flushed pink. If you think you know better than Lockhart, off you go. And there had better not be a single gnome left when I come to check. Grumbling and yawning, the boys shuffled outside, Harry following close behind. The garden was sprawling and, to Harry, absolutely perfect. The Dursleys would have disapproved instantly. There were weeds everywhere and the lawn badly needed cutting, but it was alive with character. Twisted trees lined the boundaries, unfamiliar plants spilled wildly from every flower bed, and a large green pond shimmered with frogs. You know, muggles have gnomes too, Harry said as they crossed the grass. Yeah, I've seen what they call gnomes, Ron replied, bent over with his head buried in a peony bush, little chubby things that look like Father Christmas with fishing rods. The bush suddenly shook violently. Ron straightened up, holding something at arm's length. This is a real gnome, he said.
Let me go, it squealed.
It looked nothing like the garden ornaments Harry had seen before. The creature was small, with leathery skin and a bald, knobbly head shaped like a potato. It kicked furiously with its stubby feet as Ron grabbed it by the ankles and flipped it upside down. Here's how it works, Ron said. He lifted the gnome above his head, still squealing, and began spinning it around like a lasso. Harry stared, shocked.
It doesn't hurt them, Ron added quickly, just makes them so dizzy they can't find their way back to their holes.
With a final swing, he let go. The gnome sailed through the air and landed with a dull thud somewhere beyond the hedge.
Pathetic, Fred remarked. Bet I can throw mine past that stump.
Harry quickly realized that feeling sorry for gnomes was a mistake. At first, he tried to be gentle, intending to simply drop the first one he caught over the hedge. But the creature, sensing his hesitation, sank its needle-sharp teeth into his finger. Harry struggled to shake it loose until... Blimey, Harry, that one must have gone 50 feet. Before long, the garden air was filled with gnomes flying in every direction. See, not exactly clever, are they? Said George, grabbing a handful at once. The second they realize we're clearing them out, they all come rushing over to watch. You'd think they'd have learned by now to keep their heads down. After a while, the remaining gnomes began retreating across the field in a loose, uneven line, their small shoulders hunched in defeat. They'll be back, Ron said, watching them vanish into the hedge at the far end. They love this place. Dad's too easy on them, thinks they're entertaining. Just then the front door slammed shut.
He's back, George shouted. Dad's home.
They hurried across the garden and rushed inside. Mr. Weasley was slumped in a kitchen chair, glasses off, eyes closed. He was thin and slightly balding, though what hair he had left was as bright red as his children's. His long green robes were dusty and worn from travel. What a night, he muttered, feeling around for the teapot as everyone gathered near. 9 raids, 9 and Mundungus Fletcher tried to hex me when I wasn't looking. He took a long drink of tea and let out a tired sigh.
Find anything, Dad? Fred asked eagerly.
Nothing much, a few shrinking door keys and a kettle that bites, Mr. Weasley replied with a yawn. Though there was some nastier stuff, not in my department. Mortlake got taken in for questioning about some very peculiar ferrets. Thankfully, that's for the Committee on Experimental Charms. Why would anyone bother making shrinking keys? George wondered. Just to bother muggles, Mr. Weasley said wearily. Sell them a key that keeps shrinking until it disappears, so they can never find it when they need it. And it's nearly impossible to prove anything, because no muggle would admit their key is shrinking, they just assume they've lost it. Poor things. They'll go to great lengths to ignore magic, even when it's right in front of them. But some of the things wizards have started enchanting these days, you wouldn't believe. Like Ikarsnet, for example. Mrs. Weasley had appeared in the doorway, gripping a long poker as though it were a weapon. Mr. Weasley's eyes snapped open, and he looked at her guiltily.
Cars, Molly, dear. Yes, Arthur cars, she said sharply, her eyes flashing. Imagine a wizard buying a rusty old car and telling his wife he only wants to take it apart to understand how it works while secretly enchanting it to fly.
Mr. Weasley blinked, caught off guard. Well, my dear, technically speaking, I believe he would be entirely within his rights to do that, even if... perhaps it might have been wiser to be honest with his wife, Mr. Weasley said carefully. You see, there's a bit of a loophole in the legislation. Provided he never actually intended to fly the car, the mere fact that it could fly wouldn't necessarily.
Arthur Weasley. You wrote that loophole into the law, Mrs. Weasley snapped, all so you could keep fiddling with that muggle junk in your shed, and just so you know, Harry arrived here this morning in the very car you had no intention of flying. Harry, Mr. Weasley repeated blankly. Harry who?
He glanced around, spotted Harry, and nearly leapt out of his chair. Good heavens, Harry Potter! Delighted to meet you. Ron's told us all about.
Your sons took that car, flew it to Harry's house and back again last night. Mrs. Weasley cut in furiously. What do you have to say for yourself? They did, Mr. Weasley said, suddenly very interested, and did everything go smoothly? I mean, he faltered as Mrs. Weasley's glare intensified. That was extremely wrong. Boys, completely unacceptable. Quite wrong indeed.
Better leave them to it, Ron muttered under his breath to Harry, as Mrs. Weasley seemed ready to erupt. Come on, I'll show you my room. They slipped quietly out of the kitchen and into a narrow hallway that led to a crooked staircase, twisting its way upward through the house. On the third landing, a door stood slightly open. Harry caught a glimpse of a pair of bright brown eyes watching him before it snapped shut.
Ginny, Ron said. Strange seeing her like that. She's usually never quiet.
They climbed 2 more flights and stopped at a door with peeling paint. A small sign read, Ronald's Room. Harry ducked inside, nearly brushing the slanted ceiling, and blinked in surprise. The room felt almost like an oven. Everything blazed in shades of orange. The walls, the bedspread, even the ceiling itself. Then he realized why Ron had plastered nearly every inch of wall with posters of the same 7 witches and wizards, all dressed in bright orange robes, riding broomsticks and waving enthusiastically. Your Quidditch team? Harry asked. The Chudley Cannons, Ron said, gesturing toward the bedspread marked with 2 large black C's and a speeding cannonball, their 9th in the league. Ron's schoolbooks lay in a messy stack in one corner, beside a pile of comic books featuring the adventures of Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle. His wand rested on the windowsill next to a fish tank filled with frog spawn, and nearby, his plump grey rat, Scabbers, dozed peacefully in a patch of sunlight. Stepping over a pack of self-shuffling playing cards, Harry moved to the small window. Far below, he spotted a line of gnomes sneaking back into the garden through the hedge. Turning back, he noticed Ron watching him with a hint of unease, as if bracing for judgment. "It's not much," Ron said quickly. "Nowhere near as big as your room with the muggles, and I've got the ghoul right above me in the attic, always banging on pipes and making noise." But Harry only grinned. "This is the best house I've ever been in." Ron's ears turned a deep shade of pink. Chapter 4. At Flourish and Blots. Life at the Burrow couldn't have been more unlike Privet Drive. Order and tidiness had always ruled the Dursleys' home, while the Weasley house seemed to thrive on chaos and surprise. The first time Harry glanced at the mirror above the kitchen fireplace, it barked at him to fix his appearance, catching him completely off guard. Strange noises echoed through the house too. The ghoul upstairs would bang and wail whenever things got too quiet, and bursts of noise from Fred and George's room barely raised an eyebrow. Yet none of that struck Harry as the strangest part. What truly stood out was how warmly he was treated, as if he genuinely belonged. Mrs. Weasley hovered over him constantly, worrying about small things like worn-out socks and insisting he eat far more than he could manage. Mr. Weasley, on the other hand, seemed endlessly curious. He often made sure Harry sat beside him during meals, eager to ask about the non-magical world. Everyday objects fascinated him. He would listen intently as Harry explained how telephones or mail systems worked, responding with amazement at the ingenuity of people managing without magic. About a week after arriving, on a bright morning, a letter from Hogwarts finally came. Harry and Ron headed downstairs to find the rest of the family already gathered around the table. The moment Ginny spotted Harry, she fumbled and dropped her bowl with a sharp crash. It wasn't the first time she had reacted that way. She often became flustered in his presence. After retrieving the bowl from under the table, her face flushed deeply, and she avoided looking at him. Harry chose to ignore it and focused instead on breakfast, accepting toast from Mrs. Weasley. "Post from school," Mr. Weasley announced, handing identical envelopes to Harry and Ron, their names neatly written in green ink on yellowed parchment. He added that Dumbledore was already aware of Harry's whereabouts, remarking on his uncanny awareness. Just then, Fred and George wandered in, still half asleep and dressed in their nightclothes, and received their letters as well. For a short while, the room fell quiet, broken only by the soft rustle of parchment as everyone scanned their letters. Harry's instructions were familiar. Return to Hogwarts on September 1st via the train departing from King's Cross. Tucked inside was also a list of required books for the new term. The list, however, was impossible to ignore. Nearly every title bore the same author's name. Second-year students were expected to have The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Gosehawk, along with an entire collection written by Gilderoy Lockhart. Break, with a banshee gadding with ghouls, holidays with hags, travels with trolls, voyages with vampires, wanderings with werewolves, year with the Yeti. Fred leaned over Harry's shoulder after finishing his own letter, eyebrows lifting in amusement. "Looks like you've been assigned Lockhart's whole library too," he remarked. "Whoever's teaching defense against the dark arts must be completely obsessed, probably a witch." Catching a warning glance from his mother, Fred quickly redirected his attention to his toast, spreading marmalade with exaggerated focus. "That's going to cost a fortune," George muttered, lowering his voice slightly while glancing at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. "Those books aren't cheap." "We'll sort something out," Mrs. Weasley replied, though the concern in her expression betrayed her. "Ginny can likely use second-hand things for most of it." Harry turned toward Ginny. "So you're starting at Hogwarts this year?" She gave a small nod, her face instantly flushing the same shade as her bright hair, and in her fluster, she accidentally dipped her elbow straight into the butter dish. No one seemed to notice except Harry, as at that exact moment Percy entered. Already fully dressed, he carried himself with purpose, his prefect badge gleaming on his chest. "Good morning," he said crisply. "Fine day, isn't it?" He took the last empty seat, but sprang up again almost at once, looking startled. From beneath him he pulled out what appeared, at first glance, to be a ragged old duster until it twitched weakly.
"Errol!" Ron exclaimed, hurrying over to take the exhausted owl. Carefully, he retrieved a letter tucked under its wing. At last, Hermione's replied, "I told her we were planning to come get you away from the Dursleys." Ron carried Errol over to a wooden perch near the back door and tried to set him down, but the owl immediately sagged and tumbled off again. With a sigh, Ron placed him gently on the draining board instead. "Honestly useless," he muttered under his breath.
Without wasting time, he tore open Hermione's letter and began reading aloud. "Dear Ron and Harry, if you're with him.
I hope everything worked out and that Harry is safe. Ron, I really hope you didn't break any laws getting him away, because that could cause serious trouble for him too. I've been quite anxious about it all, so please send word as soon as you can to confirm he's all right, though maybe use a different owl next time, as I doubt yours could survive another trip. I've been keeping busy with schoolwork." Ron stopped abruptly, looking scandalized. "Schoolwork? We're on holiday."
He shook his head and continued. "And next Wednesday we're going to London to buy my new books. Perhaps we could meet in Diagon Alley. Write back as soon as possible and tell me everything, love, Hermione." Mrs. Weasley, who had begun clearing away plates, nodded approvingly. "That works out well. We can get everything you need while we're there." She glanced around the table. "So, what's everyone planning today?" Harry, Ron, Fred, and George had already decided. They were heading up the hill behind the house, where a small enclosed field lay hidden by a ring of trees. It was secluded enough that they could fly without being spotted by anyone in the village, provided they didn't go too high. Since using proper Quidditch equipment would have been far too risky, a stray bludger or snitch escaping would raise far too many questions. They improvised by tossing apples to one another instead. They also shared turns on Harry's Nimbus 2000, which far outperformed Ron's aging shooting star, a broom so slow it could barely keep up with drifting insects. Before long, the four of them were heading uphill, broomsticks slung across their shoulders. They had invited Percy along, but he had declined, claiming to be occupied. In fact, Harry had hardly seen him outside of meals. He spent most of his time shut away in his room. "I can't figure out what's going on with him," Fred said, frowning slightly. "He's acting strange. His exam results came just before you arrived 12 OWLs, and he didn't even brag about it properly."
"OWL's ordinary wizarding levels," George added when he noticed Harry's confusion. "Bill got 12 too. At this rate, Percy might end up head boy."
He grimaced theatrically. "Imagine that. I don't think I could live it down." Bill was the eldest of the Weasley children, followed by Charlie. Both had already finished their years at Hogwarts. Harry hadn't met either of them yet, though he had heard plenty Charlie was somewhere in Romania working with dragons, while Bill had taken a job in Egypt at Gringotts, the wizarding bank.
After a while, George spoke again, his tone less light than usual. "No idea how Mum and Dad are going to manage all the expenses this year. 5 full sets of Lockhart books, and Ginny needs everything from scratch robes, a wand, the lot."
Harry stayed quiet. The subject made him uncomfortable. Hidden deep beneath London, inside a vault at Gringotts, lay a considerable sum left to him by his parents. It was wealth he could only use in the wizarding world. Coins like galleons and sickles meant nothing in ordinary shops. He had never told the Dursleys about it. Their distaste for magic was so extreme that even gold connected to it would likely horrify them. The following Wednesday, Mrs. Weasley had everyone up at dawn, After hastily eating several bacon sandwiches each, they bundled into their coats. Then she lifted a flower pot from the mantel and looked inside with a small frown. "We're nearly out, Arthur," she said. "We'll have to pick some up while we're out today. Never mind guests first. Go on, Harry, you first." She held the flower pot out to him. Harry looked around, confused, seeing everyone's attention fixed on him.
"I don't know what I'm meant to do," he admitted. Ron suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh, he's never used flu powder before, I forgot." "Never," Mr. Weasley said, clearly fascinated. "Then how did you get to Diagon Alley last year?"
"By the underground." "Really?" Mr. Weasley leaned forward with interest. "And were there escalators? How exactly?"
"Arthur, not now," Mrs. Weasley interrupted firmly. "Flu powder is much faster." "Dear, but if you've never tried it—" "He'll manage," Fred cut in. "Just watch us, Harry."
He took a pinch of shimmering powder from the pot, stepped up to the fireplace, and tossed it into the flames. Instantly, the fire flared a vivid green and surged upward. Without hesitation, Fred stepped into it. "Diagon Alley," he called, and vanished. "You need to speak clearly," Mrs. Weasley instructed Harry as George prepared to go next, "and make sure you step out at the correct fireplace." "The correct what?" Harry asked, his nerves rising as George disappeared in a burst of green flame. "There are quite a few connected fireplaces," she explained, "but as long as you say it properly." "He'll be fine, Molly," Mr. Weasley said calmly, already taking his own turn with the powder. "But if he ends up somewhere else, how would we explain it to his relatives?" she fretted. "They wouldn't care," Harry said quickly. "Dudley would probably find it hilarious if I got stuck in a chimney." Mrs. Weasley hesitated, then nodded. "All right. You go after Arthur. Remember, once you're in, say exactly where you want to go." "And keep your arms tucked in," Ron added. "Close your eyes," Mrs. Weasley said. "The ash." "And don't move around too much," Ron continued. "You might come out in the wrong place." "But don't rush out either," Mrs. Weasley finished. "Wait until you see Fred and George, trying to remember every instruction at once." Harry scooped up a pinch of flu powder and stepped toward the fireplace. He inhaled deeply, tossed the powder into the flames and moved forward. The fire brushed against him like a warm current of air, but the moment he tried to speak, he inhaled a mouthful of hot ash.
"Diagon Alley," he choked out between coughs. Instantly, the world twisted. It felt as though he had been yanked into a vast pipe, spinning uncontrollably. A thunderous roar filled his ears. He forced his eyes open, but the rushing green flames blurred everything and made his stomach lurch. Something slammed into his elbow, and he quickly pulled it tight against his side. Still spinning, faster and faster, then came the strange sensation of icy hands striking his face. Through his crooked glasses, he glimpsed fireplaces flashing past in a dizzying stream, with brief, distorted views of rooms beyond. His stomach churned violently from the breakfast he'd just eaten. Unable to bear it any longer, he squeezed his eyes shut and wished it would stop. And then he was thrown forward, crashing onto a hard stone floor. A sharp snap told him his glasses had broken. Dazed, aching, and covered in soot, Harry pushed himself upright. Holding the damaged frames in front of his eyes, he tried to make sense of where he was. No one else was around. He stood inside a large stone fireplace in what appeared to be a dim, shadowy wizarding shop, but nothing here looked even remotely like school supplies. Nearby, a glass display case held a shriveled hand resting on a cushion, alongside a pack of blood-stained cards and a single glass eye that seemed to stare straight at him. Disturbing masks lined the walls, their expressions twisted and menacing. Bones lay scattered across the counter, and above him hung rusted, spiked instruments that looked as though they had seen unpleasant use.
Through the grimy window, he could make out a narrow, gloomy street that was unmistakably not Diagon Alley. He needed to leave fast, his nose still throbbing from the fall. Harry moved quietly toward the door, trying not to draw attention, but before he could reach it, two figures appeared on the other side of the glass. One glance was enough to make his stomach drop.
Of all people to run into while lost, filthy and half-blind.
Draco Malfoy. Harry's eyes darted around the shop until they landed on a tall, dark cabinet nearby. Without hesitating, he slipped inside and eased the doors shut, leaving only a narrow gap through which he could watch. Moments later, a bell rang sharply as the door opened, and Draco Malfoy entered. The man who came in behind him could only be his father. The resemblance was unmistakable, the same sharp features, the same pale complexion, and those cold, silvery eyes, moving with an air of quiet authority. Mr. Malfoy strolled toward the counter, casting indifferent glances at the objects around him. He tapped a bell lightly, then turned to Draco.
"Keep your hands to yourself," he said calmly.
Draco, who had already been reaching toward a glass eye, drew back with a scowl. "I thought you were going to get me something." "I told you I would consider a racing broom," his father replied, drumming his fingers in mild impatience. "That's pointless if I'm not even on the team," Draco snapped. "Potter got a Nimbus 2000 last year. Dumbledore made an exception just so he could play for Gryffindor. He's not even that talented. It's all because he's famous. Famous for that ridiculous scar." He turned away, crouching to inspect a row of skulls on a lower shelf.
"Everyone goes on about him," Draco continued bitterly. "Brilliant Potter, special Potter, with his scar and his broom."
"That will do," Mr. Malfoy cut in, his voice quiet but firm. "You've made your feelings quite clear already." His gaze sharpened slightly, and it would be wise not to show open dislike. Many in our world still see him as the one responsible for the Dark Lord's fall. "Ah, Mr. Borgin?" A thin, stooped man had emerged from behind the counter, slicking back his oily hair as he approached. "Mr. Malfoy, always a pleasure," said Mr. Borgin smoothly. "And young Master Malfoy as well, how fortunate. What can I offer you today? I've just acquired several remarkable pieces." "I'm not here to purchase," Mr. Malfoy interrupted coolly. "I'm here to dispose of a few things." "Dispose," the merchant's smile faltered ever so slightly. "I trust you've heard about the Ministry's recent inspections," Mr. Malfoy went on, producing a rolled parchment and handing it over. "There are certain objects in my possession that might attract unwanted attention should they come calling." Mr. Borgin adjusted his pince-nez and studied the list carefully. "Surely the Ministry would not trouble someone of your standing," he said cautiously. Mr. Malfoy's lips curved into a faint, disdainful smile. "I haven't been approached yet," Mr. Malfoy went on. "The Malfoy name still carries influence for now, but the Ministry is becoming increasingly intrusive. There's talk of new legislation to protect Muggles. I wouldn't be surprised if that ridiculous Muggle-obsessed Arthur Weasley is responsible."
At that, Harry felt a sharp flash of anger rise in his chest. "And as you'll notice," Mr. Malfoy continued, tapping the parchment, "some of these substances could raise awkward questions." "I see your concern, sir," said Mr. Borgin quickly. "Perfectly understandable. Let me take a closer look."
"Can I get that?" Draco cut in, pointing toward the shriveled hand resting inside the glass case.
"Ah, the Hand of Glory!" Mr. Borgin exclaimed, instantly abandoning the list and hurrying over. "Place a candle within it, and only the holder can see by its light, an invaluable tool for those who prefer to remain unseen. A most discerning choice, young master." "I would prefer my son to aspire to something higher than burglary," Mr. Malfoy said coolly. "Of course, so no offence intended," Mr. Borgin replied hastily.
bowing his head. Although, Mr. Malfoy added, his tone sharpening, if his academic performance doesn't improve, that may be all he's suited for. That's not fair, Draco protested. The professors all play favourites, especially that Hermione Granger.
You ought to be embarrassed, Mr. Malfoy interrupted sharply. Being outperformed in every subject by a girl with no magical lineage.
A quiet, satisfied breath escaped Harry as he watched Draco flush with a mix of irritation and humiliation. It's a common trend these days, Mr. Borgin chimed in smoothly. Pure wizarding heritage seems to matter less and less. Not to me, Mr. Malfoy replied, his expression tightening.
Certainly not, sir, said Mr. Borgin quickly, bowing again.
Then let us continue, Mr. Malfoy said briskly. I don't have all day, I have other matters to attend to. The two of them began negotiating prices. From inside the cabinet, Harry kept perfectly still as Draco wandered around the shop, drifting closer with each step. He paused to inspect a thick coil of execution rope, then smirked as he read a warning card beside an elaborate opal necklace. Caution! Do not touch! Cursed responsible for the deaths of 19 Muggle owners. Draco turned away, and suddenly the cabinet stood directly before him. He stepped closer. His hand reached out toward the handle.
Agreed, Mr. Malfoy said, from the counter. That will do. Come along, Draco.
Harry let out a silent breath of relief as Draco withdrew. Good day, Mr. Borgin. I'll expect you at the manor tomorrow to collect the items. As soon as the door shut behind them, Mr. Borgin's courteous demeanour vanished. Good day to you as well, Mr. Malfoy, he muttered under his breath. Though I'd wager you've only parted with a fraction of what's really tucked away in that manor of yours. Grumbling to himself, Mr. Borgin retreated into the back of the shop. Harry stayed frozen for a few seconds, listening carefully in case he returned. When no sound came, he eased the cabinet door open and slipped out, moving as quietly as possible past the displays before reaching the exit.
Outside, he pressed his broken glasses against his face and looked around.
He had stepped into a grim, narrow alley lined entirely with shops that gave off a distinctly sinister feeling. The place he'd just escaped, Borgin and Burke's, dominated the street, but the neighbouring storefronts were no more comforting. Across the way, a window displayed a collection of shrunken heads, their expressions frozen in eerie grimaces. A little further along, a metal cage writhed with enormous black spiders. Two ragged-looking wizards lingered in a doorway nearby, eyeing Harry as they whispered to each other. A chill of unease ran through him. Keeping his head down, he started walking, one hand holding his glasses in place, hoping desperately to find some way out. Above one shop, which advertised poisonous candles, a crooked wooden sign creaked slightly. It read, Nocturne Alley. The name meant nothing to him. He grimaced, realizing he must have mispronounced his destination back at the Weasleys. Speaking through a mouthful of ash clearly hadn't helped. Forcing himself to stay calm, he tried to think.
Lost, are we? Came a raspy voice right beside him.
Harry flinched. An old witch stood there, clutching a tray piled with what looked disturbingly like human fingernails. She grinned at him, revealing stained, uneven teeth. Harry instinctively stepped back.
I'm fine, he said quickly. Just... Harry, what do you think you're doing down there?
Relief hit him instantly. The witch startled as well, dropping her tray, fingernails scattered across the ground as she began shouting angrily. Towering over her, the massive figure of Hagrid approached, his dark eyes blazing beneath his thick beard.
Hagrid, Harry gasped. I got lost the flu powder.
Before he could finish, Hagrid grabbed him firmly by the collar and pulled him away, accidentally knocking the rest of the tray aside. The witch's furious cries echoed behind them as Hagrid guided Harry through the twisting alley and out into bright daylight. Ahead, a gleaming white marble building came into view, unmistakable. Gringotts. They were back in Diagon Alley. "Look at the state of ye," Hagrid grumbled, brushing soot off Harry with such force that he nearly shoved him into a barrel of dragon dung outside a nearby apothecary. "Sneaking around Knockturn Alley, not a place for decent folk. Don't want anyone seeing you there."
"I figured that out," Harry said, dodging another over-enthusiastic swipe. "Like I said, I didn't mean to go there. What were you doing in that place anyway?" "Needed summat," Hagrid replied gruffly. "Flesh-eating slug repellent. The things are wrecking the school cabbages." He squinted at Harry. "You're not wandering about on your own, are you?" "I'm staying with the Weasleys," Harry explained. "We got separated. I need to find them again."
"Right then," said Hagrid. Together, they set off down the busy street. "Why didn't you ever send me a reply?" Hagrid asked. As Harry hurried to keep pace beside him, it took several quick steps for every one of Hagrid's long strides. Harry explained everything: Dobby's interference, the blocked letters, and life at the Dursleys.
"Rotten muggles," Hagrid muttered darkly. "If I'd known what they were up to." Harry, over here."
Harry glanced up to see Hermione Granger at the top of the wide marble steps leading into Gringotts. She rushed down toward them, her thick brown hair bouncing behind her. "What on earth happened to your glasses? Hi. Hagrid, it's so good to see you both again. Are you heading into the bank?" Harry.
"Once I find the Weasleys," Harry replied.
"That won't take long," Hagrid said with a knowing grin. Harry and Hermione turned just in time to see a group charging up the crowded street: Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and Mr. Weasley, all looking slightly out of breath.
"Harry," Mr. Weasley called, panting. "We thought you might have just come out at the wrong fireplace." He wiped sweat from his forehead. "Molly's beside herself. She's right behind us."
"Where did you end up?" Ron asked eagerly. "Knockturn Alley," Hagrid answered, his tone heavy. "Brilliant," Fred and George said in unison. "Lucky you," Ron added, sounding envious. "We've never been allowed there."
"And for good reason," Hagrid said gruffly.
At that moment, Mrs. Weasley came hurrying toward them, her bag swinging wildly, Ginny struggling to keep up beside her.
"Oh, Harry, thank goodness you could have ended up anywhere."
Still catching her breath, she pulled out a clothes brush and began dusting him off again, attacking the soot Hagrid had missed. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley took Harry's broken glasses, tapped them lightly with his wand, and handed them back perfectly restored. "Well, I'd best be off," Hagrid said, as Mrs. Weasley clutched his hand in gratitude. "See you all at Hogwarts." Towering above the crowd, he soon disappeared down the street. As they started up the steps toward the bank, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. "Guess who I ran into at Borgin and Burke's Malfoy and his father?" "Did Lucius Malfoy buy anything?" Mr. Weasley asked sharply from behind them.
"No, he was selling things." "Then he's nervous," Mr. Weasley said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "I'd love to catch him out one day." "Arthur, be careful," Mrs. Weasley warned as they entered the bank, bowing slightly to the goblin at the door. "That family isn't to be taken lightly. Don't go getting yourself into trouble."
"So you think I can't handle Lucius Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley said, a bit offended, but his attention shifted almost immediately. Across the vast marble hall, Hermione's parents stood awkwardly at the long counter, clearly unsure of themselves as they waited for her to come over and introduce them. "But you're muggles," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, visibly thrilled. "We really must sit down for a drink together. And what's that you've got there? Are those muggle banknotes? Molly, come look at this." He pointed eagerly at the £10 notes Mr. Granger was holding, clearly fascinated. "We'll meet back here later." Ron told Hermione as a goblin approached to escort Harry and the Weasleys toward their vaults. They travelled deep beneath the bank in small carts driven by goblins, racing along narrow tracks through winding underground tunnels. Harry found the wild ride exciting at first, but his mood quickly shifted when they reached the Weasleys' vault. Inside lay only a modest handful of silver sickles and a single gold galleon. Mrs. Weasley carefully checked every corner before gathering the coins into her bag. Harry felt a sinking discomfort. When they arrived at his own vault, it only grew worse. The piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins gleamed brightly in the dim light. Embarrassed, he stepped in quickly and scooped up several handfuls into a leather pouch, trying to shield the contents from view. Back outside on the wide marble steps, the group split up. Percy mentioned needing to purchase a new quill and wandered off on his own. Fred and George had already spotted Lee Jordan and hurried over to join him. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny headed toward a shop selling second-hand robes, while Mr. Weasley eagerly invited Hermione's parents to the Leaky Cauldron. "We'll meet again at Flourish and Blot's in an hour," Mrs. Weasley called after them. "That's where we'll get your books, and stay out of Knockturn Alley," she added sharply to Fred and George as they disappeared into the crowd. Harry, Ron and Hermione set off together down the bustling, cobbled street. The coins in Harry's pocket clinked temptingly with every step, and he quickly decided to treat them all to large strawberry and peanut butter ice creams. They wandered along happily, eating and pausing to peer into shop windows filled with curious items. Ron lingered in front of quality Quidditch supplies, staring wistfully at a complete set of Chudley Cannon's robes on display. Hermione had to tug him away so they could pick up ink and parchment from the neighbouring shop. At Gamble and Jape's wizarding joke shop, they ran into Fred, George, and Lee, who were enthusiastically buying Dr. Filibuster's impressive fireworks. Later, in a cramped and cluttered junk shop filled with damaged wands, uneven brass scales, and old, stained cloaks, they found Percy. He was completely absorbed in a thick, dull-looking book titled Prefects Who Gained Power. Ron picked it up and read the back cover aloud, a detailed account of Hogwarts prefects and their future achievements. Sounds riveting. "Leave me alone," Percy snapped irritably.
"He's got everything planned out," Ron whispered to Harry and Hermione as they moved away. "Wants to be Minister for Magic one day." An hour later, they made their way toward Flourish and Blot's, but it was clear from a distance that something unusual was happening. A dense crowd had gathered outside the shop, pressing forward in excitement, all trying to get in at once. The reason quickly became obvious from a banner stretched across the windows above.
Gilderoy Lockhart, author of Magical Me book signing today, 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. Hermione's face lit up instantly. "We can meet him. He wrote nearly all our textbooks." Most of the crowd seemed to be middle-aged witches, many craning their necks for a better view. At the entrance, a flustered wizard tried unsuccessfully to maintain order.
"Please, one at a time. No pushing mind the displays." Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed through the doorway and into the shop. A long queue stretched deep inside, ending at a table where Lockhart himself was signing books, grabbing copies of the Standard Book of Spells. Grade 2, they edged their way forward until they reached the Weasleys and the Grangers.
"There you are," Mrs. Weasley said, slightly breathless, smoothing her hair nervously. "We're nearly there." Gradually, Lockhart came into view. He sat surrounded by enormous portraits of himself, each one flashing a dazzling smile or giving a theatrical wink. In person, he was dressed in robes of soft blue that matched his eyes perfectly, his hat perched stylishly atop his carefully arranged hair. Nearby, a short-tempered photographer darted around, snapping pictures with a large camera that released clouds of purple smoke with every flash.
Move aside, he snapped at Ron, stepping on his foot as he adjusted his angle. This is for the Daily Prophet.
Brilliant, Ron muttered, wincing. The noise caught Lockhart's attention. He glanced up first at Ron, then beyond him.
At Harry. He froze for a split second, then he jumped to his feet.
Is it really Harry Potter? A ripple passed through the crowd as people turned, whispering eagerly. Lockhart hurried forward, grabbed Harry by the arm, and pulled him toward the front. Applause erupted around them. Harry felt his face burn as the photographer snapped furiously, filling the air with more purple smoke. "Smile. Harry," Lockhart said brightly, beaming for the camera. "Together, we're quite the headline." When he finally released him, Harry's hand felt numb. He tried to slip back into the crowd, but Lockhart wrapped an arm firmly around his shoulders. "Ladies and gentlemen," he called, raising his hand for silence. What a remarkable occasion. In fact, the perfect moment for a little announcement. The room quieted. When Harry came in today, he simply wanted a copy of my autobiography, which I am delighted to give him. Free of charge. Applause broke out again. But he's about to receive something far greater. Not just my book, but me in person. Harry's glasses slipped down his nose as Lockhart gave him an enthusiastic shake. Yes, I am proud to announce that this September I will be joining Hogwarts as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. The crowd erupted into cheers. Before Harry could react, he found himself burdened with a full set of Lockhart's books, staggering under their weight. He managed to slip away to the side, where Ginny stood beside her new cauldron. "Here," he muttered, tipping the books into it. "You can take these, I'll get my own." Well, enjoying the attention, Potter?" Harry didn't need to turn to recognize the voice. Draco Malfoy stood there, smirking as usual.
"Famous as ever," he sneered. "Can't even walk into a bookshop without making headlines." He didn't ask for that. Ginny snapped her first words to Harry. She glared fiercely at Malfoy.
"Looks like you've got yourself a girlfriend, Potter," Draco drawled. Ginny flushed bright red, just as Ron and Hermione pushed through the crowd, arms full of books.
"Oh, it's you," Ron said, eyeing Malfoy with open dislike. "Didn't expect to see Harry here, did you?"
"Not as much as I didn't expect to see you buying anything," Malfoy shot back. "Must be costing your family a fortune." Ron's face went as red as Ginny's. He dropped his books into the cauldron and lunged forward, but Harry and Hermione quickly held him back.
"Ron," Mr. Weasley called, pushing his way over with Fred and George. "What's going on? There's no room for this. Let's take it outside." Well, Arthur Weasley."
Mr. Malfoy had appeared, resting a hand on Draco's shoulder, his expression cold and amused.
"Lucius," Mr. Weasley replied stiffly. "Busy days at the ministry, I hear," Lucius said. "All those inspections. I trust they're compensating you well."
He reached into Ginny's cauldron and pulled out her worn copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, examining it with disdain. "Evidently not," he added. "Such poor quality. One would think disgracing a wizarding name would at least come with decent pay." Mr. Weasley flushed deeply. "We have very different ideas about what brings disgrace, Malfoy."
"I can see that," Lucius replied, glancing pointedly at the Grangers. "Your choice of company speaks volumes."
Before anyone could react, a loud crash rang out. Ginny's cauldron flew aside as Mr. Weasley lunged at Lucius, slamming him into a bookshelf. Books cascaded down around them. Shouts filled the shop, Fred or George yelling encouragement, Mrs. Weasley screaming for them to stop, customers stumbling backward in panic.
"Enough," Break it up."
Hagrid forced his way through the chaos, grabbing both men and pulling them apart with ease. Mr. Weasley's lip was bleeding. Lucius had taken a heavy book to the eye. Still, he thrust Ginny's battered book back at her, his expression icy. "Take it," he said. "It's clearly all your father can afford." Then he turned and swept out, Draco close behind. "You should have ignored him," Hagrid said, straightening Mr. Weasley's robes. "That family's trouble, through and through." The group quickly left the shop, the Grangers visibly shaken and Mrs. Weasley furious. "Fighting in public, what an example," she muttered. Lockhart didn't mind, Fred said. He was asking the reporter if they could include it, said it would be great publicity. Still, the mood remained tense as they returned to the leaky cauldron. After saying goodbye to the Grangers, Harry prepared to use flu powder again, carefully removing his glasses and tucking them away. He wasn't looking forward to it. Chapter 5. The Whomping Willow. Harry felt that the summer had slipped away far too quickly. Although he was eager to return to Hogwarts, his time at the Burrow had been the happiest he could remember. Thinking about going back to Privet Drive made the contrast painfully clear, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy toward Ron, who actually belonged in a place like this. On their final evening, Mrs. Weasley prepared an enormous meal filled with all of Harry's favourite dishes, finishing with a rich treacle pudding that he could hardly resist. To top it all off, Fred and George put on a lively display of filibuster fireworks, sending sparkling red and blue lights ricocheting around the kitchen for ages. Eventually, the excitement died down, and after a final cup of hot chocolate, everyone headed off to bed. The next morning, however, was anything but calm. They had risen early, yet somehow everything still felt rushed and chaotic. Mrs. Weasley hurried from room to room in mounting frustration, searching for missing socks and forgotten quills. People bumped into each other on the stairs, half-dressed and clutching pieces of toast. Outside, Mr. Weasley nearly stumbled headfirst after tripping over a wandering chicken while hauling Ginny's trunk toward the car. Harry couldn't imagine how they were going to fit everything 8 people. A pile of heavy trunks, 2 owls, and Scabbers into the small Ford Anglia. But he had underestimated Mr. Weasley. "Don't mention this to Molly," Mr. Weasley murmured, giving Harry a conspiratorial look as he opened the boot. Inside, the space had been magically expanded, easily accommodating all the luggage.
At last, everyone squeezed into the car. Mrs. Weasley glanced back at the rear seat, where Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy sat side by side with surprising ease.
"You know," she said thoughtfully, "Muggles might be cleverer than we give them credit for." She settled into the front beside Ginny, where the seat had been stretched to an almost bench-like size. You'd never guess it was this spacious just by looking at it from the outside, would you? Mr. Weasley turned the key in the ignition, and the car rumbled to life as they rolled out of the yard. Harry twisted around in his seat, taking one last look at the Burrow. He had barely begun to wonder when he might return. When they were suddenly heading back again, George had forgotten his box of filibuster fireworks. Not long after that, they stopped once more so Fred could dash inside and retrieve his broomstick. Then, just as they were nearing the main road, Ginny let out a panicked cry. She had left her diary behind. By the time she scrambled back into the car, they were badly behind schedule, and everyone's nerves were starting to fray. Mr. Weasley checked his watch, then glanced at his wife.
"Molly did, perhaps?" "No, Arthur. Honestly, no one would notice. I installed a little feature invisibility booster. We could lift straight up, fly above the clouds. We'd be there in minutes." I said no, Mrs. Weasley cut in firmly. Not in the middle of the day.
They finally reached King's Cross with only minutes to spare. Mr. Weasley hurried off to fetch luggage trolleys while the rest of them rushed into the busy station. Harry had done this once before. The challenge wasn't the train itself, it was reaching platform 9 3/4, hidden from ordinary people. The trick was to walk straight through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 without drawing attention. "Percy, you go first," Mrs. Weasley said, glancing anxiously at the large clock overhead. They had only a few minutes left. Percy marched forward without hesitation and disappeared. Mr. Weasley followed, then Fred and George.
"I'll take Ginny," Mrs. Weasley said quickly. "You two come right after."
She grasped Ginny's hand and moved toward the barrier, and in an instant, both of them were gone.
"Let's do it together," Ron said, urgency creeping into his voice. "We've got no time."
Harry secured Hedwig's cage on top of his trunk and positioned his trolley. Compared to travelling by Floo powder, this felt simple enough. They leaned forward, gripping the handles, and began to walk briskly toward the barrier. As they got closer, they picked up speed, then broke into a run, and slammed straight into solid metal. The impact sent both trolleys rebounding. Ron's trunk crashed to the ground, Harry was knocked flat, and Hedwig's cage skidded across the polished floor, the owl screeching furiously, heads turned all around them. A nearby guard stormed over. "What do you think you're doing?" "I lost control of the trolley," Harry said breathlessly, wincing as he pushed himself upright and held his aching ribs. "Nearby." Ron scrambled after Hedwig, who was screeching loudly enough to draw disapproving looks from passers-by, muttering about animal mistreatment. "Why isn't it working?" Harry muttered urgently.
"I have no idea."
Ron glanced around in panic. A small crowd had gathered, watching them with open curiosity. "We're going to miss it," Ron said under his breath. "I don't get it. The entrance shouldn't just close like that." Harry's eyes flicked up to the large clock overhead. A sinking feeling settled in his stomach as the seconds ticked down.
10, 9...
He pushed his trolley forward again, pressing it firmly against the barrier and shoving with all his strength. It didn't budge. 3, 2, 1...
"It's gone," Ron said blankly. "The train's left. What if Mum and Dad can't get back through? Do you have any muggle money?"
Harry let out a dry, humourless laugh. "The Dursleys haven't given me money in years." Ron leaned close to the barrier, pressing his ear against it.
"I can't hear anything," he said anxiously. "What are we supposed to do? We don't know when they'll come back."
They both glanced around again. People were still staring, mostly because Hedwig hadn't stopped protesting.
"Maybe we should head back to the car," Harry suggested. "We're attracting too much attention." "Harry!" Ron suddenly exclaimed, his face lighting up. "The car!"
"What about it?"
"We can take it flight to Hogwarts."
Harry hesitated, but I thought. "We don't have a choice," Ron said quickly. "We're stuck here, and we need to get to school. And underage magic's allowed in emergencies. There's a rule about it. Section something of the restriction law." "But your parents," Harry said, glancing back at the barrier and giving it one last push. "How are they going to get home?" "They don't need the car," Ron said impatiently. "They can apparate disappear and reappear at home. They only use the car or Floo powder because we're not old enough yet." Harry hesitated, then felt his anxiety shift into something sharper, almost thrilling.
"You know how to fly it." "Easy," Ron said confidently, turning his trolley toward the exit. "Come on if we're quick. We might even catch up with the train."
They pushed through the watching crowd and made their way out of the station, back to the quiet side street where the old Ford Anglia was parked. Ron unlocked the trunk with a few taps of his wand, revealing the magically expanded space inside. They loaded their luggage back in, settled Hedwig in the rear seat, and climbed into the front, ready to go. "Make sure no one's around," Ron said, tapping his wand once more to start the engine. Harry leaned out of the window and scanned the street below. Cars moved steadily along the busy road ahead, but the lane where they were parked was completely deserted.
"All clear," he said.
Ron immediately pressed a small silver switch on the dashboard.
At once, the car disappeared.
So did they. Harry could still feel everything, the faint tremor of the engine, the firmness of the seat beneath him, the weight of his glasses on his face, but when he looked down, there was nothing to see. It was as though he had become nothing more than a pair of floating eyes suspended above the pavement. "Right, off we go," Ron's voice said from somewhere beside him. The ground dropped away. The buildings on either side of the street shrank rapidly as the car lifted into the air, and within moments London stretched out beneath them, hazy with smoke and glinting in the sunlight. Then, with a sudden pop, the car flickered back into view.
"Oh no," Ron muttered, stabbing at the invisibility control. "It's acting up."
Both of them began hitting the button. The car vanished again, then reappeared almost instantly.
"Hang on," Ron shouted.
He slammed his foot down and the car surged upward, shooting straight into the thick blanket of low clouds. Everything around them turned grey and dim. "What now?" Harry asked, blinking as fog pressed in from every side. "We need to keep sight of the train," Ron said. "Otherwise we won't know which way to go."
"Then go back down fast."
The car dipped beneath the cloud layer, and both boys twisted around in their seats, searching the ground below.
"There!" Harry shouted suddenly. "Straight ahead!"
Far beneath them, the Hogwarts Express raced along the tracks like a long scarlet ribbon.
"North," Ron said, glancing at the dashboard compass. "Good. We'll just check in on it every so often."
With that, they climbed back into the clouds. A moment later, they burst through the top of them and into brilliant sunlight. The world above was breathtaking. The car skimmed across a vast ocean of white cloud, its wheels almost brushing the soft billows below. Above them, the sky stretched endlessly blue, and the sun blazed so brightly it made Harry squint. "The only thing we need to watch out for now is airplanes," Ron said. They exchanged a look. Then both of them burst into laughter, the kind that comes from fear, turning suddenly into exhilaration, and for a long while neither of them could stop. For a while it felt unreal, like drifting through some strange, perfect dream. Harry couldn't imagine a better way to travel. They soared through towering shapes of cloud, twisting and curling like frozen castles. The car bathed in warm sunlight. A stash of toffees sat within easy reach, and the thought of Fred and George's envy when they arrived in spectacular fashion at Hogwarts made it all feel even better. Every so often, they dipped beneath the clouds to check on the train, and each time the view below had changed. London disappeared quickly, replaced by tidy patchworks of farmland, then rolling stretches of purple moorland. Cities passed beneath them, alive with movement, their traffic crawling like tiny, colourful insects. Villages looked like miniature models, complete with delicate church towers. But after several hours, the excitement began to fade. The sweets had left them parched, and they had nothing to drink. Both of them had shed their sweaters, yet the heat still clung to them. Harry's shirt stuck uncomfortably to the seat, and his glasses kept slipping down his damp nose. The clouds, once fascinating, had lost their novelty. Instead, he found himself thinking about the train below, about the cool drinks sold from the trolley, about the ease of sitting back and letting the journey take care of itself. Why hadn't the barrier worked?
"Can't be much farther, can it?" Ron said hoarsely after a long silence.
The sun was beginning to sink, casting a deep pink glow across the cloud layer beneath them.
"Want to check again?"
They dipped down once more. Far below, the Hogwarts Express was still moving steadily forward, weaving past a mountain capped with snow. The world beneath the clouds had grown noticeably darker. Ron pressed the accelerator, sending them climbing again, but this time the engine made an unfamiliar whining sound. Harry looked at Ron.
Ron glanced back. "It's fine," Ron said quickly. "Probably just tired. It's never flown this far before."
Neither of them mentioned the noise again. But it didn't stop. If anything, it grew louder as the sky deepened into evening. Stars began to appear, scattered across the darkening sky. Harry pulled his sweater back on, trying not to think about the sound or the way the windshield wipers had started moving weakly, almost as if the car itself were complaining. "Almost there," Ron murmured, though it sounded like he was reassuring the car more than Harry. He tapped the dashboard uneasily. Just a bit farther. When they dipped below the clouds again, darkness had thickened, forcing them to strain their eyes for anything familiar.
"There!" Harry suddenly cried, making both Ron and Hedwig jump. "Look straight ahead!" Against the shadowy horizon that perched high above the lake, the outline of Hogwarts rose a jagged silhouette of towers and turrets.
But something was wrong. The car began to tremble, its speed faltering.
"Come on," Ron coaxed, shaking the wheels slightly. "You can do it. We're nearly there."
The engine responded with a strained groan. Thin streams of steam curled out from beneath the hood. Harry tightened his grip on the seat as they sped toward the dark stretch of water below. The car lurched violently. Harry glanced down. Far beneath them lay the lake, smooth and black as glass. Ron's hands were clenched tight around the wheel, his knuckles pale. The car shuddered again.
"Come on," Ron whispered.
They passed over the lake now. The castle loomed directly ahead. Ron pushed the accelerator harder.
A sharp clank, a choking sputter.
Then silence.
"Oh no," Ron breathed.
The engine had died. The front of the car tipped downward. They were no longer flying, they were falling, picking up speed as the castle wall rushed toward them.
"No," Ron shouted, wrenching the wheel sideways.
The car veered just in time, missing the stone by inches. It swung wide in a desperate arc, soaring over the greenhouses, then the gardens, and finally out across the open lawns, but they were still dropping, faster and faster. Ron released the wheel completely, fumbling for his wand.
"Stop, stop," he yelled, banging frantically on the dashboard and windshield. Nothing changed.
The ground surged up to meet them. "The tree," Harry shouted, lunging for the wheel. Too late. Crash. The impact exploded through the car as metal slammed into wood. They hit the massive trunk and dropped hard onto the ground. Steam poured from the crushed hood. Hedwig screeched wildly. Harry's head throbbed where it had struck the glass. Beside him, Ron let out a hollow groan.
"Are you all right?" Harry asked quickly. "My wand," Ron said weakly. "Look at it."
It was broken, nearly snapped in half, the tip hanging uselessly by a few splintered fibers. Harry started to speak, ready to suggest fixing it later, but he never got the chance. Something slammed into his side of the car with enormous force, throwing him sideways into Ron. Another heavy blow struck the roof.
"What?" Ron stared ahead in horror.
Harry turned just in time to see a thick branch crash against the windshield. The tree was moving.
Not just moving, attacking.
Its trunk twisted, bending unnaturally, while huge, knotted branches lashed out like living whips, hammering the car from every direction they could reach. "Ah!" Ron yelped as another gnarled branch slammed into his door, leaving a deep dent. The windshield rattled violently under a barrage of smaller blows, while a massive limb, thick as a battering ram, hammered down on the roof, which was beginning to buckle inward.
"Get out!" Ron shouted, throwing himself against the door, but before he could escape, a savage swing from another branch knocked him backward, landing squarely on top of Harry.
"We're finished," Ron groaned as the ceiling sagged dangerously overhead. Then, suddenly the car shuddered beneath them. The engine roared back to life. "Back up," Harry shouted. The car lurched into reverse, shooting away from the tree. Even then, the furious branches continued to lash at them, and they could hear the roots groaning as if the tree were trying to tear itself free of the ground to pursue them. "That was," Ron gasped. "Way too close. Good car." But the car had had enough. With two sharp clicks, the doors burst open. Harry felt his seat tilt, and in the next instant he was sprawled across the damp grass. Heavy thumps echoed behind him as their trunks were hurled out of the boot. Hedwig's cage flew through the air, burst open on impact, and she shot skyward with an indignant screech, disappearing toward the castle without a glance back. The car itself, battered, smoking, and covered in dents, gave a final rumble before rolling away into the darkness, its taillights glowing like angry eyes. "Come back!" Ron shouted, waving his broken wand helplessly. "My dad's gonna kill me!" But the car vanished completely, leaving only silence behind. "Unbelievable," Ron muttered miserably, scooping up Scabbers. "Out of every tree we could have crashed into, it had to be one that fights back." He glanced nervously at the towering tree, which was still thrashing its branches as if daring them to return. "Come on," Harry said tiredly. "We need to get inside." This was nothing like the grand entrance they had imagined. Sore, cold, and exhausted, they dragged their heavy trunks up the slope toward the massive front doors of the castle.
"I think the feast has already started," Ron whispered, dropping his trunk at the foot of the steps and sneaking over to a brightly lit window. "Harry, look! It's the sorting—"
Harry joined him, and together they peered inside the great hall. Hundreds of candles floated in the air above 4 long tables packed with students, their golden plates and goblets shimmering in the light. Above them, the enchanted ceiling reflected a clear, star-filled sky. Through a sea of pointed black hats, Harry spotted a line of nervous first-year students making their way into the hall. Among them was Ginny, her bright red hair making her easy to pick out. At the front, Professor McGonagall stood poised, placing the famous sorting hat on a stool before the waiting children. "Well," Snape said in a low, measured voice, "it seems the train was not quite suitable for the renowned Harry Potter and his ever-present companion. Mr. Weasley, you preferred something more dramatic, perhaps."
"No," said the barrier at King's Cross. "It wouldn't—" "Quiet!" Snape cut in sharply. "Where is the car now?" Ron swallowed hard. For a moment, Harry had the uneasy feeling that Snape had somehow read their thoughts, but then Snape produced a newspaper and spread it open before them. "You've been noticed?" he said, his voice dropping to a hiss.
The headline blazed across the page, "Flying Ford Anglia amazes Muggles." Snape began reading, his tone dripping with contempt. Reports of sightings in London, Norfolk, Scotland, multiple witnesses, all describing a car soaring through the sky. "I believe your father works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office," Snape added, glancing up at Ron with a thin, unpleasant smile. How unfortunate, his own son involved in such a spectacle. Harry's stomach twisted. The thought hadn't even crossed his mind what this might mean for Mr. Weasley.
"And during my inspection of the grounds," Snape continued, "I observed that significant damage has been inflicted upon a rather valuable whomping willow." "That tree attacked us," Ron burst out. "It did more damage than we."
"Silence," Snape snapped again. "Regrettably, neither of you belongs to my house, or I would have taken great pleasure in dealing with this matter myself. Instead, I must summon those who have the authority to decide your fate. You will remain here." The door closed behind him. Harry and Ron stared at each other, both pale. Harry's appetite had vanished entirely, replaced by a heavy knot of dread. His eyes drifted unwillingly to a jar behind Snape's desk, where something large and slimy floated in green liquid. If Professor McGonagall came, things wouldn't be much better. She might be fair, but she was far from lenient. After what felt like far longer than it actually was, the door opened again. Snape returned, and with him came Professor McGonagall. Harry had seen her angry before, but this was different. Her lips were pressed so tightly they were almost invisible. The moment she entered, she raised her wand. Harry and Ron both flinched, but instead of striking them, she pointed it toward the empty fireplace. Flames burst to life instantly. "Sit down," she said curtly. They obeyed at once, backing into chairs near the fire.
"Explain yourselves."
Her glasses flashed in the firelight as she waited. Ron began speaking quickly, recounting everything: the barrier, the failed attempt to reach the platform, the missed train. "So we didn't have any other option, Professor."
"Why," Professor McGonagall said coldly, turning to Harry, "did you not send a message by owl? You do, I believe, possess one."
Harry blinked, stunned. The answer seemed painfully obvious now.
I didn't think of it."
"That," she said sharply, "is quite clear."
At that moment, there was a knock at the door.
Snape moved to open it, looking distinctly satisfied. Standing there was the headmaster himself, Professor Dumbledore. Harry felt a sudden chill spread through him, as though all sensation had drained from his body. Dumbledore's expression was unusually serious. He regarded them over the rim of his crooked nose, and for a fleeting moment, Harry almost wished they were back outside, being battered by the whomping willow instead. Silence stretched on.
"At last," Dumbledore spoke. "Tell me why you chose to do this."
He didn't raise his voice, but that somehow made it worse. The quiet disappointment in his tone stung far more than anger would have. Harry couldn't bring himself to meet his gaze. Instead, he stared down at his own knees and began recounting everything that had happened, though carefully avoiding any mention that the car belonged to Mr. Weasley. He made it sound as though they had simply come across it by chance. He was certain Dumbledore would see straight through the story. But no questions came. When Harry finished, Dumbledore continued to look at them thoughtfully through his glasses. "I suppose we'd better go and collect our things," Ron said weakly.
"What are you talking about?" Professor McGonagall snapped.
"You're expelling us, aren't you?" Ron replied. Harry glanced anxiously at Dumbledore. "Not today, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said calmly. "However, I must make it very clear how serious this situation is. I will be writing to both of your families this evening, and I must warn you if anything like this happens again. I will have no alternative but to expel you." Snape's expression tightened, as though he had just been denied something he had greatly anticipated. Clearing his throat, he spoke with forced restraint. "Professor Dumbledore, these students have violated the decree for the restriction of underage wizardry and caused considerable damage to school property. Surely behavior of this kind. The matter of their punishment will be decided by Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore interrupted smoothly. "They belong to her house, and therefore fall under her care." He turned slightly. "I must return to the feast. Minerva, there are announcements to make. Severus, do come along. I believe there is a particularly appealing custard tart I should like to try." Snape cast a final venomous glare at Harry and Ron before following Dumbledore out of the room. The door shut, leaving them alone with Professor McGonagall, who was still watching them with sharp, unyielding eyes.
"You should go to the hospital wing. Weasley," she said briskly. "You're bleeding."
"It's nothing," Ron replied quickly, wiping at the cut above his eye. "Professor, I was hoping to see my sister get sorted." "The sorting has already concluded," Professor McGonagall said. "Your sister has been placed in Gryffindor."
"Oh, good," Ron said, visibly relieved. And as for Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall began sternly, but Harry spoke up before she could continue.
"Professor, when we took the car, term hadn't officially started yet, so Gryffindor shouldn't lose points for it, should it?" he asked, watching her carefully. She fixed him with a sharp look. For a fleeting second, Harry thought her expression softened, not quite a smile, but close enough to give him hope. "I will not deduct any points from Gryffindor," she said. Relief flooded through him. "However, both of you will serve detention." That was far better than Harry had feared. And as for Dumbledore writing to the Dursleys, that hardly mattered. If anything, they'd probably be disappointed the tree hadn't crushed him entirely. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall conjured a plate piled high with sandwiches, along with 2 goblets and a jug of chilled pumpkin juice. "You will eat here and then go directly to your dormitory," she instructed. "I must return to the feast." As soon as she left, Ron let out a long breath.
"I thought we were finished," he said, immediately grabbing a sandwich.
"Same here," Harry admitted, doing the same. "Still," Ron added, talking through a mouthful, "can you believe it? Fred and George have taken that car out loads of times, and no one ever spotted them." He swallowed and took another bite. "Why didn't the barrier work for us?" Harry shrugged. "We'll have to be more careful from now on," he said, taking a long drink. "Shame we missed the feast, though." "She didn't want us turning up like heroes," Ron said knowingly. "Wouldn't want anyone thinking that sort of thing's impressive." After eating as much as they could, despite the plate mysteriously refilling itself, they left the office and made their way through the quiet castle toward Gryffindor Tower. The corridors were empty now, the feast clearly over. They passed whispering portraits and suits of armor that creaked as they went, climbing winding staircases until they reached the familiar hallway with the hidden entrance. The portrait of the plump lady in pink silk regarded them.
"Password?" she asked.
Harry hesitated. They hadn't learned the new one yet, but before they could worry further, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Hermione came rushing up. "There you are," she exclaimed. "Where have you been? There are all sorts of rumors. Someone said you crashed a flying car and got expelled." "We're still here, aren't we?" Harry said. "You don't mean you actually flew here?" Hermione asked, sounding almost as strict as Professor McGonagall.
"Less lecturing, more password," Ron cut in.
"Wattlebird," Hermione said quickly, "but that's not the point." The portrait swung open before she could continue. A wave of cheers erupted. The Gryffindor common room was packed, every student still awake, many standing on chairs and tables as though waiting for a show. Hands reached out, pulling Harry and Ron inside, while Hermione squeezed in behind them. "That was brilliant," shouted Lee Jordan, flying a car into the Whomping Willow Legendary.
"Absolutely brilliant," someone else added, clapping Harry on the back.
Fred and George pushed through the crowd, grinning. "Honestly, why didn't we come along?" they said in unison. Ron's ears had gone bright red. though he couldn't stop smiling. Harry, however, noticed Percy in the background, looking thoroughly unimpressed as he tried to push his way forward, clearly intending to scold them. Harry nudged Ron and nodded in Percy's direction. Ron understood instantly. "We should probably get some sleep," he announced loudly. They began edging toward the staircase, dodging congratulations and pats on the back. "Good night," Harry called to Hermione, who looked almost as disapproving as Percy.
At last, they escaped the noise and climbed the spiral staircase to their dormitory. The familiar room greeted them round, cosy, with 5 four-poster beds draped in red velvet. Their trunks had already been placed at the foot of each bed. Ron glanced at Harry with a guilty grin. "I know I shouldn't feel like this, but that was kind of brilliant."
Before Harry could reply, the door burst open and the other boys rushed in, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom.
"That was incredible," said Seamus.
"Seriously impressive," Dean added.
"Amazing," Neville said, wide-eyed.
Harry couldn't help himself. He smiled too. Chapter 6. Gilderoy Lockhart. The next day, Harry found very little to smile about. The shift began at breakfast in the Great Hall. The 4 house tables were crowded with bowls of porridge, platters of kippers, stacks of toast, and plates piled high with eggs and bacon, all beneath a bewitched ceiling that today hung low and grey with clouds. Harry and Ron took their seats at the Gryffindor table beside Hermione, who already had voyages with vampires open, propped against a jug of milk. She greeted them with a restrained morning, her tone stiff enough to make it clear she still hadn't forgiven their dramatic arrival. Neville Longbottom, however, seemed in much brighter spirits, round-faced and perpetually forgetful. He beamed at them. "The post should be here any second," he said eagerly. "Gran's sending me a few things I left behind." Harry had barely taken a spoonful of porridge when a rush of wings filled the air. Dozens upon dozens of owls swooped into the hall, circling overhead before dropping letters and parcels into the lively crowd below. A bulky package smacked Neville on the head, and almost immediately afterward a large grey shape plunged straight into Hermione's milk jug, splashing milk and feathers everywhere.
"Errol?" Ron exclaimed, hauling the limp owl out by its legs. The exhausted bird collapsed onto the table, motionless, a damp red envelope clamped in its beak. "Oh no," Ron breathed.
"He's still alive?" Hermione said, gently nudging the owl. "It's not that it's this," Ron replied, pointing at the envelope. To Harry, it looked ordinary enough, but Ron and Neville stared at it as though it were about to detonate. "What's wrong?" Harry asked.
It's a howler," Ron said weakly.
"You should open it," Neville whispered nervously. "It's worse if you don't. My gran sent me one once I ignored it and—" He swallowed hard. It was awful. Harry glanced between their alarmed expressions and the red envelope. "What's a howler?" he asked. But Ron didn't answer. The envelope had begun to smoke at the edges, curling ominously.
"Open it," Neville urged again. "It'll be over quickly."
With a trembling hand, Ron pulled the letter free from Errol's beak and tore it open. Neville immediately clamped his hands over his ears. A split second later, Harry understood why an explosive roar burst from the envelope, echoing through the entire hall and rattling the very ceiling above them.
"Stealing the car. I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. Just wait until I get hold of you. Did it ever cross your mind what your father and I went through when we realized it was gone?"
Mrs. Weasley's voice, magnified to an unbearable volume, thundered across the hall. Plates clattered, spoons rattled, and her furious shouting bounced off the stone walls. Heads turned from every direction to find the unlucky recipient, while Ron shrank lower and lower in his seat until only the top of his bright red hair remained visible. "We got a letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father would collapse from shame. We did not raise you to act like this. You and Harry could have been killed." Harry winced as his name rang out. He fixed his gaze stubbornly on his bowl, pretending he couldn't hear the voice that seemed to be drilling straight through his skull. "I am absolutely disgusted. Your father is being investigated at work, and it's all because of you. If you step out of line again, we will bring you straight back home."
Then, abruptly, silence.
The scarlet envelope slipped from Ron's fingers, burst into flames, and crumbled into ash. For a moment, Harry and Ron sat frozen, as if a wave had just crashed over them and left them stunned in its wake. A few scattered snickers broke out, and gradually the hall filled once more with chatter. Hermione shut her copy of Voyages with Vampires and looked down at Ron.
"Well, honestly, but Ron, what did you expect? You?"
"Don't start saying I deserved that," Ron snapped. Harry pushed his breakfast aside, his appetite gone. Guilt churned inside him. Mr. Weasley was in trouble at work because of them. After everything the Weasleys had done for him over the summer, this was how it turned out. Before he could dwell on it, Professor McGonagall arrived, moving along the Gryffindor table and distributing class schedules. Harry glanced at his. First up was double herbology with the Hufflepuffs. Soon after, Ron and Hermione made their way out of the castle, across the vegetable patch, and toward the greenhouses where magical plants were grown. At least the Howler had one positive effect. Hermione seemed satisfied that justice had been served and was speaking to them normally again. As they approached, they saw their classmates already gathered outside, waiting. They had barely joined the group when Professor Sprout appeared, striding briskly across the lawn with Gilderoy Lockhart at her side. Her arms were laden with bandages, and Harry couldn't help noticing, with another pang of guilt, the distant, whomping willow, several of its battered branches now wrapped carefully in slings. Professor Sprout was a short, stocky witch whose patched hat barely contained her unruly hair. Her robes were usually smudged with soil, and her fingernails perpetually caked with dirt would have horrified Aunt Petunia. In sharp contrast, Gilderoy Lockhart stood beside her in flawless turquoise robes, his golden hair gleaming beneath a carefully angled hat trimmed with gold.
"Oh, hello," he called brightly, flashing a dazzling smile at the gathered students. "I was just explaining to Professor Sprout the proper way to treat a whomping willow. Not that I'd want you to think I know more about herbology than she does, merely that I've encountered quite a few unusual plants in my travels."
"Greenhouse 3 today, everyone," Professor Sprout announced briskly, though her expression suggested she was far from pleased. A ripple of excitement ran through the class. Until now, they had only worked in Greenhouse 1. Greenhouse 3 was known for housing much rarer and more dangerous specimens. Producing a large key from her belt, Professor Sprout unlocked the door. A wave of warm, earthy air drifted out, thick with the scent of damp soil, fertilizer, and the overpowering fragrance of enormous flowers hanging from the ceiling like colorful umbrellas. Harry was just about to follow Ron and Hermione inside when Lockhart suddenly reached out and stopped him. "Harry, a moment, if you please," he said. "You don't mind if he's a bit late, do you, Professor Sprout?" From the look on her face, she clearly did, but Lockhart cheerfully ignored it. "Excellent," he said, shutting the greenhouse door right in front of her.
"Harry," Lockhart began, turning back with a radiant smile. "Harry, Harry, Harry."
Harry stared at him, completely baffled. "When I heard what happened, well, naturally, I blamed myself. I could have kicked myself." Harry blinked. He hadn't the faintest idea what Lockhart meant and was about to say so, But Lockhart carried on without pause. "I've rarely been so shocked. Flying a car all the way to Hogwarts, but of course I immediately understood your motive. It was obvious. Harry. It was astonishing how Lockhart managed to display every one of his gleaming teeth even when he wasn't speaking. Got a taste for fame, did I? Lockhart said, knowingly. Set you off, I expect. One moment you're on the front page with me, next thing you know, you're eager for another headline.
Oh no, Professor, actually. Harry, Lockhart interrupted, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. I quite understand. Once you've had that first brush with attention, it's only natural to crave more. And really, I must take some responsibility. It was bound to go to your head. But listen carefully. My boy, flying cars to school is not the way to keep yourself in the spotlight. You must learn to restrain yourself. There'll be plenty of opportunities for glory later in life.
He leaned in slightly, still smiling broadly. I know exactly what you're thinking. Easy for him to say. He's already world famous. But believe it or not, when I was your age, I was just as unknown as you are now, perhaps even more so. After all, people have heard of you, haven't they? That little incident with you-know-who. His eyes flicked to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Of course, it's not quite the same as winning Which Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times consecutively, as I have, but still, it's a beginning. Harry, a beginning. With a final wink, he turned and swept away across the grounds. Harry stood rooted to the spot for a moment, utterly bewildered. Then, remembering he was meant to be in class, he hurried into the greenhouse. Inside, Professor Sprout stood behind a long wooden bench at the centre. Lined up across it were about 20 pairs of earmuffs in assorted colours. Once Harry squeezed in between Ron and Hermione, she addressed the class. Today we'll be repotting mandrakes. Now then, who can tell me the properties of the mandrake?
As expected, Hermione's hand shot up instantly.
Mandrake, or mandragora, is a highly potent restorative, she recited, sounding as though she'd memorized the textbook word for word. It's used to return people who have been transformed or cursed back to their original state. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor, said Professor Sprout approvingly. The mandrake is a key ingredient in many antidotes, Professor Sprout continued. However, it is also highly dangerous. Can anyone tell me why? Hermione's hand shot up so fast it nearly knocked Harry's glasses off. The mandrake's cry is deadly to anyone who hears it, she answered without hesitation. Exactly. Another 10 points to Gryffindor, said Professor Sprout. Now then, these mandrakes are still quite young. She gestured towards several deep trays, and the class crowded closer. Inside were rows upon rows of small, bushy plants, tinged purplish green. To Harry they looked completely ordinary, and he couldn't imagine what Hermione meant by their cry.
Everyone, take a pair of earmuffs, Professor Sprout instructed.
There was a rush as students grabbed for a pair, most trying to avoid the pink, fluffy ones. When I tell you to put them on, make sure your ears are completely covered, she said firmly. When it's safe to remove them, I'll signal, right earmuffs on. Harry quickly fitted his over his ears, and all sound vanished at once. Across from them, Professor Sprout placed a bright pink pair over her own ears, rolled up her sleeves, gripped one of the plants firmly, and yanked. Harry's mouth fell open in silent shock. Instead of roots, a tiny, muddy, and incredibly ugly baby emerged from the soil. Leaves sprouted directly from its head. Its skin was pale green and blotchy, and though Harry couldn't hear it, it was clearly screaming at full volume. Professor Sprout calmly picked up a pot and shoved the mandrake inside, covering it with dark compost until only the leaves remained visible. Then she brushed off her hands, gave the class a thumbs up, and removed her earmuffs. As these are only seedlings, Their cries won't be fatal just yet, she explained matter-of-factly. However, they can knock you unconscious for several hours. And since I doubt any of you wish to spend your first day back asleep, keep your earmuffs firmly on while working. I'll let you know when it's safe to remove them. She gestured around. Groups of 4 to a tray. Pots are here. Compost over there, and mind the venomous tentacula. It's teething. As she spoke, she smacked a dark, red, spiky plant, causing its creeping tendrils to snap back quickly. Harry, Ron and Hermione were soon joined by a curly-haired Hufflepuff boy Harry recognized but had never spoken to before. Justin Finch Fletchley, he introduced himself cheerfully, shaking Harry's hand. Course I know who you are, Harry Potter. He turned next to Hermione. And you must be Hermione Granger, top of the class in everything. Hermione smiled brightly as he shook her hand. And Ron Weasley. That was your flying car, wasn't it? Ron didn't return the smile. The memory of the howler clearly hadn't faded.
Lockhart's incredible, isn't he? Justin went on enthusiastically as they began filling pots with dragon dung compost. So brave. Have you read his books? I'd have been terrified if I'd been trapped in a phone booth with a werewolf, but he kept his cool and Zap handled it brilliantly.
My name was down for Eton, you know, Justin continued proudly. But I'm awfully glad I ended up here instead. Mum was a bit disappointed at first, but once she read Lockhart's books, she started to see the advantages of having a fully trained wizard in the family. After that, our conversation became impossible. They had to put their earmuffs back on and focus on the mandrakes. What Professor Sprout had made look simple turned out to be anything but. The mandrakes resisted being pulled out of the soil, yet didn't seem eager to go back in either. They wriggled, kicked, punched with tiny fists, and snapped their teeth furiously. Harry spent nearly 10 minutes wrestling with one particularly plump specimen, trying to force it into its pot. By the end of the lesson, everyone was exhausted, sweaty, sore, and covered head to toe in dirt. The class trudged back to the castle for a quick wash before the Gryffindors headed off to Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's lessons were never easy, but today felt especially brutal. Over the summer, it seemed as though everything Harry had learned had simply vanished. His task was to turn a beetle into a button, but instead he only managed to chase it endlessly across his desk as it dodged his wand.
Ron, meanwhile, was having an even worse time. His wand, poorly repaired with spellotape, was clearly beyond saving. It crackled and sparked unpredictably, and every attempt at a spell ended in a puff of foul-smelling grey smoke. At one point, blinded by the fumes, Ron accidentally crushed his beetle with his elbow and had to request another. Professor McGonagall was far from impressed.
When the lunch bell finally rang, Harry felt immense relief. His mind was completely drained. As the class filed out, Ron lingered behind, furiously banging his wand against the desk.
Stupid, useless thing.
Why don't you just write home for a new one? Harry suggested, just as the wand gave a series of loud pops like a firecracker.
Yeah, and get another howler in return, Ron muttered, shoving the smoking wand into his bag. Serves you right for breaking it.
They made their way down to lunch, where Ron's mood didn't improve when Hermione proudly displayed the perfectly formed buttons she had managed to produce. So what do we have this afternoon? Harry asked quickly, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. Defense against the dark arts, Hermione replied immediately. Ron grabbed her timetable. Why, he demanded, have you decorated all of Lockhart's lessons with little hearts? Hermione snatched it back, her face flushing bright red. After lunch, they stepped out into the grey courtyard. Hermione settled on a stone step and buried herself in voyages with vampires once more. Harry and Ron stood nearby, chatting about Quidditch, until Harry noticed someone watching him intently. He looked up to see a small, pale boy, the same one he'd noticed during the sorting, staring at him as if spellbound. The boy clutched what looked like a regular Muggle camera, and the instant Harry met his gaze, his face turned a deep shade of red. "All right, Harry, I'm Colin Creevey," he blurted, inching closer with visible nerves. "I'm in Gryffindor too. Do you think would it be okay if could I take a picture?" He lifted his camera hopefully. "A picture?" Harry echoed, confused. "So I can prove I've met you," Colin rushed on, stepping nearer. "I've heard everything about you, how you survived when you-know-who tried to kill you, how he vanished, and about the lightning-shaped scar on your forehead." His eyes darted to Harry's hairline. "One of the boys in my dorm said if I use the right potion to develop the film, the photos will move." He inhaled sharply, trembling with excitement. "This place is incredible, isn't it? I never realized the strange things I could do were magic until I got my Hogwarts letter. My dad's a milkman. He couldn't believe it. I'm taking loads of pictures to send him. And it would be brilliant to have one of you." He looked at Harry pleadingly. "Maybe your friend could take it while I stand beside you, and could you sign it?" "Signed photos? You're handing out signed photos, Potter?" Draco Malfoy's sharp, mocking voice cut across the courtyard. He had appeared just behind Colin, as usual, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle.
"Form a queue," Malfoy called loudly. "Harry Potter's distributing autographs." "I'm not," Harry snapped, clenching his fists. "Shut it, Malfoy!" "You're just jealous," Colin said quickly, his thin frame dwarfed by Crabbe's bulk.
"Jealous?" Malfoy replied coolly, no longer needing to raise his voice as more students tuned in. "Of what? I certainly don't fancy a nasty scar slashed across my head. Doesn't strike me as something to be proud of." Crabbe and Goyle snickered.
"Eat slugs, Malfoy!" Ron shot back. Crabbe's grin faded as he cracked his knuckles threateningly.
"Careful, Weasley," Malfoy sneered. "'Cause trouble and your mummy might come fetch you home," he mimicked in a high-pitched voice. "Step out of line again." Nearby Slytherins burst into laughter. "Maybe Weasley wants an autograph too," Malfoy added with a smirk. "Might be worth more than his entire house." Ron yanked out his wand, still patched with spellotape, but Hermione snapped her book shut and hissed, "Watch out." "What's going on here?" came a booming, cheerful voice as Gilderoy Lockhart swept toward them, turquoise robes billowing. "Who's signing photos?" Harry tried to answer, but Lockhart had already thrown an arm around his shoulders. No need to explain. "We meet again, Harry." Trapped at Lockhart's side and flushed with embarrassment, Harry caught sight of Malfoy slipping back into the crowd, wearing a satisfied grin. "Come on then." "Mr. Creevey," said Lockhart, beaming at Colin. "A double portrait? Can't do better than that, and we'll both sign it for you." Colin fumbled for his camera and took the picture as the bell rang behind them, signalling the start of afternoon classes.
"Off you go, move along there," Lockhart called to the crowd, and he set off back to the castle with Harry, who was wishing he knew a good vanishing spell, still clasped to his side.
"A word to the wise, Harry," said Lockhart paternally, as they entered the building through a side door. "I covered up for you back there with young Creevey if he was photographing me, too. Your schoolmates won't think you're setting yourself up so much." Deaf to Harry's stammers, Lockhart swept him down a corridor lined with staring students and up a staircase. "Let me just say that handing out signed pictures at this stage of your career isn't sensible, looks a tad big-headed, Harry. To be frank, there may well come a time when, like me, you'll need to keep a stack handy wherever you go." But he gave a little chortle. "I don't think you're quite there yet." They had reached Lockhart's classroom, and he let Harry go at last. Harry yanked his robe straight and headed for a seat at the very back of the class, where he busied himself with piling all 7 of Lockhart's books in front of him so that he could avoid looking at the real thing. The rest of the class came clattering in, and Ron and Hermione sat down on either side of Harry. "You could have fried an egg on your face," said Ron. "You better hope Creevy doesn't meet Ginny, or they'll be starting a Harry Potter fan club."
"Shut up!" snapped Harry. The last thing he needed was for Lockhart to hear the phrase Harry Potter fan club.
When the whole class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Neville Longbottom's copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own winking portrait on the front.
"Me," he said, pointing at it and winking as well. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her."
He waited for them to laugh. A few people smiled weakly. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in." When he had handed out the test papers, he returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes start now." Harry looked down at his paper and read, 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favourite colour? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date?
On and on it went, over 3 sides of paper, right down to
54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and rifled through them in front of the class. "Tut, I'm disappointed," Lockhart said, shaking his head lightly. "Barely any of you recalled that my favourite colour is lilac. I mention it quite clearly in Year with the Yeti, and some of you ought to revisit Wanderings with Werewolves. Chapter 12, to be precise, where I explain that my ideal birthday present would be lasting harmony between magical and non-magical communities, though I wouldn't turn down a generous bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey either." He flashed a playful wink. Ron stared at him as if he couldn't quite believe what he was hearing, while Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, seated ahead, were trembling with barely contained laughter. Hermione, however, was completely absorbed and visibly startled when her name was mentioned. But Miss Hermione Granger correctly noted that my secret ambition is to eliminate evil entirely while introducing my own line of hair care potions. Excellent work. In fact, he flipped through her paper, a perfect score. "Where is Miss Granger?" Hermione hesitantly raised her hand. "Splendid," Lockhart declared. "Absolutely splendid. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now then, let's proceed to something more practical." He crouched behind his desk and lifted a large cage onto it, covered with a cloth. "Pay close attention," he said, lowering his voice. "My role is to prepare you to face some of the most unpleasant creatures known to wizard kind. You may come face to face with your greatest fears in this classroom, but rest assured, as long as I am here, you are perfectly safe. I only ask that you remain calm." Despite himself, Harry leaned slightly to the side of his stack of books to get a better view. Lockhart placed a hand on the cloth. Dean and Seamus had stopped laughing. Neville, sitting near the front, looked as though he might faint. "I must insist that no one screams," Lockhart added quietly. "It could agitate them." The entire class held its breath as he suddenly whisked the cover away. "Behold," he announced dramatically, "freshly captured Cornish pixies." Seamus couldn't help himself. He let out a short burst of laughter, which clearly wasn't mistaken for fear.
"Oh," Lockhart said, turning toward him with a smile.
"Well, they're not exactly dangerous, are they?" Seamus managed between laughs. "I wouldn't underestimate them," Lockhart replied. wagging a finger sharply. "They may be small, but they're incredibly mischievous little creatures." The pixies were bright blue, no more than 8 inches tall, with sharp little faces and piercing voices that sounded like a flock of quarrelsome birds. The moment the cover was removed, they began chattering wildly, zipping around the cage, shaking the bars, and pulling ridiculous faces at the students nearby. "All right, then," Lockhart announced, clapping his hands for attention. "Let's see how you handle them." And with a flourish, he flung open the cage. Chaos erupted instantly. The pixies burst out in all directions like tiny blue comets. 2 grabbed Neville by the ears and hoisted him into the air. Others darted straight through the windows, sending shards of glass raining down on the students below. The rest tore through the room with astonishing speed, spilling ink everywhere, ripping apart books and parchments, yanking pictures off the walls, tipping over bins, and hurling bags and belongings out into the open air. Within moments, desks were overturned, students were ducking for cover, and Neville was left dangling helplessly from the chandelier.
"Come on, now get them under control. They're only pixies," Lockhart called, trying to sound confident.
He rolled up his sleeves dramatically, raised his wand, and shouted, "Pesci pixie pesta nomi."
Nothing happened.
In fact, one of the pixies snatched the wand right out of his hand and tossed it out the broken window. Lockhart froze, then quickly ducked under his desk, just in time to avoid Neville crashing down as the chandelier gave way. The bell rang, and students scrambled for the door in a frenzy. As the room settled slightly, Lockhart cautiously reappeared, spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione near the exit, and said briskly, "You 3 can take care of the rest, just pop them back in the cage, will you?" Without waiting for a reply. He slipped out and shut the door behind him.
"Unbelievable," Ron shouted, wincing as a pixie latched onto his ear and bit down.
"He's just trying to give us practical experience," Hermione insisted, quickly freezing 2 pixies mid-flight with a precise charm and stuffing them back into the cage. "Practical," Harry said, lunging unsuccessfully at a pixie that dodged him with its tongue stuck out. "Hermione!" He had no idea what he was doing. "That's not true," Hermione argued. "You've read his books. He's accomplished incredible things." "Things he claims he's accomplished," Ron muttered under his breath. Chapter 7. Mudbloods and Murmurs. Over the next few days, Harry made a point of slipping out of sight whenever he spotted Gilderoy Lockhart heading his way in the corridors. Avoiding Colin Creevey, however, proved nearly impossible. Colin seemed to have worked out Harry's timetable perfectly. Nothing delighted him more than chirping, "Hi, Harry," 6 times a day, and getting a reluctant, "Hello, Colin," in return, no matter how worn out Harry sounded. Hedwig was still holding a grudge over the disastrous car journey, and Ron's wand continued to misbehave spectacularly. On Friday morning, it outdid itself during charms by flying out of Ron's hand and striking Professor Flitwick right in the forehead, leaving a large, pulsating green lump where it hit, with everything going wrong. Harry was more than ready for the weekend. He, Ron, and Hermione had arranged to visit Hagrid on Saturday morning, but Harry was woken much earlier than expected.
"What's going on?" Harry mumbled sleepily as Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, shook him awake. "Practice," Wood said briskly. "Up you get."
Harry squinted toward the window. A faint mist hung in the soft pink and gold of the early sky. Now, fully awake, he couldn't believe he'd managed to sleep through the bird's racket.
"Oliver," Harry groaned, "it's barely morning." "Exactly," Wood replied, eyes shining with intense enthusiasm. "That's part of our new training strategy. Come on, grab your broom. We're getting ahead of everyone this year. No other team started, yet we'll be first."
Still yawning and shivering, Harry dragged himself out of bed and searched for his Quidditch robes.
"That's the spirit," Wood said approvingly. "Meet me on the pitch in 15 minutes.
After pulling on his scarlet robes and wrapping himself in his cloak against the chill, Harry scribbled a quick note to Ron explaining where he'd gone. With his Nimbus 2000 slung over his shoulder, he headed down the spiral staircase toward the common room. Just as he reached the portrait hole, he heard hurried footsteps behind him.
Harry, wait. Colin Creevey came rushing down the stairs, his camera bouncing wildly against his chest, a photograph clutched in his hand. I heard your name. I wanted to show you this. I had it developed."
Harry looked down in confusion as Colin thrust the picture under his nose. In the black and white moving photograph, Lockhart was tugging insistently at Harry's arm. Harry was relieved to see that his photographed self was resisting stubbornly, refusing to be pulled fully into view. After a moment, Lockhart in the picture seemed to give up, leaning against the edge of the frame, breathing heavily. "Will you sign in it?" Colin asked, practically vibrating with excitement.
"No," Harry replied shortly, glancing around to make sure no one else was nearby. "Sorry, Colin, I've got to go. Quidditch practice."
He slipped through the portrait hole, hoping that would be the end of it.
"Brilliant! Wait up!" Colin scrambled after him. "I've never seen a Quidditch match before."
"It's not that interesting, really," Harry said quickly. But Colin paid no attention, his eyes sparkling. "You're the youngest player in a century, right? Harry, you must be amazing. I've never flown before. Is it difficult? Is that your own broom? Is it the fastest one?" Harry sighed inwardly, unsure how to shake him off. Colin stuck to him like a chatterbox shadow.
"I don't quite get Quidditch," Colin continued eagerly. "Is it true there are 4 balls and 2 of them just fly around trying to knock players off?"
"Yeah," Harry said, giving in. "Those are bludgers. Each team has 2 beaters who use bats to hit them away from their teammates. Fred and George Weasley are ours."
"And the others?" Colin pressed, nearly stumbling down a step because he was staring so intently at Harry.
"The quaffle's the main one," Harry explained. "It's red, and the chasers pass it around and try to score by throwing it through the hoops. There are 3 at each end of the pitch."
"And the last ball?"
"That's the golden snitch," Harry said. "Tiny, incredibly fast, and hard to catch. The seeker's job is to grab it. The game doesn't end until someone does, and it's worth 150 points.
"And you're the seeker for Gryffindor?" Colin asked, wide-eyed.
"Yeah," Harry answered as they stepped out onto the damp grass. "There's also a keeper who guards the hoops. That's basically it." But Colin kept firing questions all the way across the sloping lawns toward the Quidditch pitch. Harry only managed to escape when he ducked into the changing rooms. "I'll grab a good seat," Colin called after him, hurrying toward the stands. Inside, the Gryffindor team was already gathered. Only Wood looked fully alert. Fred and George sat bleary-eyed beside Alicia Spinett, who looked half asleep herself. Across from them, Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson yawned in unison.
"There you are. Harry, what took you so long?" Wood said, briskly. "Before we head out, I want a quick word. I've spent the entire summer working out a new training strategy, and I think it's going to give us a real edge this year."
He held up a large diagram of the pitch, covered in lines, arrows, and markings in different colors. With a tap of his wand, the arrows began to wriggle across the surface like living things. As Wood launched into an enthusiastic explanation, Fred's head slowly drooped onto Alicia's shoulder, and within moments, he was fast asleep, snoring quietly. The first diagram alone took nearly 20 minutes to get through, and when Wood finally finished, he revealed another underneath it, then yet another. Harry's mind slowly drifted as Wood continued talking without pause.
"At last," Wood said, snapping Harry out of a daydream about breakfast back in the castle. "Got it. Any questions?"
"I've got one," said George, blinking himself awake. "Why didn't you tell us all this yesterday, when we were actually conscious?" Wood did not look amused.
"Listen carefully, Glenn," he said, glaring at the entire team. "We should have taken the Quidditch Cup last year. We're clearly the strongest side, but due to unfortunate circumstances beyond our control."
Harry shifted awkwardly. He knew exactly what Wood meant. He had been stuck in the hospital wing during the final match, leaving the team short-handed, and they had suffered a crushing defeat. Wood paused, visibly steadying himself. The memory clearly still stung. "This year, we're going to train harder than ever," he went on firmly. "Right out we go, time to put this into action." Grabbing his broom, he strode out of the changing rooms. The rest of the team followed, stiff and yawning. They had been inside so long that the sun was now fully up, though wisps of mist still clung to the grass. As Harry stepped onto the pitch, he spotted Ron and Hermione sitting in the stands. "You done already?" Ron called. "We haven't even started," Harry replied, eyeing the toast and marmalade they had brought with envy. "Wood's been giving us a lecture on tactics." He climbed onto his broom and pushed off into the air. The crisp morning breeze rushed past him, clearing his head far better than Wood's endless explanations. It felt incredible to be flying again. He sped around the stadium, keeping pace with Fred and George. "Do you hear that clicking?" Fred shouted as they rounded a corner at high speed. Harry glanced toward the stands. Colin was perched high up, camera in hand, snapping picture after picture, the clicking echoing loudly in the otherwise empty stadium.
"Over here, Harry, this way," Colin called excitedly. "Who is that?" Fred asked. "No idea," Harry said quickly, accelerating to put as much distance as possible between himself and Colin.
"What's going on?" Wood demanded, flying toward them with a frown. "Why is that first year taking photos? I don't like it. Could be a Slytherin spy, trying to learn our strategies."
"He's in Gryffindor," Harry said at once. "And besides," George added casually, "the Slytherins don't need a spy."
"What's that supposed to mean?" Wood snapped. George pointed toward the field. "They're already here." A group of students in green robes had just stepped onto the pitch, each carrying a broomstick. "I don't believe this." Wood snapped, his voice tight with anger. "I reserved the pitch for today. We'll sort this out right now." He dived toward the ground, landing harder than intended in his fury and stumbling slightly as he dismounted. Harry, Fred, and George quickly followed.
"Flint!" Wood shouted at the Slytherin captain. This is our scheduled practice. We got up early for this. You can clear off."
Marcus Flint, even bulkier than Wood, wore a sly, almost brutish grin. "Plenty of space for everyone." "Wood," he replied, lazily.
Angelina, Alicia, and Katie had joined them now. The Slytherin team stood in a tight line, all male, facing the Gryffindors with smug, taunting expressions. "I booked the pitch," Wood insisted, nearly shaking with frustration. "It's ours." "Ah," said Flint smoothly, pulling out a piece of parchment. "But I've got permission." He waved it slightly. "Signed by Professor Snape. Says we're allowed to train today, special circumstances. We've got a new seeker to prepare." "A new seeker," Wood repeated, momentarily thrown. "Where?"
The Slytherins parted slightly, and a seventh figure stepped forward, a pale boy with a sharp face and a self-satisfied grin. Draco Malfoy. "Isn't that Lucius Malfoy's son?" Fred said, eyeing him with clear dislike. "Glad you brought up his father," Flint said, as the Slytherins' smiles widened. "Let me show you just how supportive he's been." At once, all 7 Slytherins raised their broomsticks. The polished wood gleamed in the morning light, each one identical, sleek, brand new, with shining gold lettering spelling out Nimbus 2001.
Latest model? Flint said casually, brushing imaginary dust from his broom. Just released last month, much faster than the old 2000 series, I hear. And as for those clean sweeps, he cast a mocking glance at Fred and George's brooms. They don't even compare.
For a moment, the Gryffindor team was speechless. Malfoy's smirk only grew wider, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction.
Oh, look at that, Flint added. We've got an audience.
Ron and Hermione were making their way across the grass toward them. "What's going on?" Ron asked, looking between the teams. "Why aren't you practicing? And what's he doing here?" His gaze landed on Malfoy, now dressed in Slytherin Quidditch robes. "I'm the new seeker," Malfoy said coolly, "and everyone's been admiring the brooms my father kindly provided for the team." Ron stared, mouth slightly open, at the line of gleaming, identical broomsticks. "Impressive, aren't they?" Malfoy drawled, running a hand along his broomstick. "Though maybe the Gryffindor team could scrape together enough gold for an upgrade. You might even get something for those clean sweep fives. Perhaps a museum would take them." The Slytherins burst into loud laughter. "At least Gryffindor players don't have to buy their way onto the team," Hermione shot back. "They're chosen for their ability." Malfoy's smirk faltered for a split second.
"Did anyone ask you, you filthy little mudblood?" he sneered.
The reaction was immediate and explosive. Harry knew instantly it was something far worse than a normal insult. Fred and George lunged forward, only to be held back by Flint. Alicia shouted in outrage, and Ron, furious, yanked out his wand.
"You'll regret that, Malfoy," he yelled, aiming straight at him.
There was a loud crack, but the spell backfired. A burst of green light shot out of the wrong end of Ron's wand, hitting him squarely in the stomach and knocking him backward onto the grass.
"Ron, are you okay?" Hermione cried, rushing to him.
Ron tried to answer, but instead let out a huge belch, and to Harry's horror, several slimy slugs spilled out of his mouth onto his robes. The Slytherins howled with laughter. Flint bent double, clutching his broom for support, while Malfoy dropped to his hands and knees, pounding the ground with amusement. The Gryffindors gathered around Ron, who continued retching up glistening slugs. No one looked particularly eager to get too close. "We need to get him to Hagrid's," Harry said quickly. "It's the closest place." Hermione nodded, swallowing her discomfort, and together they hauled Ron to his feet. "What happened? Is he sick? Can you fix it?" Colin had rushed down from the stands and now hurried alongside them. Ron gagged again, and more slugs slid down the front of his robes.
"Wow," Colin said, both horrified and fascinated, already lifting his camera. "Hold still a second." "Move, Colin," Harry snapped. He and Hermione half carried Ron off the pitch and across the grounds toward the forest.
"You'll be fine, Ron," Hermione said encouragingly as Hagrid's hut came into view. "We're almost there, just a bit further." They were only a short distance away when the door suddenly opened, but instead of Hagrid, out stepped Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in pale mauve robes. "Quick, hide," Harry whispered urgently, dragging Ron behind a nearby bush. Hermione followed, though she looked far less willing. "It's really quite straightforward if you know what you're doing," Lockhart was saying loudly outside. "If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to come to me. I'll even send over one of my books signed. Of course. Surprised you don't already own one? Well then, goodbye." They listened as his footsteps faded off toward the castle. Harry waited a moment, then pulled Ron out from behind the bush and hurried him up to Hagrid's door. He knocked quickly. The door swung open almost at once. Hagrid looked irritated at first, but his face lit up when he saw them. "Been wondering when you lot would drop by. Come in. Come in. Thought that might be Professor Lockhart again." Harry and Hermione helped Ron inside the cosy single-room hut. A large bed filled one corner, and a cheerful fire burned in another. Harry quickly explained what had happened as they lowered Ron into a chair. Hagrid didn't seem alarmed at all. "Better out than in," he said, matter-of-factly, setting a large copper basin in front of Ron. "Go on, get it all out."
"I think we just have to wait it out," Hermione said nervously, watching Ron lean over the basin. "That's not an easy curse to manage, even under normal circumstances and with a damaged wand."
Meanwhile, Hagrid busied himself making tea. His boarhound, Fang, ambled over and began enthusiastically slobbering on Harry. "What did Lockhart want?" Harry asked, absent-mindedly scratching Fang behind the ears. "Giving me tips on dealing with kelpies in a well?" Hagrid muttered, shifting a half-prepared rooster off the table to make room for the teapot. "As if I wouldn't know. Then he starts going on about some banshee he supposedly handled. If half of it's true, I'll eat this kettle." It was unusual to hear Hagrid speak that way about a teacher, and Harry looked surprised. Hermione, however, spoke up quickly, her tone slightly strained. "That's a bit unfair. Professor Dumbledore must have had good reasons for hiring him." "He was the only one who'd take the job," Hagrid said, offering them a plate of treacle toffee while Ron gagged noisily into the basin. "And I mean the only one. Not many folks are keen on teaching defense against the dark arts these days. People reckon it's cursed. No one's managed to stick around long. Now then," he added, nodding toward Ron. Who was he trying to curse? "Malfoy said something to Hermione," Harry explained. "Something really bad." Everyone reacted straight away. "It was bad," Ron croaked, lifting his head briefly, looking pale and clammy. "He called her a mudblood." Hagrid. He immediately doubled over again as another wave of slugs came up.
Hagrid's face darkened with anger. "He didn't," he said sharply, turning to Hermione.
"He did," she replied quietly. "But I don't actually know what it means. I could tell it was insulting, of course." "It's one of the worst insults there is," Ron managed, lifting his head again. "Mudblood. It's what some people call witches or wizards who come from non-magical families." He paused, swallowing hard before continuing. "Families like Malfoy's think they're superior because they're pure blood." He let out a small burp, and a lone slug dropped into his palm. Grimacing, he tossed it into the basin. "But it doesn't mean anything, really. Everyone knows that. Take Neville, he's pure blood, but he can barely manage simple spells."
"And there's not a charm our Hermione can't handle," Hagrid added proudly, causing Hermione's face to flush a deep pink.
"It's a horrible thing to say," Ron went on, wiping sweat from his forehead. "It basically means your blood's dirty. Total nonsense, though most wizarding families are mixed these days. If they weren't, there wouldn't be many of us left." He bent forward again, overcome by another bout. "Well, I can't say I blame you for going after him," Hagrid said loudly over the unpleasant sounds. "But maybe it's just as well your wand misfired. If you'd actually hit him, his father would have been storming up to the school before you knew it. At least you're not in trouble." Harry might have argued that Ron's current situation wasn't exactly better, but he couldn't. His mouth was firmly stuck together thanks to Hagrid's treacle toffee.
"Harry," Hagrid said suddenly, as if remembering something, "I've got a bit of a complaint. Heard you've been handing out signed photos. How come I didn't get one?"
Harry struggled to pry his teeth apart, clearly annoyed. "I have not been giving out signed photos," he said sharply, "if Lockhart's still going around saying that." But Hagrid burst out laughing. "Just joking," he said, clapping Harry on the back hard enough to nearly send him face first into the table. "I knew you weren't. Told Lockhart you didn't need to do that. You're famous enough already." "Bet he loved hearing that," Harry muttered, rubbing his chin. "Didn't seem too pleased," Hagrid said with a grin. "Then I mentioned I'd never read any of his books, and that was enough to send him off. Want some more toffee? Ron," he added as Ron weakly lifted his head again.
"No, better not," Ron said faintly.
"Come on, then," Hagrid said, getting to his feet. "I'll show you what I've been working on. Behind Hagrid's hut, In a small patch of garden grew a cluster of enormous pumpkins, each one as big as a boulder. "Coming along nicely, aren't they?" Hagrid said with obvious pride. "All set for the Halloween feast. Should be just the right size by then." "What did you feed them?" Harry asked, eyeing the massive vegetables. Hagrid glanced around to make sure no one else was listening. "Well, gave 'em a bit of extra help," he admitted. Harry's eyes drifted to the familiar pink umbrella leaning against the wall. He had long suspected it wasn't just an ordinary umbrella, more likely a disguise for Hagrid's old wand. Officially, Hagrid wasn't allowed to perform magic. Ever since his expulsion from Hogwarts years ago, whenever the topic came up, Hagrid always found a way to avoid it.
"An engorgement charmer, right," Hermione said, sounding both impressed and slightly disapproving. "Still, they've turned out very well."
"Your sister thought so too," Hagrid said, nodding at Ron. "Saw her yesterday, said she was just wandering about, but I reckon she was hoping to bump into someone else here." He gave Harry a knowing look. "Wouldn't mind a signed."
"Oh, stop it," Harry cut in quickly.
Ron burst out laughing, then immediately sprayed slugs all over the ground. "Watch it!" Hagrid barked, quickly pulling him away from the pumpkins. It was close to lunchtime, and since Harry had eaten almost nothing all morning, he was eager to head back. They said goodbye and made their way up toward the castle, Ron occasionally hiccuping up the last few tiny slugs. They had barely stepped into the cool entrance hall when a sharp voice called out, "Potter Weasley." Professor McGonagall was approaching, her expression stern. "You will both serve detention this evening." "What do we have to do?" Ron asked, trying not to burp again. "You'll be polishing the silver in the trophy room with Mr. Filch," she said. "And no magic. Weasley manual work."
Ron looked horrified. Filch, the caretaker, was universally disliked. "And you, Potter," she continued, "will assist Professor Lockhart with answering his fan mail." "Oh, Professor, couldn't I just do the trophy room instead?" Harry asked desperately.
"Certainly not," she replied crisply. "Professor Lockhart specifically requested you, 8 o'clock sharp." By the time they reached the Great Hall, both Harry and Ron looked miserable. Hermione followed behind, clearly thinking they deserved it. "Filch'll keep me there all night," Ron groaned. "No magic. There must be hundreds of trophies. I'm useless at cleaning the Muggle way." "I'd swap with you in a second," Harry muttered. "I've had plenty of practice with the Dursleys. But Lockhart, that's going to be unbearable." The afternoon passed quickly, and before long it was nearly 8. Harry dragged himself along the second-floor corridor and knocked on Lockhart's office door. It swung open instantly.
"Ah, there you are," Lockhart said cheerfully. "Come in, Harry."
The room was filled with framed photographs of Lockhart, all smiling and posing under candlelight, some even signed. A large stack of letters sat on his desk. "You can address the envelopes," Lockhart said, as if granting a great privilege. "This one goes to Gladys Gudgeon, wonderful supporter of mine." Time seemed to crawl. Harry half listened, occasionally murmuring agreement as Lockhart rambled on about fame and admiration. The candles burned low, their flickering light dancing across the many moving portraits. Harry's hand ached as he addressed yet another envelope, Veronica Smethly.
Then suddenly, a voice.
Not Lockhart's.
Something cold, something chilling. Come to me. Let me tear you. Let me kill you." Harry jumped, spilling ink across the envelope. "What?" he said aloud. "I know," Lockhart said brightly. 6 months at the top of the bestseller list. "No, there was a voice," Harry said urgently. "Didn't you hear it?"
Lockhart blinked at him.
"What voice?"
"That one, it just spoke." Lockhart looked puzzled. "Perhaps you're tired. Goodness, look at the time we've been at this, nearly 4 hours." But Harry wasn't listening. He strained to hear it again, but there was nothing. Feeling unsettled, he left the office. By the time he returned, the Gryffindor common room was nearly empty. He went straight to bed. Ron hadn't come back yet. About half an hour later, Ron entered, his arms sore and his clothes smelling strongly of polish. "I think my arm's permanently stiff," he groaned, collapsing onto his bed. "Filch made me polish that Quidditch cup 14 times, and I had another slug episode all over a trophy. Took ages to clean."
"What about you?" he asked.
Harry lowered his voice so as not to wake the others and told him everything. "And Lockhart didn't hear it," Ron said, frowning in the dim light. "Do you think he was pretending? But it doesn't make sense. Even if someone was invisible, they'd still have to open a door." "I know," Harry said quietly, staring up at the canopy above him. "I can't figure it out either." Chapter 8. The Death Day Party. By the time October settled in, the castle had taken on a persistent chill that seemed to seep into every corridor and classroom. A wave of colds swept through both students and teachers, leaving Madame Pomfrey busier than ever. Her pepper-up potion worked wonders, clearing symptoms instantly, but anyone who drank it spent the next few hours with steam curling from their ears. Ginny Weasley, looking unusually pale, had been firmly made to take some by Percy. With wisps of vapour rising through her bright red hair, she looked as if her head was smouldering. Outside, the weather showed no mercy. Rain lashed the windows day after day, loud and relentless. The lake crept higher along its banks, flower beds dissolved into soggy trenches, and Hagrid's pumpkins swelled to absurd sizes, more like garden sheds than anything edible. Still, none of this slowed Oliver Wood. His training schedule remained as intense as ever, which was why Harry found himself late one stormy Saturday afternoon, slogging back toward Gryffindor Tower, drenched, cold, and streaked with mud. The miserable conditions weren't the only issue. Fred and George had taken it upon themselves to observe the Slytherin team and came back with troubling news. Those new broomsticks weren't just for show. The players moved so fast they were little more than green flashes slicing through the air. As Harry made his way down a quiet corridor, his shoes squelching with every step, he noticed a familiar ghost hovering near a window. Nearly headless Nick looked unusually downcast, staring out at the storm while muttering under his breath. "Hardly qualifies. Not enough. Not even close. Not even."
"Hello, Nick," Harry said.
Nick flinched slightly before turning. He wore his usual elaborate hat with its sweeping feather, and his ruffled collar did its best to disguise the almost detached state of his neck. His pale, misty form allowed the dark, rain-streaked sky behind him to show through.
"Ah, Harry," Nick said. "Good to see you." He folded a faint, ghostly letter and tucked it neatly into his doublet.
"You don't look very cheerful," Harry observed. "And you seem weighed down yourself," Nick replied.
"Oh, it's nothing really," Nick said lightly, though his expression betrayed him. "Just a small matter. I had considered, well, applying for something. Nothing serious, but it seems I failed to meet the necessary standards."
He tried to sound dismissive, but the disappointment lingered plainly beneath his words. "You'd think, wouldn't you," he burst out suddenly, yanking the letter back from his pocket, "that having my neck hacked at 45 times with a blunt axe might qualify me for the headless hunt."
"Oh, yes," Harry said quickly, sensing he was meant to agree.
"I always said it would have been far better if it had been done properly in one clean stroke," Nick went on bitterly. "Would have spared me all the embarrassment and the agony, for that matter. But no," he snapped the letter open again and read aloud with sharp indignation. We regret to inform you that only those whose heads are fully separated from their bodies may be admitted. Participation in traditional activities such as head polo or mounted head juggling requires complete detachment. Therefore, you do not meet our criteria. Yours sincerely, Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore. Nick crumpled the letter slightly in frustration.
"Half an inch," he exclaimed. "That's all that's keeping my head attached." Most people would consider that close enough, but not for Sir Perfectly Headless Delaney Podmore.
He paused, visibly trying to regain his composure, then smoothed his expression. "Anyway," he said more calmly, "what's troubling you? Perhaps I can help."
"Not really," Harry replied. "Unless you happen to know where we can get 7 Nimbus 2001s before our match against Sly."
He broke off abruptly. A thin, eerie meow sounded near his feet. Looking down, he found himself staring into the bright, unblinking yellow eyes of Mrs. Norris, the bony grey cat who seemed to spend her life reporting students to Filch. "You should go," Nick said quickly. "Filch is in a terrible mood. He's ill, and some third year's made a mess of Dungeon 5. He's been cleaning all morning, and if he sees you trailing mud everywhere—"
"Right," Harry muttered, stepping back under Mrs. Norris's accusing gaze, but not fast enough. As if summoned by the cat itself, Argus Filch suddenly burst out from behind a nearby tapestry, breathing heavily and scanning the corridor for trouble. A thick tartan scarf was wrapped tightly around his head, and his nose had turned an alarming shade of purple. "Filth!" Filch shrieked, his face trembling with outrage, eyes bulging as he jabbed a finger at the muddy trail dripping from Harry's robes. "Mud everywhere! I won't tolerate it any longer. Come with me. Potter, now!"
With a resigned sigh, Harry gave nearly headless Nick a helpless glance and followed Filch down the corridor, unintentionally leaving even more muddy footprints behind him. Harry had never set foot in Filch's office before, and now he understood why no one wanted to. The room was cramped, dark, and airless, lit only by a dim oil lamp swaying slightly from the ceiling. The smell of old fried food lingered unpleasantly. Filing cabinets lined the walls, each labelled with the names of students and their past punishments. Harry noticed that Fred and George Weasley had an entire drawer dedicated to them. Behind Filch's desk hung an unsettling display of chains and shackles, polished to a shine. Rumour had it Filch constantly tried to convince Dumbledore to let him use them on students. Grabbing a quill, Filch began rummaging through stacks of parchment, muttering angrily to himself. "Disgusting. Dragon slime. Frog guts. Rat innards. I've had enough. Time to make an example. Where is it? Ah, here." He pulled out a long scroll and spread it across the desk, dipping his quill into ink.
"Name Harry Potter, offence." "It's just mud," Harry protested.
"Just mud," Filch snapped, his voice rising. "To you, maybe. To me, it's more scrubbing, more work." A drop trembled at the end of his nose as he scribbled furiously. "Offence. Defiling school property. Recommended punishment." Harry held his breath as Filch prepared to write the sentence.
Suddenly, bang!
A loud crash shook the ceiling, making the lamp rattle violently.
"Peeves!" Filch bellowed, dropping his quill at once. "This time I'll catch you, I swear it."
Without another word, he rushed out of the office, his footsteps echoing down the corridor, with Mrs. Norris darting after him. Peeves, the castle's resident poltergeist, was notorious for causing chaos wherever he went. Though Harry usually avoided him, he couldn't help feeling relieved at the interruption. Whatever trouble Peeves had just caused sounded serious enough to keep Filch occupied and hopefully far too distracted to come back for Harry anytime soon. Deciding it was safer to wait, Harry dropped into a worn, threadbare chair beside Filch's desk. The room was silent now, except for the faint creak of the lamp overhead. On the desk lay his unfinished punishment form, and beside it a striking purple envelope with shiny silver writing. Harry hesitated, then glanced toward the door. No sign of Filch. Curiosity got the better of him. He picked up the envelope and read, "Quickspell, a home study course for beginner-level magic." Frowning slightly, Harry opened it and pulled out a bundle of parchment. The heading on the first page, written in looping silver ink, read,
"Struggling to keep up in today's magical world. Avoiding spells because they never seem to work. Embarrassed by your lack of skill with a wand.
There's a solution. Quickspell offers a simple, step-by-step method designed for fast improvement, easy to follow, guaranteed results. Below that were glowing testimonials. "I used to forget every spell and ruin every potion. After Quickspell, I'm now the star of every gathering, Madame Z. Nettles. My magic was hopeless until this course. Now I can even perform advanced transformations, DJ Prod." Harry flipped through the pages, increasingly puzzled. Why would Filch need something like this? Did it mean he couldn't actually perform magic? He had just reached a section titled Lesson 1, Basic Wand Handling, when he heard footsteps returning outside. Panicking, Harry shoved the papers back into the envelope and dropped it onto the desk, though not quite where it had been before. The door swung open. Filch hobbled in, looking extremely pleased with himself.
"That cabinet was priceless," he was saying. "To Mrs. Norris, this time we'll catch that pest for sure."
He stopped abruptly. His eyes locked onto Harry, then shifted to the envelope. Harry felt his stomach drop. It was sitting noticeably out of place. Filch's face flushed a deep, angry red. He limped forward quickly, grabbed the envelope and stuffed it into a drawer.
Were you reading?" he stammered. "No," Harry said at once.
Filch's hands twisted together nervously. "If I thought you had seen that my private, well, not mine exactly, just something for a friend regardless." Harry watched him uneasily. Filch looked more unhinged than usual. His eyes bulged, one cheek twitched uncontrollably, and the tightly wrapped scarf only made him seem more agitated. "All right, then off you go, and not a word about this, though, of course. If you didn't see anything, just go. I've got to deal with Peeves's report." Harry didn't wait to be told twice. He hurried out of the office, racing along the corridor and up the stairs. Escaping Filch without a single punishment had to be some kind of achievement. "Harry, over here did it work?" Nearly headless, Nick drifted out from a nearby classroom. Inside, Harry caught sight of the remains of a large cabinet, smashed to pieces as though it had been dropped from a great height.
"I convinced Peeves to drop it right above Filch's office," Nick said eagerly. "Thought it might keep him busy for a bit."
"That was you," Harry said, relieved. "It worked perfectly. I got away without detention. Thanks, Nick." They walked together down the corridor. Harry noticed Nick was still clutching the rejection letter.
"I wish I could help you with that headless hunt thing," Harry said.
Nick suddenly halted, and Harry accidentally walked straight through him, shivering at the icy sensation. "But you can help me," Nick said quickly, his expression brightening. "That is, if you wouldn't mind, it might be asking too much." "What do you need?" Harry asked.
"Well," Nick said, straightening with a touch of pride, "this Halloween marks the 500th anniversary of my death." "Oh," Harry replied, unsure how to react. "Right."
"I'm hosting a gathering in one of the larger dungeon chambers," Nick continued. "Guests will be attending from all over. It would mean a great deal if you came. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger are welcome too, of course, though I imagine you'd prefer the usual feast."
"No, I'll come," Harry said quickly. "My dear boy," Nick beamed. Harry Potter at my Death Day celebration, and if it's not too much, perhaps you could mention to Sir Patrick how impressive you find me." "Sure," Harry said.
Nick looked delighted.
"A Death Day party," Hermione said excitedly later, when Harry told her and Ron in the common room. "That's so rare, hardly any living people get invited to something like that."
"Why would anyone celebrate dying?" Ron muttered, frowning over his homework. "Sounds miserable to me." Rain continued to hammer against the windows, turning the outside world into a blur of darkness. Inside, however, the common room felt warm and lively. Firelight flickered across soft armchairs where students lounged, some buried in books, others chatting or finishing assignments not far away. Fred and George Weasley were conducting yet another questionable experiment. They had somehow managed to slip a filibuster firework to a small salamander. The bright orange creature, rescued or stolen from a Care of Magical Creatures lesson, now lay glowing faintly on a table, surrounded by fascinated onlookers. Harry had just begun telling Ron and Hermione about Filch and the strange quickspell course when chaos erupted. The salamander suddenly shot upward, crackling with sparks, spinning wildly through the air like a rogue firework. Bursts of orange light exploded from its mouth, filling the room with noise and laughter. Percy's furious shouting only added to the spectacle as the creature finally darted back into the flames with a series of loud pops. In the excitement, Harry completely forgot about Filch in the envelope. By the time Halloween came around, Harry was starting to regret agreeing to nearly headless Nick's invitation. The rest of the school buzzed with excitement for the feast. The Great Hall had been transformed, live bats swooped overhead, enormous pumpkins from Hagrid's garden had been carved into glowing lanterns big enough to sit inside, and rumours spread about skeletons that would dance for entertainment. "You gave your word," Hermione reminded him firmly. "You can't just not go." So at 7 that evening, instead of joining the crowd streaming into the brightly lit Great Hall, Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned away and headed toward the dungeons. The corridor leading to Nick's celebration was lit by candles as well, but these were nothing like the warm golden ones upstairs. Tall, thin black candles burned with cold blue flames, casting a faint, eerie glow that made everything look pale and unreal. With every step downward, the air grew colder. Harry pulled his robes tighter around himself as a chilling sound reached his ears, like countless nails scraping slowly across a vast chalkboard. "Is that music?" Ron muttered under his breath. They rounded the corner and found nearly headless Nick waiting at an entrance draped in heavy black velvet. "My dear guests," he said in a mournful tone, "welcome. I'm so very glad you came." With a sweeping gesture, he removed his feathered hat and ushered them inside. The scene beyond was astonishing. The dungeon was packed with pale, ghostly figures, hundreds of them gliding across a crowded dance floor. They moved in slow, drifting circles to the eerie sound of an orchestra made entirely of musical saws, their thin, trembling notes echoing through the chamber. Above, a chandelier flickered with cold blue light from countless black candles. The air was freezing. Each breath came out in mist, as if they had stepped into an icebox. "Maybe we should walk around a bit," Harry suggested, stamping his feet slightly to keep warm. "Just don't walk through anyone," Ron said uneasily. They edged along the perimeter of the dance floor. Passing by, they saw clusters of spirits, a group of solemn-looking nuns, a man weighed down with chains, and the cheerful fat friar chatting with a knight who still had an arrow lodged in his forehead. Nearby hovered the bloody baron, his hollow gaze and silver-stained robes keeping the other ghosts at a distance. "Oh no," Hermione said suddenly, stopping dead. "Let's go back. I don't want to run into Moaning Myrtle."
"Who's that?" Harry asked as they quickly turned around.
"She lives in a girl's bathroom upstairs," Hermione explained. "She's always flooding it and throwing fits. It's unusable most of the time. Honestly, It's bad enough trying to use the place without her wailing the whole time.
Hey, food, Ron interrupted.
Across the room stood a long table draped in black cloth. They hurried over, only to stop abruptly. The smell hit them first. Spread across the table were dishes in various states of decay, slimy fish collapsing on silver platters, cakes charred into black lumps, a heap of writhing haggis, and cheese coated in thick green mould. At the centre stood a massive grey cake shaped like a gravestone, its dark icing spelling out. Sir Nicholas de Mimsey Porpington died, October 31st, 1492. Harry watched as a plump ghost drifted forward, lowered himself, and passed his head straight through a rotting fish. "Can you actually taste that?" Harry asked. "Just barely," the ghost replied wistfully, before floating away. "They probably leave it like this on purpose," Hermione said, holding her nose as she examined the food. "Stronger flavour, I suppose."
Can we go somewhere else? Ron said, looking green. I feel like I'm going to be sick.
They turned to leave, but before they could take more than a step, a small figure shot out from beneath the table and hovered in front of them. "Hello, Peeves," Harry said carefully. Unlike the pale ghosts, Peeves was solid and vividly coloured. He wore a bright orange party hat, a spinning bow tie, and had a mischievous grin stretched across his face. "Peanuts," he said in an overly polite tone, holding out a bowl filled with mouldy, shriveled nuts.
"No, thank you," Hermione replied quickly.
"Heard you chatting about dear old Myrtle," Peeves went on, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Not very kind, was it?" He puffed himself up and suddenly shouted, "Hey, Myrtle!"
"Peeves, don't," Hermione hissed. "Please don't. She'll take it the wrong way. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, hello, Myrtle."
A short, ghostly girl drifted toward them. Her expression was deeply miserable, her face partly hidden behind long, stringy hair and large, cloudy glasses.
"What?" she muttered.
"Hi, Myrtle," Hermione said, forcing a cheerful tone. "Nice to see you out and about." Myrtle gave a small, unhappy sniff. "Miss Granger was just talking about you," Peeves whispered loudly beside her.
"Saying how nice you look tonight." Hermione cut in quickly, shooting Peeves a sharp look.
Myrtle narrowed her eyes.
"You're making fun of me," she said, her voice trembling as silvery tears began to form. "No, really wasn't I just saying that?" Hermione insisted, jabbing Harry and Ron in the side.
"Yeah."
"She was?"
"Don't lie," Myrtle wailed, tears now streaming freely. Peeves hovered behind her, snickering. "I know what people say about me. Miserable Myrtle. Moaning Myrtle. Ugly Myrtle." "You forgot Spotty," Peeves added gleefully. Myrtle let out a loud sob and fled across the dungeon. Peeves cackled and zipped after her, throwing rotten peanuts and shouting, "Spotty, Spotty." Hermione sighed. That didn't go well. Just then, nearly headless Nick floated back toward them.
"Having a good time?" he asked.
"Yeah, great," they answered unconvincingly. "Quite a turnout, don't you think?" Nick said proudly. "The Wailing Widow even came all the way from Kent. I must prepare for my speech." But before he could continue, the music stopped abruptly. A hush fell over the entire dungeon. Then, from somewhere beyond the walls, came the sharp, echoing blast of a hunting horn.
"Oh no," Nick muttered darkly.
Suddenly, a group of ghostly horses burst straight through the stone wall, each ridden by a headless figure. The crowd erupted into applause. Harry began clapping too, but stopped when he saw Nick's expression. The riders charged into the centre of the room, their mounts rearing dramatically. At their head was a large ghost, holding his own head tucked under one arm while using the other to blow the horn. He dismounted, lifted his head high so he could see over the crowd drawing laughter, and strode confidently toward Nick, pressing his head back onto his shoulders as he approached. "Nick!" the newcomer boomed. "How have you been? Still barely attached, I see." He burst into loud laughter and slapped nearly headless Nick on the back. "Good evening, Patrick," Nick replied, his tone tight.
"Living guests," Sir Patrick exclaimed, suddenly noticing Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He made an exaggerated leap of surprise. His head promptly dropped off and rolled, sending the nearby ghosts into fits of laughter. "How delightful," Nick muttered grimly. "Oh, don't take it personally." Sir Patrick's head called up from the floor, still sore about not joining us. "Are you? But honestly, just look at him." "I think," Harry said quickly, catching Nick's eye, "that Nick is actually very, intimidating and impressive." "Ha!" Sir Patrick's head shouted. "He put you up to that, didn't he?"
Nick drew himself up. "If I may have your attention," he called loudly, stepping toward a raised platform bathed in pale blue light, "I would like to say a few words. My honoured guests, it is with great regret." But his speech barely got started. Behind him, Sir Patrick and the other members of the Headless Hunt had begun a lively game of head hockey, sending heads flying through the air. The crowd's attention shifted instantly, cheering and laughing as one head soared past Nick mid-sentence. Nick faltered, clearly defeated, and let his speech trail off. By now, Harry was shivering badly and his stomach wasn't any happier.
"I've had enough," Ron muttered through chattering teeth as the eerie music resumed and the ghosts drifted back into their dance.
"Yeah, let's get out of here," Harry agreed. They edged toward the exit, smiling awkwardly at anyone who glanced their way, then slipped out into the corridor lined with black candles. "Maybe there's still dessert left," Ron said hopefully as they headed back toward the stairs. Then Harry froze.
"Rip, tear, kill."
The voice again. Cold, whispering, dangerous. Harry grabbed the wall, straining to listen, his eyes darting along the dim corridor.
"Harry, what are you doing?" Ron asked. "Quiet," Harry said sharply. "It's that voice again." So hungry, so long." "Can you hear that?" Harry urged. Ron and Hermione stood still, watching him anxiously, but said nothing. "Kill. Time to kill."
The whisper was fading. Harry was certain now it was moving away, drifting higher. A strange mix of dread and urgency tightened in his chest as he glanced up at the ceiling. How could a voice travel upward through solid stone?
"This way," he called suddenly, breaking into a run.
He dashed up the stairs and burst into the entrance hall. The noise from the Halloween feast spilled out of the great hall. Laughter, chatter, clinking plates, making it impossible to hear anything clearly. Without slowing, Harry charged up the marble staircase toward the first floor, with Ron and Hermione scrambling after him.
"Harry, what are you doing?" Ron called.
"Be quiet," Harry snapped. He stopped for a moment, listening hard. Faintly from above he heard it again, weaker now but unmistakable. "I smell blood. I smell blood." Harry's stomach twisted.
"It's going to hurt someone," he shouted. And before the others could respond, he raced up another flight of stairs, taking them 3 at a time.
They tore across the second floor, breathless and confused, until they reached a quiet, empty corridor.
"Harry, what's going on?" Ron panted. "I didn't hear anything."
Hermione suddenly gasped.
"Look." Ahead of them, something gleamed faintly on the wall. They approached slowly, peering through the dim light. Words tall and uneven had been scrawled across the stone, glowing eerily in the torchlight.
The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. What's that underneath it? Ron asked, his voice shaking slightly. They stepped closer. Harry nearly slipped. There was water pooled across the floor. Ron and Hermione grabbed him as they moved forward, eyes fixed on the dark shape below the message. Then they saw it. All three recoiled at once. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, hung suspended by her tail from a torch bracket. Her body was rigid, her eyes wide and lifeless. For a moment, none of them spoke. "We need to leave," Ron said finally, his voice low.
"Shouldn't we help?" Harry said uncertainly. "Not if we're smart," Ron replied quickly. "We don't want to be caught here."
But escape was already impossible. A distant rumble echoed through the corridor. The feast had ended. From both directions came the sound of footsteps, growing louder, along with voices and laughter. Within seconds, students began flooding into the hallway. The noise died instantly.
One by one, they noticed the scene.
Silence spread as the crowd gathered, staring at the message and the hanging cat. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood frozen in the center, completely exposed. Then a voice cut through the stillness.
"Enemies of the air, beware, you're next, mudbloods."
Draco Malfoy had pushed his way to the front. His pale face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes gleamed as he looked at the motionless cat, a cruel smile stretching across his face. Chapter 9. The Writing on the Wall.
"What's happening? But what is this?"
Malfoy's yell had clearly drawn attention, because Argus Filch came pushing through the gathered students. The moment his eyes landed on Mrs. Norris, he staggered backward, hands flying to his face in shock. My poor cat, what have you done to her?" he wailed, voice cracking. Then his gaze locked onto Harry.
"You," he howled, pointing a shaking finger. "You're responsible. You killed her, you murdered my cat. I'll make you pay, I swear I will." "Argus?"
The sharp voice cut through the chaos. Dumbledore had arrived. Several teachers closed behind him. Without hesitation, he moved past Harry, Ron, and Hermione and carefully lifted Mrs. Norris down from where she hung. "Come along with me," he said calmly to Filch, "and you as well, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." Lockhart stepped forward at once, practically glowing with enthusiasm. "My office is just nearby. Headmaster, right upstairs, please. Do use it." "Much appreciated, Gilderoy," Dumbledore replied. The crowd fell silent and parted, allowing them through. Lockhart bustled after Dumbledore, looking both thrilled and self-important, while Professors McGonagall and Snape followed close behind. Inside Lockhart's dim office, the portraits lining the walls stirred suddenly. Harry noticed several painted versions of Lockhart ducking out of sight, some with curlers still tangled in their hair. The real Lockhart hurried to light the candles on his desk, then stepped aside. Dumbledore gently placed Mrs. Norris on the gleaming surface and began his inspection. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances before lowering themselves into chairs at the edge of the flickering light, watching in tense silence. Dumbledore leaned in very close, the tip of his long, crooked nose nearly brushing the cat's fur. Through his half-moon glasses, he studied her intently, his fingers moving with delicate precision. McGonagall bent beside him, her expression tight with concern. Snape stood looming behind them, half hidden in shadow, wearing a strangely restrained look, almost as if suppressing a smile. Meanwhile, Lockhart hovered restlessly, unable to keep quiet. "This has all the signs of a powerful curse, yes? Quite obvious, perhaps something like the transmogrifian torture. I've encountered it before, you know. If only I'd been present, I could have applied the exact counter-curse needed. His rambling was broken by Filch's harsh, uneven sobbing. Slumped in a chair, he buried his face in his hands, unable to look at Mrs. Norris. Though Harry had never liked Filch, he felt a flicker of sympathy. Still, that feeling was overshadowed by his own dread. If Dumbledore believed Filch's accusation, there would be no escaping the consequences. He would almost certainly be expelled. Dumbledore was murmuring under his breath now, uttering unfamiliar incantations while lightly tapping Mrs. Norris with the tip of his wand. Nothing changed. She remained rigid and lifeless in appearance, like a perfectly preserved specimen. "This reminds me of a case in Ouagadougou," Lockhart began, smoothly. "There was a whole string of similar incidents, quite serious at the time. I describe it in detail in my memoirs. Fortunately, I was able to supply the villagers with protective charms, and that resolved everything rather neatly." Around the room, the portraits of Lockhart nodded along in agreement. One of them was still wearing a hairnet, apparently having forgotten to take it off. At length, Dumbledore straightened and turned. "She isn't dead, Argus," he said quietly. Lockhart cut himself off mid-sentence, abandoning his tally of past heroic deeds.
"Not dead," Filch croaked, peering at Mrs. Norris through his fingers. "Then why is she like that? So stiff, so cold?"
"She has been petrified," Dumbledore replied. "Yes, exactly what I suspected," said Lockhart quickly. "As for how it was done, that remains unclear."
"Ask him," Filch shouted suddenly, spinning toward Harry, his face blotched with tears and fury.
"No second-year student could accomplish this," Dumbledore said firmly. "It would require highly advanced dark magic."
"He did it! I know he did," Filch cried, his voice shaking with rage. "You saw the writing on the wall. He's been in my office. He knows what I am. He knows I'm—" His expression twisted painfully. "He knows I'm a squib." "I never touched Mrs. Norris," Harry said, raising his voice despite the discomfort of being stared at from every direction, including by the many Lockharts on the walls. "And I don't even know what a squib is." "Lies," Filch snapped. "He saw my quickspell letter." "If I may, Headmaster," Snape said from the shadows. Harry felt a sinking certainty that whatever came next would not favour him.
"It is possible Potter and his companions were simply in the wrong place at an unfortunate time," Snape continued, though the slight curl of his lip suggested he didn't quite believe it. "Even so, certain details are questionable. Why was he in that corridor to begin with, and why was he not attending the Halloween feast?"
Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately began explaining about the Death Day party. "There were ghosts everywhere. They can confirm we were there."
"Then why not return to the feast afterward?" Snape interrupted, his dark eyes catching the candlelight. "Why go wandering up that corridor?" Ron and Hermione turned to Harry. Because, Harry faltered, his heart pounding hard. He knew how absurd it would sound to admit he had followed a disembodied voice that no one else could hear. "Because we were tired and wanted to go to bed," he finished. "Skipping dinner altogether," Snape said, a look of satisfaction briefly crossing his thin face. "I wasn't aware ghosts served anything suitable for the living at their gatherings." "We just weren't hungry," Ron replied loudly, though his stomach chose that exact moment to growl loudly in protest. Snape's expression stretched into a broader, more unpleasant smile.
"I would suggest, Headmaster, that Potter is withholding the truth," he said smoothly. "Perhaps it would be wise to remove certain privileges until he decides to be fully forthcoming. Personally, I think he should be suspended from the Gryffindor Quidditch team until he learns to be honest." "Honestly, Severus?" Professor McGonagall snapped. "There's no justification for that. This is not a Quidditch-related matter. The cat was hardly struck by a broomstick. There is no proof whatsoever that Potter is involved.
Dumbledore's eyes rested on Harry, studying him closely. The soft blue gleam behind his half-moon spectacles made Harry feel as though nothing about him could remain hidden. "We do not punish without evidence, Severus," he said calmly but firmly. Snape's face darkened with anger. Filch, too, looked livid. "My cat has been petrified," Filch cried, his voice rising sharply. "Surely someone must be punished." "She can be restored, Argus," Dumbledore said with measured patience. "Professor Sprout has recently obtained mandrakes. Once they mature, a restorative potion can be brewed to revive Mrs. Norris." "I'll prepare it myself," Lockhart interjected eagerly. "I've done it countless times. A mandrake restorative draught is quite simple for me. I could manage it without effort."
"Excuse me," Snape cut in coldly, "but I believe that responsibility falls to the potions master of this school."
An uncomfortable silence followed. "You may leave now," Dumbledore said to Harry, to Ron and Hermione. They wasted no time, hurrying out as fast as they could without breaking into a run. Once they had climbed a floor above Lockhart's office, they slipped into an empty classroom and quietly shut the door behind them. Harry looked at his friends, their faces tense in the dim light. "Do you think I should have told them about the voice?" he asked. "No," Ron answered immediately. "Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't exactly reassuring even for wizards." There was something in Ron's tone that made Harry hesitate. "You do believe me, don't you?"
"Of course I do," Ron said quickly. "It's just, you have to admit, it's strange." "I know it's strange," Harry replied. "Everything about this is strange. And that message on the wall, the chamber has been opened. What does that even mean?"
Ron frowned thoughtfully. "It sounds familiar somehow," he said slowly. "I think I've heard something about a hidden chamber at Hogwarts before. Maybe from Bill." "And what exactly is a squib?" Harry asked. To his surprise, Ron gave a small, stifled laugh. "Well, it's not exactly hilarious, but since it's Filch," Ron said, lowering his voice slightly, "a squib is someone born into a wizarding family who doesn't have any magical ability at all, sort of the reverse of muggle-born witches and wizards. They're pretty rare, though. If Filch is taking a quick-spell course, then I'd bet that's what he is." He paused, then added with a knowing grin, "It actually explains quite a bit, like why he can't stand students." Ron looked rather pleased with his conclusion. "He's just resentful." Somewhere in the castle, a clock began to strike.
"Midnight," Harry said. "We should get back before Snape shows up and decides to blame us for something else."
Over the next few days, talk of Mrs. Norris's attack spread through the school and refused to fade. Filch made sure of that, frequently lingering near the scene as if expecting the culprit to return. Harry even saw him attempting to scrub away the writing on the wall using Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. But it made no difference. The message remained as vivid as ever, glowing against the stone. When Filch wasn't stationed there, he wandered the corridors with red-rimmed eyes, snapping at students without warning and handing out detentions for the smallest things like making too much noise while breathing or appearing cheerful. Ginny Weasley, meanwhile, was clearly shaken by what had happened. Ron explained that she had always been fond of cats. "But she never really knew Mrs. Norris," Ron told her, trying to sound reassuring. "Honestly, things are better without that cat." Ginny didn't look convinced. Her lip quivered slightly. "Stuff like this hardly ever happens at Hogwarts," Ron went on. "They'll catch whoever did it soon enough and get rid of them. Though," he added, "it'd be nice if they managed to petrify Filch before that happens. Just kidding," he said quickly, noticing Ginny's pale expression. The incident seemed to affect Hermione as well. While she had always been a serious reader, now she seemed to do little else. Whenever Harry and Ron asked what she was working on, she brushed them off. It wasn't until the following Wednesday that they finally got some clue. That afternoon, Harry had been kept behind in potions, forced by Snape to scrape tubeworm residue from the desks. After rushing through lunch, he headed up to the library to meet Ron. On the way, he spotted Justin Finch-Fletchley from Herbology approaching. "Hi," Harry began, but the moment Justin noticed him, he froze, then abruptly turned and hurried away in the opposite direction. Puzzled, Harry continued on and found Ron seated at the back of the library, measuring his History of Magic essay. Professor Binns had assigned them a composition 3 feet long on the medieval assembly of European wizards.
"I don't get it, I'm still 8 inches short," Ron muttered irritably, letting go of his parchment as it snapped back into a tight roll. "And Hermione's already done 4 feet 7 and her handwriting's tiny."
"Where is she?" Harry asked, picking up the measuring tape and starting to check his own work. "Somewhere down that way," Ron said, gesturing vaguely along the rows of shelves. "She's hunting for yet another book. Honestly, I think she's aiming to finish the entire library before Christmas." Harry told him about how Justin Finch-Fletchley had turned and hurried off the moment he saw him. "Not sure why that bothers you," Ron replied, continuing to write with exaggeratedly large letters. "I always thought he was a bit thick anyway, all that nonsense about Lockhart being brilliant."
At that moment, Hermione appeared between the tall bookcases. She looked annoyed, though at least now she seemed willing to speak.
"Every copy of Hogwarts. A history is checked out," she said, dropping into a seat beside them. "There's a waiting list 2 weeks long. I really regret leaving mine at home, but there was no room with all those Lockhart books in my trunk." "What do you need it for?" Harry asked. "For the same reason everyone else does," Hermione replied, "to look up the legend of the Chamber of Secrets." "The what?" Harry said at once. "That's the problem I can't quite remember," Hermione admitted, frowning slightly. "And I haven't been able to find anything about it anywhere else."
"Hermione, please let me see your essay," Ron said urgently, glancing at his watch. "No," she said firmly, her tone sharpening. "You've had plenty of time to finish your own. I just need a couple more inches, come on."
Just then, the bell rang, still arguing. Ron and Hermione headed off toward History of Magic, with Harry following behind. History of Magic was easily the most tedious subject they had. Their teacher, Professor Binns, was a ghost, and not an interesting one at that. The most noteworthy thing about him was the way he drifted through the blackboard at the start of every lesson. Pale and shriveled, he seemed entirely unaware that he had died long ago. According to rumour, he had simply risen one day to teach and left his body sitting by the staff room fire and had continued exactly as before ever since. That day's lesson was no different. Professor Binns shuffled through his notes and began speaking in a flat, droning monotone that sounded remarkably like an old vacuum cleaner. Before long, most of the class had sunk into a daze, occasionally stirring just enough to jot down a name or date before lapsing back into half-sleep. About 30 minutes into the lecture, something unprecedented occurred. Hermione raised her hand. Professor Binns, who had been midway through an especially dull explanation of the International Warlock Convention of 1289, paused and looked up in surprise.
"Miss,
Granger, Professor," Hermione said clearly. "I was wondering if you could tell us something about the Chamber of Secrets." Dean Thomas, who had been staring blankly out the window with his mouth slightly open, snapped back to attention. Lavender Brown lifted her head from where it had been resting on her arms, and Neville Longbottom nearly lost his balance as his elbows slipped off the desk. Professor Binns blinked slowly. "My subject," he said in his thin, rasping voice, "is the history of magic. I concern myself with facts. Miss Granger, not folklore or fanciful tales." He gave a small cough that sounded like chalk breaking, then resumed. "In September of that same year, a delegation of Sardinian warlocks." He faltered mid-sentence. Hermione's hand was raised once more, waving insistently.
Miss Grant.
"Granger, sir," she corrected politely. "But surely legends are often rooted in truth." Professor Binns stared at her as though she were something entirely new. Harry had the distinct impression that no one living or otherwise had ever interrupted him before. "Well," Binns said slowly. "Yes, I suppose that argument could be made." He continued to peer at Hermione, as if properly noticing a student for the first time. "However, the particular legend you're referring to is highly exaggerated, bordering on the absurd." By now, though, the entire class was paying attention. Every pair of eyes was fixed on him. Binns glanced around vaguely, clearly unsettled by this sudden and unfamiliar interest.
"Oh, very well," he said at last. "Let me think. The Chamber of Secrets."
He paused briefly, then went on. "You are all aware that Hogwarts was established over a millennium ago, though the exact year is uncertain, by 4 of the most powerful witches and wizards of their time. The houses of the school bear their names: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Together, they constructed this castle in a remote location, hidden from Muggles, during an era when magic was widely feared and its practitioners often persecuted." He stopped again, blinking vaguely around the room before continuing. "For a time, the founders worked in unity, seeking out children with magical ability and bringing them here to be trained. However, disagreements eventually arose. Tensions grew, particularly between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin believed that admission to the school should be more restrictive. In his view, magical education ought to be reserved for those of pure magical lineage. He mistrusted students of Muggle heritage, considering them unreliable. In the end, a serious dispute broke out between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin chose to leave the school." Professor Binns paused once more, pressing his lips together, resembling an ancient, wrinkled tortoise. "This much is supported by reliable historical record," he continued. "However, over time, these facts became intertwined with a far more dramatic legend, that of the Chamber of Secrets. According to the tale, Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber somewhere within the castle, unknown to the other founders. According to the legend," Professor Binns continued, "Slytherin sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that it would remain hidden until his true heir came to Hogwarts. Only that heir would possess the ability to open it, release whatever lies within, and use it to rid the school of those deemed unworthy of learning magic." When he finished, the room fell quiet, but not in the usual dull, half-asleep way his lessons inspired. This silence felt different, tense, expectant. The students remained focused on him, as though waiting for more. Professor Binns seemed mildly irritated. "Needless to say, the entire story is complete nonsense," he added briskly. "Over the centuries, many highly skilled witches and wizards have searched the castle thoroughly for any sign of such a chamber. Nothing has ever been found. It is simply a story meant to alarm the easily impressed." Hermione's hand shot up once again. "Professor, what exactly is supposed to be the horror inside the chamber?" "It is said to be some form of creature," Binns replied in his thin, airy voice. "One that only Slytherin's heir would be able to command." A ripple of unease passed through the class as students exchanged glances. "I assure you that there is no such thing." Binns went on, rearranging his notes. "There is no chamber, and there is certainly no monster." "But, sir," Seamus Finnegan said, "if only Slytherin's heir can open it, then no one else would be able to find it." Right.
Rubbish, Binns snapped, sounding more irritated now. If generations of Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses have failed to locate it.
Still, Professor, Parvati Patil added, wouldn't it require dark magic to open something like that? Just because a wizard chooses not to practice dark magic does not mean they are incapable of it. Miss Pennyfeather, Binns replied sharply. As I was saying, if someone of Dumbledore's ability— Unless you have to be descended from Slytherin, Dean Thomas cut in. Then maybe Dumbledore couldn't. That is quite enough, Professor Binns interrupted firmly. This is nothing more than a myth. It does not exist. There is no evidence whatsoever that Slytherin built anything of the sort, not even a hidden cupboard, let alone a secret chamber. I regret bringing up such a ridiculous story. Now, let us return to proper history, reliable, factual, and verifiable. Within minutes, the classroom slipped back into its usual sluggish silence. I always thought Salazar Slytherin sounded like a bit of a maniac, Ron said, as he, Harry, and Hermione made their way through the crowded corridors after class, heading to drop off their bags before dinner. But I didn't realize he was behind all that pure-blood nonsense. No chance I'd ever be in his house. Honestly, if the Sorting Hat had tried to put me there, I'd have gone straight home. Hermione nodded vigorously in agreement, but Harry stayed quiet. A heavy feeling had settled in his stomach. He had never told either of them that the Sorting Hat had once seriously considered placing him in Slytherin. The memory was still vivid, the faint voice whispering in his ear as the hat rested on his head. You could be great. It's all here in your mind. Slytherin would guide you toward greatness. There's no doubt. But Harry had already heard enough about Slytherin's reputation to be alarmed. Not Slytherin, he had thought desperately, and the hat had responded, very well. If you're certain, better be Gryffindor. Lost in the flow of students moving along the corridor, Harry barely noticed Colin Creevey passing by.
Hi, Harry. Hi, Colin, Harry replied automatically. Harry, a boy in my class, said that you're—
But Colin was too small to resist the current of students sweeping him toward the great hall. They heard his voice trail off into a faint squeak. See you later, Harry, before he disappeared completely. Hermione looked thoughtful. What was he trying to say about you? That I'm Slytherin's heir, probably, Harry replied, his stomach sinking even further as he recalled how Justin Finch-Fletchley had bolted at the sight of him earlier. People around here will believe anything, Ron said irritably. As the crowd thinned, they managed to climb the next staircase without being jostled. Do you actually think the Chamber of Secrets exists? Ron asked Hermione.
I'm not sure, she admitted. Knitting her brows together, Dumbledore couldn't undo what happened to Mrs. Norris, which makes me wonder if whatever attacked her isn't, well, not human.
As she spoke, they turned the corner and stopped short. They had reached the very corridor where the attack had taken place. Everything looked almost unchanged, except Mrs. Norris was gone, and an empty chair now stood beneath the message still shining on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. That's where Filch has been keeping watch, Ron said under his breath. They exchanged glances. The corridor was empty. Wouldn't hurt to take a closer look, Harry said, dropping his bag and crouching down, scanning the floor as he moved along carefully.
Look, burn marks, he said, pointing, here and here. Harry, I'll come see this, Hermione called. It's strange.
He stood and joined her by the window near the writing. She was pointing at the upper pane, where a cluster of spiders, at least 20, were scrambling frantically, as if trying to squeeze through a narrow crack. A thin, silvery thread dangled downward like a rope, suggesting they had all rushed along it to escape.
Have you ever seen spiders behave like that? Hermione asked quietly. No, Harry said, then glanced over his shoulder. Ron, have you...
Ron had backed away and looked as though he might bolt at any second. "What's wrong?" Harry asked.
I hate spiders, Ron said stiffly.
Hermione blinked in surprise. "I didn't know that. You've handled them loads of times in potions." "That's different," Ron said quickly, keeping his eyes firmly away from the window. "They're fine when they're dead. It's the way they move that I can't stand." Hermione let out a small laugh.
"It's not funny," Ron snapped. "When I was 3, Fred turned my teddy bear into a giant spider because I broke his toy broom. You try holding your favourite toy and suddenly it's got 8 legs and..."
He stopped abruptly, shuddering. Hermione was still trying to suppress a smile. Sensing it was best to change the subject, Harry said, "Remember the water all over the floor? Where did that come from? Someone's cleaned it up." "It was around here," Ron said, regaining himself and stepping a little farther down the corridor, gesturing right near this door. He reached out for the brass handle, but instantly jerked his hand back as though he'd touched something hot.
"What is it?" Harry asked.
"We can't go in there," Ron muttered. "That's a girl's bathroom." "Oh, honestly, Ron, there's never anyone in there," Hermione said, getting to her feet and walking toward the door. "It's Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Come on, let's check." Ignoring the large out-of-order sign, she pushed the door open. Inside was the most miserable bathroom Harry had ever seen. Beneath a wide mirror, cracked and stained, sat a line of battered sinks with chipped edges. The floor was wet, reflecting the weak glow of a few nearly burned-out candles. The cubicle doors looked as though they hadn't been touched in years, paint peeling. Wood scratched, one hanging crookedly from broken hinges. Hermione raised a finger to her lips and quietly made her way toward the far stall. "Hello, Myrtle," she called softly when she reached it. "How are you?" Harry and Ron edged closer. Moaning Myrtle was hovering above the toilet cistern, examining her reflection and picking at a blemish on her chin.
"This is the girls' bathroom," she said suspiciously, eyeing Harry and Ron. "They don't belong here." "No, they don't," Hermione admitted quickly. "I just thought I'd show them how, well, lovely it is."
She gestured vaguely at the grimy mirror and damp surroundings.
"Ask her if she noticed anything," Harry whispered silently to Hermione.
"What are you muttering about?" Myrtle demanded, turning sharply toward him.
"Nothing," Harry said at once. "We were just wondering." "I wish people wouldn't whisper behind my back," Myrtle burst out, her voice thick with emotion. "I do have feelings, you know, even if I'm dead."
"Myrtle, we're not trying to upset you," Hermione said quickly. "Harry only meant..."
"Oh, no one ever means to upset me, do they?" Myrtle wailed. "My life here was dreadful enough, and now people come along and make my afterlife miserable too."
"We just wanted to know if you've seen anything unusual," Hermione pressed on. "A cat was attacked right outside this bathroom on Halloween." "Did you notice anyone around that night?" Harry added. "I wasn't paying attention," Myrtle said dramatically. "Peeves was bothering me so much that I came in here and tried to end it all. Then I remembered that I'm already well." "Dead," Ron supplied. Myrtle let out a loud, mournful sob. She shot upward into the air, flipped over, and plunged headfirst into the toilet. Water splashed everywhere as she disappeared, though her muffled crying could still be heard echoing from somewhere deep in the pipes. Harry and Ron stared, stunned, but Hermione only sighed tiredly.
"Honestly," she said, "that's practically a good mood for Myrtle. Come on, we should go." Harry had just shut the door on Myrtle's echoing sobs when a sharp voice rang out, making all 3 of them jump. "Ron."
Percy Weasley stood frozen at the top of the stairs, his prefect badge gleaming and his face full of outrage. "That's the girls' bathroom," he exclaimed. "What on earth were you doing in there?" Just looking around, Ron said with a casual shrug. You know, trying to find clues. Percy puffed up instantly, reminding Harry very much of Mrs. Weasley when she was about to lecture someone.
Move away from that area, Percy said, marching toward them and herding them along with brisk, fussy gestures. Have you any idea how this looks, sneaking back here while everyone else is at dinner?
Why shouldn't we be here? Ron snapped, stopping abruptly and glaring at him. And for your information, we didn't touch that cat. That's exactly what I told Ginny, Percy replied sharply, but she's still convinced you'll be expelled. I've never seen her so upset she's been crying non-stop. You might consider how this affects her. All the first years are completely worked up about it.
Oh, please, Ron shot back, his ears turning red. You're not worried about Ginny, you're worried this'll ruin your chances of becoming head boy.
5 points from Gryffindor, Percy said crisply, tapping his badge. Perhaps that will teach you something, and no more playing detective, or I'll be writing to Mum. With that, he turned and stalked off, the back of his neck flushed nearly as red as Ron's ears. That evening in the common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made sure to sit as far away from Percy as possible. Ron was still fuming, repeatedly smudging his charm's homework. When he absent-mindedly reached for his wand to fix it, he accidentally set the parchment on fire. Looking nearly as irritated as his scorched assignment, Ron snapped the standard book of spells, grade 2 shut. To Harry's surprise, Hermione closed her books as well. But who could be behind it? She asked quietly, as if picking up a conversation already in progress. Who would want to scare all the squibs and muggleborns out of Hogwarts? Let's see, Ron said sarcastically. Who do we know that thinks muggleborns are worthless? He glanced meaningfully at Hermione. She met his look but didn't seem convinced. If you're talking about Malfoy...
Of course I am, Ron interrupted. You heard what he said. You're next, mudbloods. Honestly, just look at him. It's obvious it's him. Malfoy, the heir of Slytherin, Hermione said doubtfully.
Think about his family, Harry added, shutting his own books. They've all been in Slytherin for generations. He never stops bragging about it. It's not hard to imagine they're descended from Slytherin. And his father, well, he's definitely the type. They might have kept the secret of the chamber for generations, Ron said eagerly, passed it down through the family father to son. Well, Hermione said carefully, I suppose that's not impossible. But how do we actually prove it? Harry asked, his voice low.
There could be a way, Hermione said slowly, lowering her voice even more as she flicked a glance toward Percy across the room. Though it wouldn't be easy. In fact, it would be extremely risky. We'd probably be breaking dozens of school rules.
If you're planning to explain this sometime next month, do let us know, Ron said impatiently. Hermione shot him a cool look. Fine. What we'd have to do is get into the Slytherin common room and question Malfoy without him realizing who we are. That's ridiculous, Harry said, while Ron let out a short laugh.
It's not, Hermione insisted. All we'd need is some polyjuice potion.
Some what? Harry and Ron said together. Snape mentioned it briefly in class a few weeks ago. Right, because we spend all our time hanging on Snape's every word, Ron muttered. It's a potion that lets you take on someone else's appearance, Hermione explained. Think about it, we could transform into Slytherin students. No one would suspect a thing. Malfoy might tell us everything. He's probably bragging about it in their common room right now, if only we could hear him. Ron frowned. That potion sounds a bit risky. What if something goes wrong and we're stuck looking like them forever? It doesn't last permanently, Hermione said, waving off the concern, but getting the recipe will be the tricky part. Snape said it's in a book called Moste Patente Potions, and that'll definitely be kept in the restricted section of the library. There was only one problem with that. Accessing books from the restricted section required written permission from a teacher. Hard to explain why we'd want that book, Ron said, unless we actually planned on brewing something from it. I think, Hermione said thoughtfully, If we make it sound like we're only interested in the theory, we might be able to get away with it.
Oh, come off it, Ron said. No teacher's going to buy that. They'd have to be completely clueless.
Chapter 10. The Rogue Bludger. After the unfortunate incident with the pixies, Professor Lockhart had clearly decided to avoid bringing any more live creatures into class. Instead, he now preferred to read aloud from his own books, occasionally acting out the more exciting scenes. He almost always chose Harry as his assistant. So far, Harry had been made to portray a Transylvanian villager cured of a babbling curse, a sniffling yeti, and even a vampire condemned to a diet of lettuce after an encounter with Lockhart. At their next Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, Harry was once again summoned to the front, this time to play the role of a werewolf. If he hadn't needed to stay on Lockhart's good side, he would have refused outright.
Excellent. Harry, give me a proper howl. Yes, like that, Lockhart instructed. And then I leapt forward, just so brought the creature crashing down like this, pinned him with one hand while with the other. I pressed my wand to his throat then, summoning all my remaining strength. I cast the extraordinarily difficult Homorphous charm. He let out a pitiful cry, louder, Harry, louder, perfect, and just like that, the fur receded, the fangs disappeared, and he was restored to human form, elegant and effective. Another village saved, and my name remembered as their champion against the dreaded monthly werewolf attacks.
The bell rang, cutting him off. Lockhart straightened up at once. For homework, compose a poem describing my triumph over the Wagga Wagga werewolf. A signed copy of Magical Me to the best entry. The students began filing out. Harry made his way to the back, where Ron and Hermione were waiting.
Ready, Harry muttered.
Let's wait until it's clear, Hermione whispered nervously. Okay, now. Clutching a piece of paper tightly, she approached Lockhart's desk, with Harry and Ron following close behind.
Professor Lockhart, Hermione said, her voice slightly unsteady. I was hoping to borrow a book from the library, just for some additional reading. She held out the note, her hand trembling faintly. The problem is, it's kept in the restricted section, so I need a teacher's signature. I thought it might help me better understand what you wrote in Gadding with Ghouls about certain slow-acting poisons. Ah, Gadding with Ghouls, Lockhart exclaimed, taking the note and beaming at her. One of my personal favourites. You enjoyed it, I trust. Oh, very much, Hermione said quickly, especially the part where you captured that last ghoul with a tea strainer so inventive.
Well, I see no reason not to assist the top student of the year a little further, Lockhart said warmly, reaching for an enormous peacock feather quill. Beautiful, isn't it? He added, mistaking Ron's expression of disgust for admiration. I generally reserve it for autograph signings. Lockhart added a large, flamboyant signature to the note, looping his name extravagantly before handing it back to Hermione. So then, Harry, he went on, as Hermione hurriedly folded the paper and tucked it into her bag. Tomorrow marks the first Quidditch match of the season, does it not? Gryffindor versus Slytherin, I believe. I'm told you're quite a capable player. I myself was a seeker in my day. In fact, I was invited to try out for the national team, but I chose instead to devote my life to combating the dark arts. Still, if you ever feel you'd benefit from a bit of personal coaching, do come to me. I'm always willing to share my experience with less advanced players. Harry made a vague, non-committal sound and quickly slipped away to catch up with Ron and Hermione.
I can't believe that worked, he said, as they examined the signed note. He didn't even check which book we asked for.
That's because he's completely clueless, Ron said. But who cares? We got what we needed.
He's not clueless, Hermione snapped, as they hurried toward the library.
Just because he called you the best student in the year, Ron began. They lowered their voices as they stepped into the library's hushed atmosphere. Madame Pince stood at her desk, thin and sharp-featured, like a hungry bird of prey. "Moste potente potions," she repeated suspiciously, reaching for the note Hermione was holding. Hermione hesitated, reluctant to let go.
"Could I keep it, please?" she asked nervously. "Oh, honestly," Ron said, snatching it from her and handing it over. "We'll get another one. Lockhart would autograph a lamppost if it stood still long enough."
Madame Pince raised the note to the light, scrutinizing it carefully for any sign of forgery. Apparently satisfied, she disappeared among the tall shelves and returned a few minutes later with a thick, dusty-looking volume. Hermione slipped it into her bag with great care, and the three of them left, trying to appear casual despite their excitement. A few minutes later, they found themselves back in Moaning Myrtle's out-of-order bathroom, the door firmly shut behind them. Hermione had overruled Ron's protests by pointing out that no one in their right mind would willingly come here, making it the perfect place for privacy. From inside her stall, Myrtle could be heard sobbing loudly, but the three of them paid her no attention, and she seemed to ignore them in return. Hermione carefully opened Moste Potente Potions, and the three of them leaned in over its stained, aging pages. It was immediately obvious why the book had been kept in the restricted section. Some of the potions described were disturbingly grotesque, and the illustrations were even worse. One showed a man seemingly turned inside out, while another depicted a witch growing multiple extra arms from her head. "Here it is," Hermione said eagerly, stopping at a page titled The Polyjuice Potion. The margins were filled with sketches of people caught mid-transformation, their features shifting into someone else's. Harry couldn't help hoping the artist had exaggerated the agonized expressions on their faces. "This might be the most complicated potion I've ever come across," Hermione said as they studied the instructions. "Let's see, lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, knotgrass," she read, tracing the ingredient list with her finger. "Those shouldn't be a problem. We can get them from the student supplies cupboard. Oh, but look at this powdered bicorn horn. No idea where we'd find that. And shredded boomslang skin. That won't be easy either. And of course, we'll need a piece of whoever we want to transform into."
"Sorry, what?" Ron said, recoiling. "What do you mean, a piece of them? I'm not drinking anything with bits of crab in it, like his toenails or something."
Hermione continued as if he hadn't spoken. "That part comes at the very end, so we don't need to worry about it yet." Ron turned to Harry, speechless, but Harry had his own concern. "Do you realize how much we'd have to steal to make this?" he said. "Boomslang skin definitely isn't in the student cupboard. What are we supposed to do, break into Snape's private stores? I'm not sure this is such a good idea." Hermione snapped the book shut. "Well, if you're both too scared, then forget it," she said sharply. Her cheeks were flushed pink, and her eyes were shining with determination. "I don't enjoy breaking rules, you know. But threatening Muggle-born students is far worse than making a difficult potion. If you're not interested in finding out whether Malfoy's behind this, I'll just return the book right now."
"I never thought I'd see you encouraging rule-breaking," Ron said. "Fine, we're in, but no toenails. Agreed." "How long would it even take to brew this?" Harry asked, as Hermione, now looking much more satisfied, opened the book again.
"Well, the fluxweed has to be picked during the full moon, and the lacewing flies need to be stewed for 21 days, she said thoughtfully. "So, assuming we can gather everything, it should be ready in about a month."
"A month," Ron repeated. "Malfoy could have attacked loads of Muggleborns by then."
Hermione shot him a sharp look, and he quickly added, "But it's still our best shot, so let's go for it." While Hermione moved toward the door to make sure no one was nearby, Ron leaned closer to Harry and muttered, "Honestly, it'd be a lot simpler if you just knocked Malfoy off his broom during the match tomorrow." Harry woke early the next morning and lay still for a while, staring at the ceiling and thinking about the upcoming Quidditch game. A knot of nerves sat in his stomach, partly because he dreaded Wood's reaction if Gryffindor lost, and partly because Slytherin's team would be riding the best brooms money could buy. More than ever, he wanted to beat them. After half an hour of restless thoughts, he got up, dressed, and headed down early for breakfast. The rest of the Gryffindor team was already there, gathered at the long table. They were unusually quiet, each of them tense and preoccupied. As 11 o'clock drew closer, students began streaming out toward the Quidditch pitch. The air was heavy and humid, with a distant rumble of thunder hinting at a storm. Ron and Hermione caught up with Harry just before he entered the changing rooms, wishing him luck before he joined the team. Dressed in their scarlet robes, they sat together to hear Wood's usual speech before the match. "Slytherin's got better brooms than we do," Wood began. "No point pretending otherwise, but we've got the better players, we've trained harder, flown in every kind of weather." "Too right," George muttered. "I haven't been properly dry since summer."
"And today we're going to make them regret letting that slimy little cheat Malfoy buy his way onto the team," Wood continued.
Breathing heavily with determination, he turned to Harry. "This match depends on you, Harry. Show them that being a Seeker takes more than money. Catch the snitch before Malfoy does or die trying. We have to win this." "No pressure, then," Fred said lightly, giving Harry a wink. As they stepped out onto the field, a wave of noise crashed over them. Most of it was cheering. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were eager to see Slytherin lose, but the Slytherin supporters made sure their boos were heard as well. Madam Hooch called Flint and Wood forward to shake hands. They did so stiffly, glaring at one another and gripping harder than necessary.
"On my whistle," Madam Hooch said. 3, 2, 1.
The whistle blew, and with a surge of cheers from the crowd, all 14 players shot up into the grey sky. Harry climbed higher than the rest, scanning the air for the snitch.
"Everything all right up there?" Scarhead, Malfoy called, darting beneath him to show off the speed of his broom.
Harry didn't get the chance to answer. A bludger came hurtling straight at him, and he barely managed to dodge in time. It missed him by inches, whipping past so close it stirred his hair. "That was close. Harry!" George shouted as he sped past, bat raised. He swung hard, sending the bludger hurtling toward Adrian Pusey, but halfway through the air, it abruptly veered off course and came racing straight back at Harry. Harry dropped sharply, barely dodging it. George struck again, this time aiming for Malfoy, yet the bludger twisted once more, as if pulled by an invisible force, and shot directly at Harry's head. Harry accelerated, darting toward the far end of the pitch. Behind him, he could hear the bludger slicing through the air in pursuit. Something wasn't right. Bludgers weren't supposed to fixate on a single player. They were meant to attack anyone in range. At the other end, Fred Weasley was ready. Harry ducked just as Fred swung with full force, knocking the bludger off its path. "Got it!" Fred called triumphantly, but he was wrong. As though drawn to Harry, the bludger curved back again and charged after him, forcing Harry to speed away once more. Rain had begun to fall, heavy drops splashing against Harry's face and blurring his glasses. He had no idea what was happening elsewhere in the match until Lee Jordan's voice rang out from the stands. Slytherin are ahead 60 points to 0. Their superior brooms were clearly giving Slytherin the advantage, while the rogue bludger relentlessly targeted Harry. Fred and George had closed in on either side of him, swinging constantly, leaving Harry unable to see anything beyond their frantic movements, let alone search for the snitch.
"This thing's been tampered with," Fred grunted, smashing at the bludger as it lunged at Harry again.
"We need a time-out," George shouted, trying to signal Wood, while simultaneously keeping the bludger from smashing into Harry's face. Wood seemed to understand. Madam Hooch's whistle shrilled, and Harry, Fred, and George all dove toward the ground, still dodging the relentless bludger. "What's going on?" Wood demanded as the Gryffindor team gathered together. "From the stands!" the Slytherins jeered loudly. "We're getting crushed. Fred, George, where were you when that bludger stopped Angelina from scoring?" "We were busy stopping the other one from killing Harry," George snapped. "Someone's messed with it. It's only going after him. It hasn't touched anyone else all game. It has to be Slytherin." "But the bludgers were locked in Madam Hooch's office after our last practice," Wood said anxiously. "They were fine then." Madam Hooch was approaching, and over her shoulder Harry could see the Slytherin team laughing and pointing in his direction.
"Listen," Harry said quickly as she drew nearer. "With you two hovering around me, I'll never catch the snitch unless it flies straight into my hands. Go help the rest of the team. Let me deal with this one." "Don't be stupid," Fred said. "That thing could take your head off."
Wood looked between Harry and the twins, uncertain.
"Oliver, this is madness," Alicia Spinnet said sharply. "You can't leave Harry to handle that alone. We should call for an investigation."
"If we stop now, we forfeit the match," Harry argued. "We're not handing Slytherin a win because of one rogue bludger. Come on, Oliver, tell them to back off."
"This is exactly your fault," George added angrily, glaring at Wood. "Catch the snitch or die trying. What kind of advice was that?"
Madame Hooch reached them. "Ready to continue?" she asked Wood. Wood hesitated, then met Harry's determined expression.
"All right," he said finally. "Fred, George, you heard him. Leave Harry to handle it himself." The rain had grown heavier, drumming steadily against the pitch. At Madam Hooch's whistle, Harry shot upward, pushing off hard, and instantly heard the familiar rush of the bludger chasing him again. He climbed higher and higher, twisting and diving through the air. He looped, spun, and zigzagged wildly, fighting off the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him. Rain streaked across his glasses, blurring his vision, while cold drops slid into his nose as he flipped upside down to evade yet another attack. From the stands came bursts of laughter. Harry knew he must look ridiculous, but the bludger, though fast, couldn't match his agility. He began darting along the edges of the stadium in sharp, erratic patterns, squinting through the sheets of rain toward the Gryffindor goalposts, where Adrian Pusey was attempting to slip past Wood. A sharp whistle by his ear told him the bludger had missed him again by inches. Harry rolled mid-air and sped off in the opposite direction. "Practicing for a dance recital, Potter," Malfoy called mockingly, as Harry was forced into another awkward spin to avoid the attack. Harry shot away, the bludger still close behind, but as he glanced back at Malfoy with growing irritation, something caught his eye. The golden snitch. It hovered just beside Malfoy's ear, glinting faintly in the rain. Malfoy, too busy laughing, hadn't noticed it. Harry froze for a split second, suspended in the air. He didn't dare rush forward if Malfoy so much as looked up. He'd spot it instantly. Then, crack! He had hesitated just a moment too long. The bludger slammed into his arm with brutal force. Pain exploded through him as his elbow gave way. Disoriented, Harry slipped sideways on his rain-slick broom, barely managing to keep one leg hooked over it. His right arm hung limp, useless at his side. The bludger turned and charged again, this time aiming straight for his head, but Harry jerked away just in time. Through the haze of pain and rain, one thought cut through everything else: reach the snitch. He dove. Through blurred vision, he aimed straight for Malfoy's pale, startled face. Malfoy's expression shifted instantly. His smirk vanished, replaced by alarm as he thought Harry was coming straight at him. "What are you?" he gasped, swerving sharply out of the way, letting go of the broom with one hand. Harry lunged desperately. His fingers closed around the cool metal of the snitch, but now he was clinging to his broom with only his legs. A roar erupted from the crowd as he plunged downward, struggling to stay conscious.
He hit the ground hard, skidding through the mud before tumbling off his broom. His arm lay twisted at an unnatural angle, pain shooting through him. The noise of shouting and whistles seemed distant, almost muffled. Through the haze, he lifted his good hand and stared at the snitch clenched tightly in his grip.
"Right," he murmured faintly. "That should do it. We won."
Darkness swallowed him. When he came to, rain was pattering against his face. He was still on the field, with someone leaning over him. A wide, gleaming smile came into view.
"Oh, not you," Harry groaned. "He's not making sense," Lockhart announced loudly to the anxious Gryffindors gathered around. "Nothing to worry about, Harry. I'll have your arm sorted in no time." "No," Harry protested weakly. "I'd rather leave it as it is."
He tried to sit up, but pain surged through him again, nearby. He heard the unmistakable clicking of a camera. "Colin, I really don't need a photo of this," Harry said loudly. "Stay still." "Harry," Lockhart said reassuringly, "it's a very simple spell, one I've performed countless times."
"Can't I just go to the hospital wing?" Harry asked through gritted teeth.
"That might be best, Professor," said Wood, who was splattered with mud but still looked pleased. "Brilliant catch. Harry, absolutely brilliant. Best I've seen." Through the cluster of legs surrounding him, Harry caught sight of Fred and George struggling to force the rogue bludger into a box. It thrashed violently, refusing to settle. "Stand back," Lockhart said, rolling up his bright green sleeves. "No, wait, don't," Harry tried. But Lockhart had already raised his wand and aimed it at Harry's arm. A strange sensation spread from his shoulder down to his fingertips, like the structure inside his arm was collapsing. It felt as though the limb were deflating. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, unable to look, but the horrified gasps from those around him and the frantic clicking of Colin's camera told him everything. The pain had vanished, but so had the feeling of having a proper arm. "Ah," Lockhart said lightly. "Yes, that does happen occasionally. Still, the important thing is that the bones are no longer broken. That's what matters. Now then, Harry, off you go to the hospital wing, Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger, perhaps you'd accompany him. Madame Pomfrey will be able to straighten things out." Harry pushed himself upright, feeling oddly unbalanced. Taking a steadying breath, he glanced down at his right side.
And immediately wished he hadn't.
Sticking out from the sleeve of his robes was something that looked disturbingly like a thick, flesh-coloured glove. Harry tried to wiggle his fingers. Nothing. It took him a moment to understand. Lockhart hadn't healed his arm, he had removed the bones entirely. Madame Pomfrey was furious. "You should have come straight to me," she snapped, lifting what remained of his arm with visible irritation. "Fixing broken bones is simple, growing them back from nothing is another matter entirely."
"You can fix it, though, right?" Harry asked anxiously. "Oh, I can," she replied, her tone sharp. "But it won't be pleasant." She tossed him a set of pajamas. "You'll be staying here overnight."
Hermione waited outside the curtain while Ron helped Harry change. It wasn't easy forcing the limp, boneless arm into the sleeve. It bent and folded in ways that made both of them wince. "So what do you think of Lockhart now?" Ron called through the curtain as he struggled to guide Harry's floppy hand through the cuff. If Harry wanted his bones removed, he'd have asked for it. "People make mistakes," Hermione insisted, "and at least it doesn't hurt anymore, does it, Harry?"
"No," Harry admitted as he climbed into bed, "but it doesn't do anything else either."
As he settled onto the mattress, his arm flopped uselessly at his side. Hermione and Madame Pomfrey stepped back inside the curtain, the latter carrying a large bottle labelled Skeeler Grow. "This is going to be uncomfortable," she warned, pouring out a steaming dose and handing it to him. "Regrowing bones is no small matter." Uncomfortable was an understatement. The potion scorched its way down Harry's throat, making him choke and gasp, muttering under her breath about reckless games and incompetent teachers. Madame Pomfrey moved away, leaving Ron and Hermione to steady Harry as he gulped water.
"At least we won," Ron said, breaking into a grin. "That catch was brilliant. You should have seen Malfoy's face. He looked furious." "I still want to know how that bludger got messed up," Hermione said, frowning.
"We'll ask him soon enough," Harry replied, sinking back against his pillows. "Once we've got the polyjuice potion ready, hopefully it tastes better than this." "If it includes bits of Slytherin's," Ron said, "don't count on it." Just then, the hospital wing doors flew open. The rest of the Gryffindor team burst in, drenched and muddy, crowding around Harry's bed.
"That was incredible flying, Harry," George said. "I just saw Flint yelling at Malfoy something about the snitch being right next to him and him missing it completely. Malfoy looked like he might explode." They had brought cakes, sweets, and bottles of pumpkin juice, and soon the group gathered around Harry, turning the scene into something like a celebration, which was cut short almost immediately. "This boy needs rest," Madame Pomfrey shouted, sweeping back toward them. "He has 33 bones to regrow. Out, all of you! Out!" Reluctantly, they filed out, leaving Harry alone once more. With nothing to focus on except the sharp, stabbing sensations beginning to pulse through his limp arm. Sometime much later, Harry jolted awake in complete darkness, letting out a sharp cry as pain shot through his arm. It felt as though it were packed with jagged fragments. For a moment, he thought that alone had woken him. Then he froze. Someone was dabbing his forehead. "Stop that!" he snapped, and then squinted through the gloom. "Dobby!" The house elf's enormous, shining eyes stared back at him. A tear slid slowly down his long, pointed nose. "Harry Potter returned to Hogwarts," he whispered sorrowfully. "Dobby warned him again and again. Oh, sir, why would you not listen? Why didn't Harry Potter go home when he missed the train?" Harry pushed himself upright against the pillows, brushing the damp sponge aside. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "And how did you even know about the train?" Dobby's lower lip quivered, and suddenly it all clicked into place. "It was you," Harry said, narrowing his eyes. "You blocked the barrier." "Yes, sir," Dobby said eagerly, nodding so hard his ears flapped. Dobby hid nearby and sealed the gateway. Afterward, Dobby had to iron his hands. He held up his fingers, each one wrapped in bandages. "But it was worth it, sir. Dobby believed Harry Potter would be safe. Never did he imagine Harry Potter would find another way to return." He rocked back and forth, shaking his head in distress. When Dobby learned Harry Potter had come back, he was so upset he burned his master's dinner. "Oh, sir, such punishment Dobby received." Harry sank back into his pillows, scowling. "You almost got Ron and me expelled," he said angrily. "You'd better leave before my bones grow back. Dobby or I might strangle you." Dobby gave a faint, crooked smile. "Dobby is used to threats like that, sir. At home, Dobby hears them many times a day." He blew his nose noisily on the corner of his grimy pillowcase. The sight was so miserable that Harry felt his anger slipping away despite himself. "Why are you wearing that?" he asked, nodding toward the pillowcase. "This, sir," Dobby said, plucking at the fabric. "It is the sign of a house elf's bondage. Dobby may only be freed if his masters give him clothes. They are very careful not to hand Dobby even a single sock, sir, for then he would be free to leave them forever." Dobby wiped his watery eyes, then suddenly blurted, "Harry Potter must return home." Dobby believed the bludger would be enough to make. "Your bludger," Harry cut in, anger flaring again. "What do you mean? Your bludger? You're the one who made it chase me." "Not to kill you. Sir, never, Dobby cried, horrified. Dobby only wished to protect Harry Potter. Better he be sent home injured than remain here in danger. Dobby only meant to hurt him enough so he would be sent away. Oh, well, that's comforting, Harry said bitterly. And I suppose you're not planning to explain why you wanted me sent home in pieces.
If Harry Potter only understood, Dobby moaned, tears dripping onto his ragged pillowcase. If he knew what he means to creatures like us, the lowly, the enslaved, the forgotten. Dobby remembers the time when he who must not be named was at the height of his power. Sir, house elves were treated worse than vermin. He sniffed, dabbing his face again.
Of course, Dobby is still treated so, sir, he admitted quietly. But things improved after Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord. It was like a new dawn, sir. Harry Potter became a symbol of hope for those who feared the darkness would never end.
His voice dropped to a fearful whisper. But now, terrible things are about to happen at Hogwarts. Perhaps they have already begun. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to stay, not when the past is repeating itself, not when the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. Dobby suddenly froze, eyes wide with terror. Then, in panic, he grabbed Harry's water jug and smashed it over his own head, disappearing from view. A moment later, he reappeared, dazed, muttering, "Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby." "So it is real," Harry whispered urgently. "The Chamber of Secrets, and it's been opened before. Tell me, Dobby." He grabbed the elf's thin wrist as Dobby reached again for the jug. "But I'm not Muggle-born. Why would I be in danger?"
"Please, sir, ask no more," Dobby stammered, his eyes enormous in the darkness. "Terrible plans are unfolding here, but Harry Potter must not be part of them. He must leave. Go home, sir, go home. It is far too dangerous." "Who's behind it?" Harry pressed, tightening his grip. "Who opened the chamber, and who did it last time?" "I cannot say, sir. I must not," Dobby squealed. "Please, Harry Potter must go home." "I'm not leaving," Harry said firmly. "One of my best friends is Muggle-born. If this chamber is really open, she'll be in danger first." "Harry Potter would risk everything for his friends," Dobby cried, almost awestruck. "So brave, so noble. But he must think of himself, he must not."
Suddenly, Dobby went rigid. His ears twitched. Harry heard it too, footsteps approaching along the corridor.
"Dobby must go," the elf whispered in terror. With a loud crack, he vanished, leaving Harry clutching empty air.
Harry lay back quickly, fixing his gaze on the dark doorway as the footsteps grew louder. Moments later, Dumbledore entered, walking backward, dressed in a long woolen dressing gown and nightcap. He was carrying the upper half of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall followed close behind, holding the legs. Together, they carefully laid it onto a nearby bed. "Fetch Madame Pomfrey," Dumbledore said quietly. McGonagall hurried out of sight. Harry remained perfectly still, pretending to be asleep. He could hear hurried voices, then footsteps returning. Madame Pomfrey rushed in, pulling a cardigan over her nightdress. She gasped sharply. "What's happened?" she asked in a hushed voice, bending over the rigid figure.
"Another victim," Dumbledore replied gravely. "Minerva found him on the stairs."
"There were grapes beside him," McGonagall added. "We believe he was trying to visit Potter." Harry's stomach twisted sharply, very slowly. He pushed himself up just enough to glimpse the figure lying on the nearby bed. A strip of moonlight fell across the unmoving face. It was Colin Creevey. His eyes were wide open, frozen in shock, and his hands were raised in front of him, still clutching his camera. "Petrified?" Madame Pomfrey asked in a hushed voice. "Yes," said Professor McGonagall, "and it's a chilling thought. If Albus hadn't been coming downstairs for a cup of hot chocolate, who knows what might have happened?" All three stood silently, staring down at Colin. Then Dumbledore stepped forward and gently pried the camera from Colin's stiff fingers. "Do you think he managed to capture his attacker?" Professor McGonagall asked quickly. Dumbledore didn't reply. He simply opened the back of the camera. "Merciful heavens," Madame Pomfrey murmured. A thin stream of smoke escaped from inside, even from several beds away. Harry caught the sharp scent of something burned.
"It's ruined," Madame Pomfrey said, astonished, completely destroyed.
Professor McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, her voice tense. "What does this tell us, Albus?"
"It tells us," Dumbledore said quietly, "that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened once again."
Madame Pomfrey covered her mouth in shock. McGonagall stared at him, unsettled.
"But, Albus, surely who could be responsible?"
"That is not the right question," Dumbledore replied, still watching Colin. "The real question is how." And judging by the troubled look on Professor McGonagall's face, she was no closer to understanding than Harry was. Chapter 11. The Dueling Club. Harry woke on Sunday morning to bright winter sunlight pouring into the dormitory. His arm had been restored, though it felt stiff and awkward. He sat up immediately and glanced toward Colin's bed. But the tall curtains drawn around it blocked his view. Madame Pomfrey noticed he was awake and hurried over with breakfast, then began testing his arm by gently bending and stretching it. "Everything seems fine," she said, while Harry struggled to eat his porridge with his left hand. "Once you've finished, you're free to go." As soon as he could, Harry dressed and rushed toward Gryffindor Tower, eager to tell Ron and Hermione everything about Colin and Dobby. But when he arrived, they were nowhere to be found. Slightly hurt that they hadn't checked on him, he went off to search for them. Passing the library, he ran into Percy Weasley, who seemed in a much better mood than before. "Hello, Harry," Percy said cheerfully. "That was outstanding flying yesterday, truly impressive. Gryffindor's now leading the House Cup, thanks to you earning 50 points.
"Have you seen Ron or Hermione?" Harry asked.
Percy shook his head, his smile fading. "No, I haven't. Let's just hope Ron isn't sneaking around another girl's bathroom." Harry forced a small laugh and, once Percy was gone, made his way straight to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. He wasn't sure why they would be there again, but after checking that Filch and the prefects weren't nearby, he slipped inside. From one of the locked stalls, he heard their voices.
"It's me," Harry called.
There was a sudden clatter, followed by a splash and a startled gasp. Hermione's eye appeared at the keyhole.
"Harry, you scared us," she said, unlocking the door. "Come in, how's your arm?" "Fine," Harry replied, squeezing into the cramped stall. A battered cauldron sat on the toilet, and faint, crackling sounds suggested a fire burning beneath it, one of Hermione's clever, portable flames.
"We were going to come find you," Ron explained, as Harry locked the door behind him, "but we figured we should get started on the polyjuice potion. This seemed like the safest place." Harry began telling them about Colin, but Hermione cut in. "We already heard," she said. "Professor McGonagall was telling Professor Flitwick this morning. That's why we started right away. The faster we get Malfoy to confess, the better," Ron added, angrily. "Honestly, I reckon he was still furious after the Quidditch match and took it out on Colin." "There's something else," Harry said, watching Hermione shred pieces of knotgrass and drop them into the bubbling potion. "Dobby came to see me last night." Ron and Hermione both looked up in surprise. Harry explained everything Dobby had told him and everything he had refused to say. They listened in stunned silence. "So the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before," Hermione said slowly. "That confirms it," Ron declared confidently. "Lucius Malfoy must have opened it back when he was a student, and now he's passed the secret down to Draco. Makes perfect sense. I just wish Dobby had said what kind of monster is inside. How has no one noticed it roaming around the school? Maybe it can turn invisible, Hermione suggested, pushing leeches deeper into the potion, or disguise itself like pretending to be armor. I've read about creatures like that, chameleon ghouls. You really do read too much, Ron muttered, sprinkling dead lacewings into the cauldron. Then he turned to Harry. So Dobby blocked us from the train and wrecked your arm. He shook his head. Honestly, if he keeps trying to protect you, he might end up killing you. By Monday morning, news of Colin Creevy's attack had spread throughout the entire school. Fear and suspicion filled the air. First-year students now travelled in tight groups, too frightened to walk the corridors alone.
Ginny Weasley, who shared Charms class with Colin, was deeply shaken. Fred and George, however, chose a questionable way to cheer her up, taking turns disguising themselves with fur or fake boils and jumping out to scare her. They only stopped when Percy, furious, threatened to inform their mother after Ginny began having nightmares.
Meanwhile, a secret market for protective charms and amulets sprang up among the students. Neville Longbottom bought several odd items: a foul-smelling onion, a purple crystal, and even a decaying newt tail, until his fellow Gryffindors reminded him he wasn't likely to be targeted since he was a pureblood. But Filch was attacked first, Neville argued nervously, and everyone knows I'm practically a squib. In the second week of December, Professor McGonagall made her usual round, noting which students would stay at school over Christmas. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all signed up, having learned that Malfoy would also remain at Hogwarts, a detail they found highly suspicious. The holidays seemed like the perfect opportunity to use the Polyjuice potion and trick him into revealing the truth. Unfortunately, their potion was only halfway complete. They still needed powdered bicorn horn and boomslang skin ingredients that could only be found in Snape's private stores. Privately, Harry thought he would rather face the legendary monster of Slytherin than risk being caught stealing from Snape's office. What we really need, Hermione said firmly, as their double potions class on Thursday approached, is some kind of distraction. That way, one of us can slip into Snape's office and grab the ingredients. Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy looks.
I'll be the one to do the stealing, Hermione went on calmly. You two are already on thin ice. One more mistake and you'll be expelled. My record's still clean. All you have to do is create enough chaos to keep Snape occupied for a few minutes.
Harry gave a weak grin. Causing trouble in Snape's class sounded about as wise as provoking a dangerous beast. The lesson took place, as usual, in one of the dungeon classrooms. Rows of cauldrons bubbled between wooden desks, surrounded by scales and jars filled with strange ingredients. Snape stalked through the room, criticizing Gryffindor work, while the Slytherins laughed quietly. Draco Malfoy, clearly Snape's favorite, kept tossing bits of pufferfish eyes toward Harry and Ron, daring them to react, but they knew better than to rise to it. Harry's swelling solution was far too watery, but he barely noticed. His attention was fixed on Hermione, waiting for her signal. When Snape moved off to berate Neville, Hermione caught Harry's eye and gave a small nod. Harry quickly crouched behind his cauldron and pulled out one of Fred's fireworks. With a tap of his wand, it began to spark and hiss. Acting fast, he stood up and tossed it across the room, straight into Goyle's cauldron. The explosion was immediate. Potions splashed everywhere, and the room erupted in screams. Malfoy was hit full in the face, his nose ballooned grotesquely. Goyle stumbled blindly, his eyes swollen to enormous size. Chaos spread as students tried to wipe potion off themselves. Snape bellowed for silence, struggling to regain control. Through the confusion, Harry spotted Hermione quietly slipping into Snape's office.
Silence! Silence! Snape shouted. Anyone affected, come here for an antidote. and when I discover who is responsible.
Harry fought to keep a straight face as Malfoy staggered forward, his oversized nose dragging his head down. Around him, students shuffled towards Snape, some with swollen limbs, others barely able to speak. At last, Harry saw Hermione return, her robes noticeably bulging at the front. Once everyone had taken the antidote and the swelling began to subside, Snape marched over to Goyle's cauldron and fished out the charred remains of the firework. The room fell completely silent. "If I ever discover who was responsible for this," Snape said quietly, "that student will be expelled." Harry quickly arranged his face into an innocent, confused look. Snape's eyes lingered on him suspiciously, and when the bell finally rang 10 minutes later, it felt like a huge relief. "I'm sure he knows it was me," Harry said as he, Ron, and Hermione hurried back toward Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I could tell from the way he looked at me. Hermione wasted no time adding the stolen ingredients to the potion, stirring it with intense focus. "Should be finished in about 2 weeks," she said, clearly pleased. "Snape can't prove anything," Ron told Harry. "What's he going to do?"
"Knowing him, something unpleasant," Harry replied, watching the potion bubble and foam.
About a week later, the three of them were crossing the entrance hall when they noticed a group of students gathered around a newly posted notice. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas waved them over eagerly. "They're starting a dueling club," Seamus announced. "First meeting tonight. I think it'd be brilliant to learn, might come in handy." "You think Slytherin's monster knows how to duel?" Ron joked, though he read the notice with interest. "Still, it could be useful," he added as they headed into dinner. "Should we go?" Harry and Hermione agreed, and at 8 that evening they made their way back to the Great Hall. The usual tables had disappeared, replaced by a raised golden platform along one wall. Thousands of candles floated above, lighting the room, while the enchanted ceiling shimmered like a dark night sky. Nearly the entire school had gathered, all holding wands and buzzing with excitement.
"I wonder who's going to teach us," Hermione said as they squeezed into the crowd. "I heard Professor Flitwick used to be a dueling champion. Maybe it's him." "As long as it's not," Harry began, but stopped with a groan.
Gilderoy Lockhart had just stepped onto the stage, dressed in magnificent plum-coloured robes. Behind him stood Snape, dressed as always in black. Lockhart raised his hands for silence. Gather round, can everyone see me, hear me? Excellent. Professor Dumbledore has kindly allowed me to establish this dueling club so that you may learn to defend yourselves, just as I have done many times before, details of which you'll find in my books." He gestured grandly. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He claims to have a little experience in dueling and has generously agreed to help demonstrate. Now, no need to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm finished with him." "Wouldn't it be nice if they took each other out?" Ron muttered to Harry. Snape's expression twisted into a sneer. Harry couldn't understand why Lockhart kept smiling if Snape had been looking at him like that. He'd have run the other way immediately. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At least, Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Snape jerked his head irritably. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. "As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position," Lockhart told the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course." "I wouldn't bet on that," Harry murmured, watching Snape baring his teeth. 1, 2, 3. Both of them swung their wands above their heads and pointed them at their opponent. Snape cried, "Expelliarmus!" There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light and Lockhart was blasted off his feet. He flew backward off the stage, smashed into the wall, and slid down it to sprawl on the floor. Malfoy and some of the other Slytherins cheered. Hermione was dancing on tiptoes. "Do you think he's all right?" she squealed through her fingers. "Who cares?" said Harry and Ron together. Lockhart was getting unsteadily to his feet. His hat had fallen off and his wavy hair was standing on end. "Well, there you have it," he said, tottering back onto the platform. "That was a disarming charm, as you see. I've lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown, yes. An excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape. But if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see." Snape was looking murderous. Possibly Lockhart had noticed, because he said, "Enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me." They moved through the crowd, matching up partners. Lockhart teamed Neville with Justin Finch-Fletchley, but Snape reached Harry and Ron first. "Time to split up the dream team, I think," he sneered. "Weasley, you can partner Finnegan, Potter." Harry moved automatically toward Hermione. "I don't think so," said Snape, smiling coldly. "Mr. Malfoy, come over here. Let's see what you make of the famous Potter. And you, Miss Granger, you can partner Miss Bulstrode." Malfoy strutted over, smirking. Behind him walked a Slytherin girl who reminded Harry of a picture he'd seen in Holidays with Hags. She was large and square, and her heavy jaw jutted aggressively. Hermione gave her a weak smile that she did not return. "Face your partners," called Lockhart, back on the platform, and bow. Harry and Malfoy barely inclined their heads, not taking their eyes off each other.
"Wands at the ready!" shouted Lockhart. "When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponents, only to disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Harry swung his wand high, but Malfoy had already started on 2. His spell hit Harry so hard he felt as though he'd been hit over the head with a saucepan. He stumbled, but everything still seemed to be working and wasting no more time. Harry pointed his wand straight at Malfoy and shouted, "Rictus Empra." A jet of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he doubled up, wheezing. "I said disarm only," Lockhart shouted in alarm over the heads of the battling crowd. As Malfoy sank to his knees, Harry had hit him with a tickling charm, and he could barely move for laughing. Harry hung back, with a vague feeling it would be unsporting to bewitch Malfoy while he was on the floor. But this was a mistake, gasping for breath. Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry's knees, choked, Tarantallegra. And the next second, Harry's legs began to jerk around out of his control in a kind of quickstep. "Stop! Stop!" screamed Lockhart, but Snape took charge. "Finite incantatum!" he shouted. Harry's feet stopped dancing. Malfoy stopped laughing, and they were able to look up. A haze of greenish smoke was hovering over the scene. Both Neville and Justin were lying on the floor, panting. Ron was holding up an ashen-faced Seamus, apologizing for whatever his broken wand had done, but Hermione and Millicent Bulstrode were still moving. Millicent had Hermione in a headlock, and Hermione was whimpering in pain. Both their wands lay forgotten on the floor. Harry leapt forward and pulled Millicent off. It was difficult. She was a lot bigger than he was. "Oh dear! Oh dear!" Lockhart said, hurrying around the hall and surveying the results of the duels. "Up you get. Macmillan, easy now. Miss Fawcett, press that firmly. Boot. It'll stop the bleeding soon." Looking slightly overwhelmed, he stood in the middle of the room. "Perhaps it would be best if I showed you how to defend yourselves against hostile spells," he said. He glanced toward Snape, whose eyes gleamed coldly, and quickly looked away. "Let's have 2 volunteers, Longbottom and Finch-Fletchley, perhaps." "I wouldn't recommend that," Snape interrupted smoothly, gliding forward like a dark shadow. "Longbottom has a talent for causing chaos with even the simplest magic.
Finch Fletchley might end up needing to be carried out in pieces. Neville flushed deeply. "Why not Malfoy and Potter?" Snape suggested, a thin smile on his lips. "Splendid idea," Lockhart agreed, waving Harry and Malfoy into the centre as the other students stepped back to make space.
"Now, Harry," Lockhart said, "when Draco aims his wand at you, you simply do this."
He lifted his wand and attempted an elaborate flourish only to drop it. Snape gave a mocking smile as Lockhart quickly scooped it up again. Just a bit over-enthusiastic," he said hurriedly. Meanwhile, Snape leaned toward Malfoy and whispered something. Malfoy's grin widened. Harry, uneasy, turned back to Lockhart. "Professor, could you show that defensive move again?"
"Nervous," Malfoy muttered under his breath.
"In your dreams," Harry replied quietly. Lockhart clapped Harry on the shoulder cheerfully. "Just copy what I did." "What? Drop my wand," Harry muttered, but Lockhart had already moved on. 3, 2, 1, begin, he called. Malfoy acted immediately, pointing his wand and shouting, "Serpensortia." A burst of light shot from the tip of his wand. To Harry's shock, a long black snake sprang out, landing heavily on the floor between them. It lifted itself, coiling and hissing, ready to strike. Students screamed and scrambled backward, quickly clearing the space around them. "Stay still, Potter," Snape said calmly, clearly amused at the sight of Harry frozen in front of the furious snake. "I'll deal with it."
"Allow me," Lockhart interrupted loudly. He aimed his wand at the snake and fired a spell with a bang, but instead of disappearing, the snake shot up into the air and crashed back down, now even angrier. It hissed loudly and slithered straight toward Justin Finch Fletchley, lifting itself again with fangs bared, ready to attack.
Harry didn't think he just acted. Without realizing it, he rushed forward and shouted at the snake, "Leave him alone!" To everyone's astonishment, the snake immediately relaxed, dropping to the floor like a harmless coil of rope. Its attention shifted entirely to Harry. Somehow, Harry felt certain it wouldn't attack anymore, though he couldn't explain why. He glanced up at Justin, expecting relief or at least confusion, but instead saw fear and anger. "What do you think you're doing?" Justin yelled, then turned and stormed out before Harry could respond. Snape stepped forward, flicked his wand, and the snake vanished in a puff of black smoke. He looked at Harry intently now, his expression sharp and calculating, which made Harry uneasy. Around them, whispers began spreading through the crowd. Suddenly, Harry felt someone tug at his robes.
"Come on," Ron whispered urgently. "Let's go."
Ron pulled him toward the exit, Hermione close behind. As they passed through the doors, other students moved away from them as if avoiding danger. Harry was completely confused, and neither Ron nor Hermione spoke until they reached the empty Gryffindor common room. Ron shoved Harry into a chair. "You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us?" "A what?" Harry asked blankly.
"A Parselmouth," Ron said. "You can talk to snakes." "Well, yeah," Harry said slowly. "I mean, this is only the second time it's happened. Once at the zoo. I accidentally let a boa constrictor out. It told me it had never been to Brazil. And I kind of set it free without meaning to. That was before I knew I was a wizard."
"The snake told you it had never seen Brazil," Ron repeated weakly.
"So," Harry said, "I thought lots of people could do that."
Ron shook his head. "No, they can't. It's actually really rare. And Harry, this isn't good. What's so bad about it?" Harry demanded, irritation rising. "Why is everyone acting like this? If I hadn't stopped that snake, Justin could have been attacked." "So that's what you were saying to it?" Ron asked. "What do you mean? You were right there. You heard me."
"I heard you speaking Parseltongue," Ron said. That's the language of snakes. You could have been saying anything. No wonder Justin freaked out. You sounded like you were encouraging it. Honestly, it was pretty unsettling.
Harry stared at him in disbelief. You mean I was speaking another language? I didn't even know. How can I speak something without realizing it?
Ron just shook his head. Both he and Hermione looked deeply disturbed, as though something terrible had happened. Harry couldn't understand why.
Why does it matter? He said. I stopped a giant snake from attacking someone. Isn't that what counts? However I did it shouldn't matter, at least Justin still has his head. It does matter, Hermione said quietly, because the ability to talk to snakes is what Salazar Slytherin was known for. That's why his house uses a serpent as its symbol. Harry felt his stomach drop.
Exactly, Ron added. Now everyone's going to think you're related to him somehow, like his descendant or something.
But I'm not, Harry said quickly, though a strange panic crept into his voice. That might be difficult to prove, Hermione replied. He lived 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be. That night, Harry lay awake for hours. Through a gap in the curtains of his four-poster bed, he watched snow drifting past the tower window and couldn't stop thinking. Was it possible he was descended from Slytherin? He knew almost nothing about his father's side of the family. The Dursleys had always refused to talk about anything related to magic. He tried quietly to speak in the snake language again, but nothing happened. It seemed he could only do it when a snake was actually present. But I'm in Gryffindor, he thought. The Sorting Hat wouldn't have put me here if I had anything to do with Slytherin. Then another thought crept in. Unwelcome. Didn't the Sorting Hat consider putting you there? Harry turned over restlessly. Tomorrow, he would see Justin in herbology and explain everything that he had been stopping the snake, not urging it on. Anyone with sense should have understood that, he thought angrily, punching his pillow. By the following morning, the light snowfall had escalated into a fierce blizzard, so dense that the final herbology class of the term was called off. Professor Sprout needed to carefully bundle the mandrakes in socks and scarves, an intricate task she trusted no student with, especially now that their rapid growth was essential to cure Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey. Harry sat restlessly by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, unable to relax, while Ron and Hermione made the most of the free time by playing wizard chess. "For goodness sake, Harry!" Hermione snapped as one of Ron's bishops yanked her knight from its mount and dragged it off the board. "If it matters that much, go find Justin." Taking her advice, Harry climbed through the portrait hole, wondering where Justin might be. The castle felt unusually dim, the heavy, swirling snow outside muting the daylight that normally filled the corridors. Shivering slightly, Harry passed classrooms in session, catching fragments of lessons. From one room, he heard Professor McGonagall sharply reprimanding someone apparently for turning a classmate into a badger. Tempted though he was to peek in, Harry kept moving, guessing Justin might be using the spare time to study, and decided to check the library first. At the far end of the library, a group of Hufflepuffs who should have been in herbology sat huddled together between tall shells. They weren't studying. Their heads were close, deep in conversation. Harry couldn't tell if Justin was among them. As he approached, he caught part of what they were saying and paused, hidden behind a nearby bookcase. "So I told Justin to stay in the dormitory," a stocky boy was saying. "If Potter's chosen him as the next target, it's safer he keeps out of sight. Honestly, Justin should have known better than to mention being Muggle-born, especially to someone like Potter, with everything going on." "You really think it's Potter, Ernie?" asked a girl with blonde pigtails, sounding uneasy.
"Hannah?" the boy replied gravely. "He's a Parselmouth. That's a known sign of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a good one who could talk to snakes? Even Slytherin was called Serpent Tongue.
Murmurs of agreement followed. Think about the message on the wall, Ernie continued. Enemies of the air, beware. Potter argued with Filch, and then Filch's cat was attacked. Creevy annoyed him at the Quidditch match, taking photos. And now look what happened to him. But he seems nice, Hannah said hesitantly. And he defeated you-know-who. That can't mean he's evil, can it? Lowering his voice, Ernie leaned closer to the group. Harry edged forward to hear.
No one knows how he survived that attack, Ernie whispered. He was just a baby. That kind of survival suggests powerful magic, possibly dark magic. Maybe that's why you-know-who targeted him in the first place. Didn't want competition. Who knows what else Potter can do?
That was enough. Harry stepped out from behind the shelves, clearing his throat loudly. If he hadn't been so furious, he might have laughed. Every Hufflepuff froze as though they'd been petrified. And Ernie's face turned pale. "Hi," Harry said. "I'm looking for Justin Finch-Fletchley." The group exchanged nervous looks, clearly expecting the worst. "What do you want with him?" Ernie asked, his voice unsteady. "I want to explain what really happened with the snake at the dueling club," Harry replied. Ernie pressed his lips together before answering. "We were there. We saw everything." "Then you saw that the snake backed off after I spoke to it," Harry said. "What I saw," Ernie insisted, though his voice shook, "was you speaking Parseltongue and directing the snake toward Justin."
"I wasn't directing it," Harry snapped. "It didn't even touch him."
"It came very close," Ernie said stiffly. "And just so you know," he added quickly, "my family goes back 9 generations of witches and wizards. My blood is completely pure."
"I don't care about your blood status," Harry shot back. "Why would I want to attack Muggle-borns?" "I've heard you hate Muggles," Ernie countered. "I hate the Dursleys," Harry said angrily. "Try living with them and see how you feel."
With that, he turned sharply and stormed out of the library, earning a disapproving glare from Madame Pince, who was polishing a large, gold-embossed spellbook. Still fuming, Harry marched down the corridor without paying attention to where he was going and promptly collided with something large and solid, knocking him flat onto the floor.
"Oh, hi, Hagrid," Harry said, looking up. Hagrid's face was almost completely concealed beneath a thick, snow-dusted balaclava, but there was no mistaking him. His enormous frame, wrapped in a heavy moleskin coat, took up nearly the entire corridor. In one of his huge, gloved hands dangled a lifeless rooster. "Yeah, okay, Harry?" he asked, tugging the balaclava up so his voice wouldn't be muffled. "Why aren't you in class?"
"It was cancelled," Harry replied, pushing himself to his feet. "What are you doing here?" Hagrid lifted the limp bird slightly. "That makes 2 this term," he said. "Either foxes or a blood-sucking bugbear, I reckon. Need to ask the headmaster if I can put a protection charm on the hen house." He leaned closer, studying Harry beneath his bushy, frost-speckled brows. "You look a bit off. Sure you're all right?" Harry hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to repeat what Ernie and the others had been whispering.
"I'm fine," he said quickly. "I've got Transfiguration next. I should grab my books."
Without waiting for a reply, he moved off, his thoughts still echoing with Ernie's accusations. Justin's been expecting something like this ever since he told Potter he was Muggle-born. Harry climbed the stairs briskly and turned into another hallway. This one was dimmer than usual. The torches had been blown out by a freezing draft, sneaking through a cracked window. As he hurried along, he suddenly stumbled over something and fell hard to the ground. Rubbing his shoulder, he turned to see what had tripped him and instantly felt as if the world had dropped away beneath him. Justin Finch-Fletchley lay sprawled on the floor, stiff and unmoving. His face was locked in terror, eyes wide open and fixed on the ceiling. But Justin wasn't alone. Floating beside him was an even stranger sight, nearly headless Nick. He was no longer his usual ghostly, silvery self. Instead, he appeared dark and smoky, suspended motionless in the air, about 1/2 foot above the ground. His head, still barely attached, lolled at an angle, and his expression mirrored Justin's frozen shock. Harry scrambled to his feet, his breath coming fast and uneven, his heart pounding loudly in his chest. He glanced frantically up and down the empty corridor. A cluster of spiders scurried away rapidly from the scene, vanishing into cracks along the walls. Aside from that, the only sounds were the faint, distant voices of teachers carrying on lessons behind closed doors. He could turn and run. No one had seen him. No one would ever know he'd been here, but he couldn't just abandon them like this. He had to get help. Still, a dreadful thought crept in. Would anyone actually believe he wasn't involved? Frozen in panic, Harry barely had time to think before a nearby door burst open. Out shot Peeves the poltergeist.
Well, potty little Potter, he screeched, swooping past and knocking Harry's glasses crooked. What's Potter doing, eh? Sneaking around. Mid-spin, Peeves suddenly halted. Hanging upside down in the air, he spotted Justin and nearly headless Nick. Instantly flipping upright, he took a deep breath and shrieked at the top of his lungs before Harry could stop him. Attack! Attack! Another attack! Nobody's safe, not living, not dead. Run for it. Attack!
With a series of loud crashes, doors along the corridor flew open. Students poured out from every direction, creating chaos. For several frantic minutes, the scene was total confusion. People shoved forward, some nearly stepping on Justin, others passing straight through nearly headless Nick without realizing it. Harry was pressed back against the wall as teachers shouted for order. Professor McGonagall came rushing in. Her class, trailing behind one student, still had oddly striped hair from a mishap. She fired a loud bang from her wand, instantly silencing the crowd, and ordered everyone back into their classrooms. Just as things began to settle, Ernie Macmillan came hurrying in, breathless. "Caught red-handed," he shouted, pointing accusingly at Harry, his face pale.
"That will do, Macmillan," Professor McGonagall snapped sharply.
Above them, Peeves hovered gleefully, clearly enjoying the uproar. As teachers bent to examine Justin and Nick, Peeves broke into a mocking sing-song.
"Oh, Potter, you rotter! What have you done, attacking your classmates just for some fun?" "That's enough, Peeves," McGonagall barked.
Peeves shot away, drifting backward and sticking out his tongue at Harry before disappearing. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinistra carefully lifted Justin and carried him toward the hospital wing. Nearly headless Nick, however, posed a different problem. No one seemed sure how to move him. Eventually, Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan and handed it to Ernie, instructing him to gently waft Nick along. Ernie complied, guiding the motionless ghost forward like a silent, floating object. Soon, the corridor emptied, leaving only Harry and Professor McGonagall behind.
"This way, Potter," she said firmly. "Professor," Harry began quickly, "I didn't."
"This matter is no longer for me to decide," she cut in briskly. They walked in silence until she stopped in front of a large, grotesque stone gargoyle.
"Lemon drop," she said.
At once, the statue sprang aside as the wall behind it split open, revealing a hidden passage. Despite his fear, Harry couldn't help but stare in amazement. A spiral staircase rose behind the opening, moving smoothly upward like a conveyor. They stepped onto it, and the wall closed with a heavy thud behind them. Slowly, they ascended in tightening circles, higher and higher, until Harry, slightly dizzy, saw a polished oak door ahead. A brass knocker, shaped like a griffin, gleamed in the dim light. Now he understood. This had to be the entrance to Professor Dumbledore's office. Chapter 12. The Polyjuice Potion. They stepped off the moving staircase at the top, and Professor McGonagall knocked firmly on the door. It swung open without a sound, and they entered. She instructed Harry to stay where he was, then left him alone in the room. Harry glanced around, taking everything in. One thing was immediately clear among all the staff offices he'd seen. This one was by far the most fascinating. If he hadn't been so terrified about possibly being expelled, he might have enjoyed exploring it. The office was spacious and circular, filled with soft whirring and odd little hissing sounds. Strange silver devices stood on thin-legged tables, spinning gently and releasing small puffs of smoke. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all dozing peacefully in their frames. At the centre stood a large desk with clawed feet, and perched on a shelf behind it was a worn, patched wizard's hat, the Sorting Hat. Harry hesitated, glancing at the sleeping portraits. Surely it wouldn't hurt to try it on again, just for a moment, just to be certain it hadn't made a mistake about his house. Moving quietly, he walked around the desk, picked up the hat, and lowered it onto his head. It slipped down over his eyes just as before. He stared into darkness, waiting. Then a faint voice spoke near his ear. "Something on your mind, Harry Potter?"
Yes, Harry said awkwardly. Sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask.
"You're wondering if I sorted you correctly," the hat replied promptly. "Indeed. You were quite a challenge, but I stand by my decision." Harry felt a flicker of hope you would have done very well in Slytherin. Harry's stomach dropped. He yanked the hat off quickly. It lay limp and faded in his hands. He set it back on the shelf, feeling uneasy. "You're wrong," he said aloud to the silent hat. There was no response. Harry stepped back cautiously, still watching it. Then, from behind him, came a strange, choking sound. He spun around. He wasn't alone. Perched near the door on a golden stand was a pitiful-looking bird, resembling a scruffy, half-plucked turkey. It stared at him with dull eyes and made that same odd gagging noise. It looked terribly sick. As Harry watched, a couple of feathers drifted loose from its tail. Harry had just begun to worry that the creature might die right there in front of him, when, without warning, it burst into flames. Startled, Harry shouted and stumbled backward into the desk. He frantically looked around for water, but there was none. The bird was now completely engulfed, blazing brightly. It gave a sharp cry, and then, suddenly, it was gone, leaving behind only a small heap of smouldering ash.
At that moment, the door opened and Dumbledore entered, looking serious. "Professor," Harry exclaimed, "your bird, I didn't do anything, it just caught fire."
To his surprise, Dumbledore smiled.
"Ah, good timing," he said calmly. He'd been looking quite miserable lately. I was beginning to think he was putting it off.
Seeing Harry's confusion, Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Fawkes is a phoenix, Harry. When their time comes, they burst into flames and are reborn from the ashes. Watch closely." Harry looked down just in time to see movement in the ash. A tiny, wrinkled chick pushed its head up from the remains. It looked just as unattractive as the old bird had. "It's unfortunate you caught him on one of his burning days," said Dumbledore, settling comfortably into his chair. "Normally, he's quite magnificent, brilliant red and gold feathers. Phoenixes are remarkable creatures. They can lift tremendous weights. Their tears possess healing properties, and they are fiercely loyal companions." The shock of the bird bursting into flames had briefly distracted Harry. But now the real reason he was here came rushing back as Dumbledore fixed him with a steady, thoughtful gaze from behind his desk. Before Dumbledore could continue, however, the office door slammed open. Hagrid charged in, looking frantic, his balaclava pushed back on his tangled hair, and the dead rooster still clutched in his hand. "It wasn't Harry, Professor," Hagrid blurted out. "I was just talking to him before they found that kid. There's no way he could have done it." Dumbledore raised a hand to speak, but Hagrid kept going, waving the rooster so wildly that feathers scattered across the room.
"It couldn't be him. I'd swear it to the Ministry if I had tear." "Hagrid, You've got the wrong person, sir. Harry would never." "Hagrid," Dumbledore said firmly. "I do not believe Harry is responsible." "Oh," Hagrid said, suddenly deflating. The rooster drooped at his side. "Right then. I'll wait outside, Headmaster."
He shuffled out, clearly embarrassed. "You don't think it was me, Professor?" Harry asked, a note of hope in his voice as Dumbledore brushed stray feathers from the desk.
"No, Harry, I don't," Dumbledore replied, though his expression remained serious. "But there are still things I would like to discuss with you."
Harry stood uneasily as Dumbledore regarded him in silence, fingertips pressed together. "I must ask you," Dumbledore said gently, "if there is anything you wish to tell me, anything at all." Harry hesitated. Thoughts raced through his mind: Malfoy's threat, the secret polyjuice potion brewing in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the strange voice only he could hear echoing through the walls. Ron's warning came back to him. Hearing voices no one else could hear wasn't normal, even in the wizarding world. And then there was the growing fear. What if he really did have some connection to Salazar Slytherin?
"No," Harry said finally. "There's nothing, Professor."
The attack on Justin and nearly headless Nick transformed the school's unease into outright fear. Strangely, it was Nick's condition that disturbed people the most. What kind of force could affect a ghost? Students whispered. What could harm something already dead? Panic spread quickly. Many students rushed to reserve seats on the Hogwarts Express, eager to leave for Christmas early. "At this rate," Ron muttered to Harry and Hermione, "we'll be the only ones left here, us, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Sounds like a brilliant holiday, doesn't it?" The holidays found Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle predictably sticking close to Draco Malfoy, signing up to remain at school just as he had. Still, Harry couldn't help feeling relieved that most of the students were leaving. Lately, walking through the corridors had become exhausting. People avoided him as if he might suddenly grow fangs or spit venom, whispering and staring as he passed. Meanwhile, Fred Weasley and George Weasley found the whole situation hilarious. They made a point of striding ahead of Harry in the hallways, loudly announcing his arrival as though he were some dark and dangerous figure. Their exaggerated warnings about the air of Slytherin echoed through the corridors, much to Harry's mixed amusement and embarrassment. Percy Weasley, however, was far from amused. He criticized their antics sharply, insisting the situation was serious, but Fred and George brushed him off, continuing their mock performances, joking that Harry was on his way to meet some monstrous servant in the chamber. Ginny Weasley reacted very differently. She hated every second of it. Each joke seemed to upset her more, and she begged the twins to stop whenever they teased Harry about attacking someone next. For his part, Harry didn't entirely mind. Knowing at least Fred and George didn't believe the rumors helped ease the tension. Still, their behavior seemed to irritate Malfoy more and more, his expression souring whenever he witnessed their mockery. Ron had his own theory about that. According to him, Malfoy was frustrated because he wanted the recognition if anything suspicious was happening. Malfoy would hate not being the one at the center of it. Hermione, meanwhile, remained focused on something far more practical. The polyjuice potion was almost complete, and soon they would have a chance to uncover the truth directly. As term ended, The castle grew quiet under a thick blanket of snow. Instead of feeling lonely, the calm atmosphere suited Harry. With fewer students around, he, Hermione, and the Weasleys had the freedom to relax, playing games noisily and even practicing dueling without interruption. Fred, George, and Ginny had all chosen to stay behind rather than travel abroad with their family, while Percy kept his distance, claiming his responsibility as a prefect required him to remain vigilant during uncertain times. When Christmas morning finally arrived, the castle was silent and bright with frost. Harry and Ron Weasley, now alone in their dormitory, were jolted awake early by Hermione bursting in, already dressed and full of energy. She pulled back the curtains, flooding the room with light, and tossed them their presents with cheerful urgency. While Ron grumbled about the intrusion, Hermione barely paused. She had already been awake for hours, tending to their potion. Her excitement was unmistakable. The moment she announced it was ready, Harry was instantly alert. Hermione was certain everything had come together perfectly. And with that, she suggested they move forward that very night. Just then, Hedwig glided gracefully into the dormitory, a tiny parcel clutched in her beak. "Hey there," Harry said, brightening immediately as she settled beside him. "So we're on speaking terms again?" In response, she gave his ear a gentle nip, far more appreciated than the gift she'd delivered. The package, sent by the Dursley family, contained nothing more than a toothpick and a brief note suggesting he check whether he could remain at Hogwarts over the summer as well. Fortunately, the rest of his presents were much more thoughtful. Rubeus Hagrid had sent a hefty tin of treacle fudge, which Harry decided would be safer to eat once softened by the fire. Ron Weasley gave him a book titled Flying with the Cannons, packed with trivia about his favourite Quidditch team. Hermione Granger had chosen a fine eagle feather quill. From Molly Weasley came a warm, hand-knitted sweater, along with a rich plum cake. Reading her note made Harry uneasy, though he couldn't help thinking about Mr. Weasley's missing car and the trouble he and Ron were about to stir up again. Despite everything, Christmas at Hogwarts was impossible not to enjoy, even with the looming plan involving Polyjuice Potion. The Great Hall was transformed into a winter spectacle. Snow-dusted Christmas trees lined the room, while garlands of holly and mistletoe stretched across the enchanted ceiling. Soft flakes of warm, dry snow drifted gently downward. Albus Dumbledore led the hall in cheerful carols, and Hagrid's booming voice grew louder with each mug of eggnog he finished. Meanwhile, Percy Weasley remained oblivious to the fact that his prefect badge had been bewitched to read Pinhead, much to the amusement of Fred Weasley and George Weasley. Harry didn't even mind Draco Malfoy making snide comments about his sweater from across the room if everything went to plan. Malfoy would soon get what was coming to him. After polishing off multiple servings of Christmas pudding, Harry and Ron were quickly pulled away by Hermione, who was eager to go over their plan one last time. "We still need samples from the people you're going to impersonate," she said calmly, as if assigning an everyday errand. "Crabbe and Goyle would be ideal. They're always with Malfoy, so he'll speak freely in front of them, and we'll also have to make sure the real ones are otherwise occupied while we question him." Just then, Hedwig glided gracefully into the dormitory, a tiny parcel clutched in her beak. "Hey there," Harry said, brightening immediately as she settled beside him. "So we're on speaking terms again?" In response, she gave his ear a gentle nip far more appreciated than the gift she'd delivered. The package, sent by the Dursley family, contained nothing more than a toothpick and a brief note suggesting he check whether he could remain at Hogwarts over the summer as well. Fortunately, the rest of his presents were much more thoughtful. Rubeus Hagrid had sent a hefty tin of treacle fudge, which Harry decided would be safer to eat once softened by the fire. Ron Weasley gave him a book titled Flying with the Cannons, packed with trivia about his favourite Quidditch team. Hermione Granger had chosen a fine eagle feather quill. From Molly Weasley came a warm, hand-knitted sweater, along with a rich plum cake. Reading her note made Harry uneasy, though he couldn't help thinking about Mr. Weasley's missing car and the trouble he and Ron were about to stir up again. Despite everything, Christmas at Hogwarts was impossible not to enjoy, even with the looming plan involving Polyjuice Potion. The Great Hall was transformed into a winter spectacle. Snow-dusted Christmas trees lined the room, while garlands of holly and mistletoe stretched across the enchanted ceiling. Soft flakes of warm, dry snow drifted gently downward. Albus Dumbledore led the hall in cheerful carols, and Hagrid's booming voice grew louder with each mug of eggnog he finished. Meanwhile, Percy Weasley remained oblivious to the fact that his prefect badge had been bewitched to read Pinhead, much to the amusement of Fred Weasley and George Weasley. Harry didn't even mind Draco Malfoy making snide comments about his sweater from across the room. If everything went to plan, Malfoy would soon get what was coming to him. After polishing off multiple servings of Christmas pudding, Harry and Ron were quickly pulled away by Hermione, who was eager to go over their plan one last time. "We still need samples from the people you're going to impersonate," she said calmly, as if assigning an everyday errand. "Crabbe and Goyle would be ideal. They're always with Malfoy, so he'll speak freely in front of them. And we'll also have to make sure the real ones are otherwise occupied while we question him." Thick clouds of black smoke billowed out from the cubicle where Hermione Granger was working, making it nearly impossible to see inside. Pulling their robes up to cover their noses, Harry and Ron Weasley approached and tapped lightly on the door. "Hermione." There was a click, and the door creaked open. Hermione stepped out, her face flushed and tense. Behind her, the potion bubbled noisily, thick and sticky, while 3 glass cups sat lined up on the toilet seat. "Did you get the hairs?" she asked quickly. Harry held up a strand from Gregory Goyle as proof. "Perfect," Hermione said, lifting a small bundle, "and I managed to grab some spare uniforms. You'll need them once you transform." The 3 of them leaned over the cauldron. Up close, the mixture looked unpleasant, dense, dark, and sluggish, like mud slowly boiling. "I followed the instructions exactly," Hermione said, glancing nervously at her copy of Moste Potente potions. "It matches the description. Once we drink it, the transformation should last about an hour." "So, what's next?" Ron asked quietly. "We divide it into 3 portions and add the hair samples." Carefully, Hermione poured the thick liquid into each glass. Then, with a slightly shaking hand, she dropped in the hair from Millicent Bulstrode. Immediately, the potion reacted, hissing sharply and bubbling violently before settling into a murky yellow shade.
"Oh, that's Millicent," Ron said, grimacing. "Looks revolting."
"Your turn," Hermione replied. Harry added Goyle's hair to the second glass, while Ron dropped in Vincent Crabbe's. Both mixtures fizzed and changed colour, one turning a sickly greenish shade, the other a muddy brown. "Wait," Harry said as the others reached for their drinks. "We shouldn't all stay in here. Once we transform, there won't be enough space, and Millicent isn't exactly small." "Good point," Ron said, unlocking the door. "Separate stalls." Taking care not to spill a drop, Harry carried his glass into the middle cubicle.
"Everyone ready?" he called out.
"Ready," came the replies from both sides.
3, 2, 1.
Holding his breath, Harry tipped the potion back and swallowed it in 2 large gulps. The taste was awful, like soggy, overboiled cabbage. The moment the potion went down, Harry felt his whole body revolt. It was as if something alive had begun twisting inside him, coiling through his stomach. He doubled over, certain he was about to be sick, but before he could react, an intense, Heat surged through him, spreading from his core all the way to his fingertips and toes. Then came the worst part. His skin seemed to ripple and soften as though it were melting. He dropped to his hands and knees, gasping, while his body reshaped itself. His fingers thickened, his hands grew broader, and his knuckles swelled grotesquely, his shoulders stretched outward, his chest expanding painfully until his robes tore under the strain. A prickling sensation crawled across his forehead as coarse hair pushed downward. Even his feet throbbed in agony, crammed into shoes far too small for their new size. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. Harry lay flat against the cold stone floor, breathing heavily, listening faintly to the distant sounds of moaning Myrtle muttering to herself. Slowly, he pushed himself up. His body felt completely different, heavier, clumsier. This must be what it felt like to be Gregory Goyle. His hands trembling slightly, he stripped off his now ill-fitting clothes and pulled on the larger set Hermione had provided, then forced his feet into Goyle's oversized shoes. Reaching up to brush his hair aside, he found only short, bristly strands low on his forehead. When he removed his glasses, realizing Goyle didn't need them, the world sharpened instantly. "Are you two okay?" he called out. The voice that came from his mouth was deep and rough, nothing like his own. "Yeah," came a low grunt from nearby Vincent Crabbe's voice, unmistakably Ron's. Harry stepped out and glanced into the cracked mirror. Goyle's dull, heavy face stared back at him. When he scratched his ear, the reflection copied him perfectly. A moment later, Ron emerged, now completely transformed. Aside from his startled expression, he was a perfect match for Crabbe, from the blunt haircut to the long, awkward arms. "This is insane," Ron muttered, examining his reflection and poking at Crabbe's broad nose. "I can't believe this actually worked." "We should move," Harry said, adjusting the tight watch around his thick wrist. "We still need to locate the Slytherin common room, and fast." Ron stared at him for a moment, then shook his head in disbelief. "You have no idea how strange it is seeing Goyle talk like that." He knocked on the door of the next stall. "Come on, we need to go." From inside came a small, uneasy voice, Hermione Granger.
I think I'll stay here. You two go ahead."
Ron frowned. "Hermione, relax. No one's going to question it. It's just Millicent Bulstrode."
"No, really," she insisted quickly. "You're wasting time. Just go."
Harry exchanged a confused glance with Ron, both of them unsure why Hermione suddenly sounded so reluctant. "That's more convincing," Ron remarked, eyeing Harry. Exactly the sort of blank look Goyle gets when he's put on the spot. Harry ignored him and knocked lightly on the stall door. "Hermione, are you sure you're okay?"
"I'm fine, really. Just go," came Hermione Granger's strained reply from inside.
Harry checked his watch. Time was already slipping away, nearly 5 minutes gone. "We'll come back here when we're done," he said. With that, he and Ron Weasley eased the bathroom door open, making sure no one was around before stepping out into the corridor. "Don't swing your arms so much," Harry whispered.
"What?"
"Crabbe doesn't move like that. He's stiffer."
Ron adjusted awkwardly. "Like this."
"Better." They made their way down the marble staircase, now needing only one thing: a Slytherin to follow. Unfortunately, the corridors were empty. "Got any ideas?" Harry muttered. Ron nodded toward the dungeon entrance. They usually come up from there. Almost immediately, someone appeared, but it wasn't who they hoped. A girl with long curls stepped out. Ron hurried forward. Sorry, we've forgotten how to get to our common room." She gave him a cold look. "Our common room? I'm in Ravenclaw." She walked off, glancing back suspiciously. Harry and Ron exchanged looks before heading down into the dimly lit dungeon corridors. Their heavy footsteps echoed loudly, making them both uneasy. The winding passages stretched on endlessly, and with every passing minute, their time grew shorter. Just as frustration was setting in, they heard movement ahead.
"There," Ron whispered excitedly. "One of them."
They hurried forward only to stop short. It wasn't a Slytherin, it was Percy Weasley. "What are you doing down here?" Ron asked, startled. Percy looked deeply offended. "That's none of your concern. You're Crabbe, aren't you?"
Yeah," Ron said quickly.
"Then get back to your dormitory," Percy snapped. "It's not safe to wander around these corridors." "You're doing it," Ron pointed out.
Percy said stiffly, drawing himself up, "am a prefect."
Before Ron could respond, another voice echoed from behind them. "Well, there you are," came the familiar drawl of Draco Malfoy as he approached. "Have you two been stuffing yourselves in the Great Hall this whole time? I've been looking everywhere. I've got something to show you." He cast a disdainful glance at Percy.
"And what exactly are you doing down here, Weasley?" he sneered.
Percy bristled instantly. "I suggest you show proper respect to a prefect," he said coldly. "Your attitude is unacceptable." Malfoy curled his lip and jerked his head, signalling for them to trail behind him. Harry almost muttered an apology to Percy, but caught himself just in time. He and Ron quickly followed Malfoy, who scoffed as they turned the corner. "That Peter Weasley." "Percy," Ron corrected automatically. "Whatever," Malfoy said dismissively. "I've seen him skulking about lately. Probably thinks he'll catch the heir of Slytherin all by himself." He let out a short, mocking laugh. Harry and Ron exchanged quick, excited glances. Malfoy stopped in front of a stretch of damp, bare stone wall. "What's the password again?" he asked Harry impatiently.
"Oh, right, pure blood," Malfoy said, answering himself. The hidden door slid open and he stepped through. Harry and Ron followed closely behind.
Inside, the Slytherin common room stretched out low and long beneath the castle. Its rough stone walls were dimly lit by greenish lamps dangling from chains. A fire flickered beneath an ornate mantel, casting shadows over several Slytherins lounging in tall-backed chairs. "Stay here," Malfoy told them, pointing to a pair of empty seats away from the fire. "I've got something to show you, just got it from my father." Curious, Harry and Ron sat down, trying to act natural. A minute later, Malfoy returned holding what looked like a newspaper clipping. He shoved it toward Ron. "This should amuse you," he said smugly. Ron's eyes widened as he read. He forced out a stiff laugh before passing it to Harry. It was a piece from the Daily Prophet. Inquiry at the Ministry of Magic. Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, has been fined 50 galleons for enchanting a Muggle car. Lucius Malfoy, a governor at Hogwarts School, has called for Mr. Weasley's resignation. "Weasley has disgraced the ministry," Mr. Malfoy stated. "He is clearly unfit to shape wizarding law, and his absurd Muggle Protection Act should be abolished at once." Mr. Weasley declined to comment. His wife reportedly told reporters to leave immediately or face the family ghoul. "Well," Malfoy said impatiently as Harry handed it back. "Funny, isn't it?" "Yeah, hilarious," Harry replied flatly. "Arthur Weasley's so obsessed with Muggles he might as well snap his wand and go live among them." Malfoy sneered. "You'd never guess the Weasleys were purebloods."
Ron, still disguised as Crabbe, looked like he might explode. "What's wrong with you, Crabbe?" Malfoy snapped. "Stomachache," Ron muttered roughly, barely containing his anger.
"Why don't you head up to the hospital wing and give those mudbloods a kick for me?" Malfoy said with a sneer. "Honestly?" I'm amazed the Daily Prophet hasn't picked up on these attacks yet," he added, sounding almost disappointed. "Dumbledore's probably trying to keep it quiet. If this keeps up, he'll be out. My father's always said he's the worst headmaster this school's ever had. Too fond of Muggle-borns. A proper headmaster would never have let someone like Creevy through the doors." Malfoy then mimed holding a camera, putting on a mocking, high-pitched voice. "Potter, can I take your picture? Potter, can I get your autograph? Potter, can I polish your shoes?" He dropped the act and eyed them suspiciously. "What's wrong with you two?" Harry and Ron quickly forced out laughs, though a bit too late. Malfoy didn't seem to mind Crabbe, and Goyle weren't exactly known for quick reactions. "St. Potter, defender of mudbloods," Malfoy went on lazily. "He clearly hasn't got proper wizard pride, hanging around with that Granger girl, and people actually think he's Slytherin's heir." Harry and Ron held their breath, expecting Malfoy to reveal something, but instead,
"I wish I knew who it really was," Malfoy said irritably. "I'd help them."
Ron's mouth fell open, making him look even more like Crabbe than usual. Luckily, Malfoy didn't notice. Harry jumped in quickly. "You must have some idea who's behind it, though."
"I've told you already." "I don't," Malfoy snapped. "And my father won't say anything about what happened the last time either. It was about 50 years ago before he was at school, but he knows the story. Says it was all covered up, and it'd look suspicious if I knew too much."
He paused, then added coldly, "But I do know this last time the chamber was opened. A mudblood died, so it's probably only a matter of time before it happens again. Hopefully Granger," he said, clearly enjoying the thought. Ron's massive fists tightened at his sides. Harry shot him a sharp, warning look before speaking. "Do you know if the person who opened it back then was caught?" "Yeah, they were," Malfoy replied. "Expelled, too. Probably still locked up in Azkaban."
"Azkaban," Harry repeated.
"The wizard prison," Malfoy said with a look of disbelief. "Honestly, Goyle, if you got any slower, you'd start moving backward." He shifted uneasily in his seat before adding, "Father told me to stay out of it and let the heir handle things. He says the school needs clearing out, but I shouldn't get involved. Besides, he's been busy lately. Did you hear the ministry searched our house last week?" Harry forced Goyle's heavy features into what he hoped looked like mild interest. "Yeah," Malfoy continued. "They didn't find much, though. Father's got plenty of valuable dark artifacts, but we've got a hidden chamber under the drawing room floor."
"Whoa!" Ron blurted.
Both Malfoy and Harry turned to him. Ron flushed deeply, even his hair seemed to redden more than usual. At the same time, his nose began to shrink back to normal size. Their time was up. The potion was wearing off. They leapt to their feet at once. "Stomach medicine," Ron muttered gruffly. And without another word, the two of them rushed across the common room, burst through the hidden doorway, and sprinted up the passage. Harry could feel his oversized shoes slipping as his feet shrank, and his robes sagged awkwardly as his body returned to normal. They raced into the entrance hall, where loud banging noises echoed from the cupboard where Crabbe and Goyle were still locked inside. Kicking off the borrowed shoes, they dashed up the marble stairs in their socks and hurried toward Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "Well, that wasn't a total disaster," Ron said between breaths once they were safely inside. "We still don't know who's behind the attacks, but I'm writing to Dad he should definitely check under the Malfoys' living room." Harry glanced at his reflection in the cracked mirror back to himself. He slipped his glasses on just as Ron knocked urgently on Hermione's cubicle door.
"Hermione, come out, we've got loads to tell you."
"Go away," came her muffled voice. Harry and Ron exchanged worried looks. "What's wrong?" Ron asked. "You should be back to normal by now, we are." Just then, moaning, Myrtle drifted through the stall door, looking more delighted than Harry had ever seen her.
"Oh, you've got to see this," she giggled. "It's dreadful."
The lock clicked, and Hermione stepped out, sobbing, her robes pulled over her head. "What happened?" Ron said nervously. "Have you still got Millicent's face or something?" Hermione lowered her robes, and Ron stumbled backward into a sink. Her face was covered in thick black fur, her eyes were bright yellow, and pointed ears stuck out through her hair.
"It was a cat hair," she cried. "Millicent must have a cat. The potion's not meant for animals." That's bad," Ron said weakly.
"You'll never hear the end of this," Myrtle said gleefully.
"It's okay,"
Harry said quickly. "We'll get you to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will fix it. She won't ask too many questions." It took a lot of convincing before Hermione agreed to leave the bathroom. As they finally headed out, Myrtle's laughter echoed after them. "Wait till everyone finds out maybe you've even got a tail." Chapter 13. The Very Secret Diary. Hermione ended up staying in the hospital wing for quite a long stretch, several weeks in total. When students returned from their Christmas break, whispers spread rapidly about what had happened to her. Most assumed she'd been attacked, and curiosity drew crowds. So many tried sneaking past to glimpse her that Madame Pomfrey eventually closed the curtains around Hermione's bed again, shielding her from the embarrassment of being seen in her unusual condition. Every evening, Harry and Ron came to visit. Once classes resumed, they brought along her daily assignments so she wouldn't fall behind. "If I suddenly grew whiskers, homework would be the last thing on my mind," Ron remarked one night, dropping a pile of books beside her. "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione replied firmly. "I need to stay on track." She seemed much more cheerful now her face had returned to normal, and her eyes were gradually shifting back to their usual brown. Lowering her voice, she added, "Any progress, anything new, making sure Madame Pomfrey couldn't overhear." "Nothing so far," Harry admitted, clearly frustrated.
"I still think it's Malfoy," Ron insisted yet again.
Harry noticed something gold peeking out from beneath Hermione's pillow. "What's that?" "Just a card," she said quickly, trying to hide it, but Ron was faster. He grabbed it, opened it, and read aloud. "To Miss Granger, wishing you a swift recovery from your concerned professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time recipient of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award." Ron stared at her in disbelief. "You keep this under your pillow." Before Hermione could respond, Madame Pomfrey arrived with her evening medicine, cutting the moment short.
"Lockhart really is the most insufferable person, isn't he?" Ron muttered as he and Harry left and headed back toward Gryffindor Tower. Snape had assigned them such an overwhelming amount of homework that Harry felt like he'd never catch up. Ron was in the middle of wondering how many rat tails were required for a hair-raising potion when shouting erupted from the floor above. "That's Filch," Harry said quietly, and they hurried up the stairs, stopping just out of sight to listen.
"You don't think someone else got attacked, do you?" Ron asked nervously. They stood still, straining to hear. Filch's voice carried clearly. It sounded panicked and furious.
"More work for me, scrubbing floors all night, as if I don't already have enough. That's it. I'm going straight to Dumbledore."
His footsteps echoed away down the corridor, followed by the sharp slam of a distant door. They leaned carefully around the corner to take a look. Filch must have been standing guard in his usual spot, the very place where Mrs. Norris had been found. It didn't take long to see what had set him off. Water covered a large stretch of the corridor, spreading in every direction, and more of it was still trickling out from beneath the door of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. With Filch gone, Myrtle's sobbing could now be heard clearly, echoing through the space. "What's wrong with her this time?" Ron muttered.
"Only one way to find out," Harry replied, lifting their robes to keep them dry. They stepped through the shallow flood and reached the door with its familiar out-of-order sign. Ignoring it, as usual, they pushed inside.
Myrtle's cries were even louder up close sharp, echoing wails that filled the dim room. The candles had all gone out, drowned by the water that coated both the floor and the walls. She appeared to be tucked inside her usual toilet again.
"Myrtle, what happened?" Harry called out. "Who's there?" she moaned thickly. "Come to throw something at me again?"
Harry sloshed closer. "Why would I do that?"
"How should I know?" Myrtle snapped, bursting up in a dramatic splash that sent more water across the already drenched floor. "I was minding my own business when someone decided it'd be hilarious to chuck a book at me." "But that shouldn't actually hurt you," Harry said cautiously. "Wouldn't it just pass straight through?"
That didn't go over well. Myrtle puffed up indignantly, her voice rising into a shriek. "Oh, brilliant. Let's all toss things at Myrtle. She can't feel a thing. 10 points if you hit her stomach, 50 if you aim for the head. Such fun, isn't it?" She sniffed loudly. "I don't think so."
"Do you know who did it?" Harry asked, trying to calm her.
"No idea," Myrtle replied irritably. "I was sitting in the U-bend, thinking about dying, and suddenly bang, it came right through my head." She pointed vaguely. "It ended up over there. The water pushed it out." Harry and Ron followed her gesture. Beneath the sinks lay a small, battered book, soaked through like everything else in the room. Harry moved toward it, but Ron quickly stretched out an arm to stop him.
"What?" Harry asked. "Are you serious?" Ron said, eyeing the object nervously. "That could be dangerous." "A book," Harry said, amused. "How dangerous can it be?"
"You'd be surprised," Ron insisted, still staring at it. "Dad's told me about stuff the ministry's taken away. There was one book that could burn your eyes just by reading it. And another made people talk in rhymes forever. There was even one that wouldn't let you stop reading. You'd walk around glued to it, trying to do everything else with one hand. And—"
Okay, I get it," Harry cut in.
The book didn't look like anything special, just old, plain, and dripping wet. "We won't know unless we check it," Harry said. Before Ron could protest again, he stepped past him and picked it up. It was a diary. The cover was worn, and the faint date printed on it showed it had been made 50 years earlier. Curious, Harry opened it. On the first page, barely visible through the faded ink, was a name, T.M. Riddle. "Wait a second," Ron said, stepping closer with a wary expression as he peered over Harry's shoulder. "That name sounds familiar. T.M. Riddle. I'm pretty sure he won some kind of award for special services to the school about 50 years ago." Harry blinked at him. "How do you even remember that?"
Ron scowled. "Because Filch made me polish the trophy over and over again during detention. That was the one I covered in slugs. Remember? If you spent that long scrubbing slime off a name, you'd remember it too."
Harry carefully separated the damp pages. They stuck together slightly, but when he finally flipped through them, he frowned. Every page was completely blank. Not a single word, no notes, no reminders, nothing at all. "Looks like he never even used it," Harry said, sounding let down. "Then why would anyone try to get rid of it?" Ron wondered aloud. Harry examined the back cover and noticed a printed label from a shop on Vauxhall Road in London. "That probably means he was Muggle-born," Harry said slowly. "He must have bought it there."
Ron shrugged. "Doesn't make it useful, though," he muttered, lowering his voice with a grin. "Unless you want to try tossing it through Myrtle's nose, that'd be worth a few points."
Ignoring him, Harry slipped the diary into his pocket. By early February, Hermione was finally released from the hospital wing back to normal, with no trace of whiskers, fur, or tail. That evening in Gryffindor Tower, Harry showed her the diary and explained how he and Ron had found it. Hermione's eyes lit up with curiosity as she took it from him. "This could be enchanted," she said eagerly, examining it from every angle.
"If it is, it's doing a great job of hiding it," Ron said. "Maybe it's just too shy to show anything. Honestly, Harry, you might as well throw it away."
"I'd rather know why someone else tried to throw it away," Harry replied, "and I'm curious how Riddle earned that award, too." Ron shrugged again. Could have been anything. Maybe he got top marks in everything, or saved someone from the giant squid, or maybe he got rid of Myrtle, honestly. That alone would have earned him a medal. Harry noticed Hermione suddenly go still, her expression sharpening with realization. He recognized the look she'd made a connection.
"What?" Ron asked, glancing between them. "Think about it," Harry said. "The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. Right, that's what Malfoy claimed."
"Yeah," Ron replied, though he didn't sound convinced.
"And this diary is exactly that old," Hermione added quickly, tapping the cover with growing excitement. Ron frowned. "Okay, and
Hermione let out an exasperated sigh. "Honestly, Ron, try to keep up. We already know the person who opened the chamber back then was expelled 50 years ago, and we know T.M. Riddle received an award for special services around the same time. What if those things are connected, and what if he earned that award for catching whoever opened the chamber?" She leaned forward, her voice lowering with intensity. "If that's true, then this diary could contain everything where the chamber is, how to access it, even what kind of creature is inside. Whoever is responsible for the attacks now wouldn't want something like that lying around, would they?"
Ron nodded slowly, then shrugged. "Nice idea, Hermione. Just one problem, there's absolutely nothing written in it."
But Hermione had already pulled out her wand. "It could be hidden," she said in a hushed voice. "Invisible ink, maybe." She tapped the diary a few times and said, "Aparecium." Nothing changed. The pages remained stubbornly blank. Undeterred, she rummaged through her bag again and pulled out a small, bright red object. "It's a revealer. I bought it in Diagon Alley," she explained. She rubbed it firmly across the first page. Still nothing appeared.
"I'm telling you, it's empty," Ron said. "Riddle probably got it as a present and never bothered to use it."
Harry didn't respond. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he didn't feel like getting rid of the diary. Even though it seemed useless, he kept finding himself flipping through it absent-mindedly, as if expecting something to appear. The name T.M. Riddle lingered in his thoughts too. He was certain he'd never heard it before, yet it felt strangely familiar, like a distant memory he couldn't quite grasp. It didn't make sense. He hadn't had any real friends before coming to Hogwarts. Dudley had made sure of that. Still, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the diary mattered. He decided he needed to learn more. The next day, during break, he headed for the trophy room to take a closer look at Riddle's award. Hermione came along eagerly, while Ron followed with far less enthusiasm, muttering that he'd already spent more than enough time in that room to last a lifetime. They eventually found Riddle's polished gold shield tucked away in a cabinet in the corner. There was no explanation attached to it.
"Probably for the best," Ron muttered. "If there were details, the thing would be twice as big and I'd still be stuck cleaning it."
They did, however, spot Riddle's name elsewhere engraved on an old medal for magical merit and listed among the past head boys. "He sounds a lot like Percy," Ron said, making a face. "Prefect, head boy. Probably first in every subject, too." "You say that as if it's something terrible," Hermione replied, clearly offended. As the days passed, weak sunlight began filtering back over Hogwarts, and the general mood inside the castle lifted slightly. Since the incidents involving Justin and nearly headless Nick, there hadn't been any further attacks. Even Madame Pomfrey seemed optimistic. She mentioned that the mandrakes were entering a more advanced stage of growth, becoming irritable and withdrawn, which meant they were nearly ready. Harry happened to overhear her speaking to Filch one afternoon. "Once their spots disappear, they'll be ready to be repotted again," she said reassuringly. "After that, we can prepare the draft. Mrs. Norris should recover very soon." Harry found himself wondering if the heir of Slytherin had simply backed off. With the entire school on edge, it must have become far more dangerous to continue. Maybe whatever creature lurked behind the attacks had gone quiet again, waiting, perhaps, for another 50 years. Not everyone shared that hopeful outlook. Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff remained convinced that Harry was responsible, claiming Harry had revealed himself during the dueling club. Peeves only made things worse, frequently appearing in crowded hallways to sing mocking little songs about Harry, now accompanied by exaggerated dancing. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart seemed entirely certain that he himself had solved the problem. Harry overheard him speaking confidently to Professor McGonagall while the Gryffindors waited for transfiguration. "I doubt there'll be any further incidents." "Minerva," Lockhart said, tapping the side of his nose and giving a smug wink. "I believe the chamber has been dealt with permanently. The culprit must have realized it was only a matter of time before I uncovered everything. Quite wise to stop before I had to intervene directly." He paused, clearly pleased with himself. What the school needs now is something to lift spirits, help everyone forget the unpleasantness of last term. "I won't say too much yet, but I have something in mind." With another self-satisfied gesture, he walked away. His idea became obvious on the morning of February 14th. Harry, still tired after a late Quidditch practice the night before, arrived at the Great Hall slightly behind schedule. For a brief moment, he thought he'd entered the wrong room. The walls had been transformed, covered in bright pink decorations and oversized flowers. Even worse, heart-shaped confetti drifted down constantly from the enchanted ceiling. It was impossible to miss the theme. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table. Ron was already there, looking thoroughly disgusted, while Hermione seemed unable to stop laughing. "What's all this about?" Harry asked, dropping onto the bench and brushing bits of pink confetti off his breakfast. Ron didn't answer right away. He simply pointed toward the staff table, his expression a mix of disbelief and horror. At the center sat Lockhart, dressed in an eye-watering shade of pink that matched the decorations perfectly, raising his hands for attention. The other teachers looked anything but amused. From across the hall, Harry could see Professor McGonagall's jaw tighten, while Snape wore the expression of someone who had just swallowed something extremely unpleasant. "Happy Valentine's Day," Lockhart announced loudly, "and let me thank the 46 admirers who have already sent me cards this morning. In return, I've prepared a delightful surprise for everyone, and that's only the beginning." He clapped enthusiastically, and moments later the doors swung open. A group of dwarfs marched in, none of them looking particularly happy about it. They had been dressed up with golden wings and were each holding a harp, which only made the whole scene more ridiculous. "Allow me to introduce my personal team of Cupids," Lockhart said proudly. "They'll be delivering your Valentine messages throughout the day. And why stop there? I'm sure the rest of the staff will want to join in the fun. Perhaps Professor Snape can demonstrate how to brew a love potion, or Professor Flitwick might share his expertise in charming enchantments." Professor Flitwick immediately covered his face, while Snape looked ready to hex the next person who approached him. "Please tell me you didn't send him a card," Ron muttered to Hermione as they headed out of the hall for their next class. Hermione avoided his gaze, suddenly very focused on digging through her bag. She didn't reply. The rest of the day was chaotic. The dwarves wandered through classrooms at random, interrupting lessons to deliver messages. much to the irritation of every teacher. By late afternoon, as the Gryffindors made their way upstairs for charms, one of the dwarfs spotted Harry.
"Hey, you Harry Potter," barked a particularly rough-looking one, shoving students aside as he pushed through the crowd.
Harry flushed instantly. The last thing he wanted was to receive a valentine in front of everyone, especially with a group of younger students nearby, including Ginny Weasley. He tried to slip away, but the dwarf forced his way forward, stepping on toes and knocking into people until he reached him before Harry could get far. "I've been sent to deliver a musical message to Harry Potter, personally," the dwarf announced, plucking a harsh note on his harp. "Do it somewhere else," Harry muttered, trying to edge away.
"Not a chance," the dwarf snapped, grabbing Harry's bag strap and yanking him back. "Stand still." "Let go," Harry shot back, pulling in the opposite direction.
There was a loud tear. His bag split straight down the side. Everything spilled out at once: books, parchment, quills. His wand followed by a splash as his ink bottle burst and spread black stains across the floor. Harry dropped down immediately, frantically scooping things together before the situation got worse. But the delay only drew attention as students began crowding around, slowing everything to a halt. Well, what's all this?" came Draco Malfoy's smooth, mocking voice. Harry's stomach twisted. He shoved things together faster, desperate to leave before the inevitable humiliation began. "What's happening here?" Percy Weasley arrived, pushing through the crowd with authority.
Seizing the moment, Harry tried to bolt, but the dwarf lunged, wrapping both arms around his legs and dragging him down hard onto the floor.
"Right," the dwarf said, planting himself firmly on Harry's ankles. "Time for your message." He struck a chord and began. "His eyes are green like a pickled toad. His hair is dark as a blackboard. I wish he were mine. He's truly divine. The hero who defeated the Dark Lord."
Laughter erupted all around. Harry felt his face burn. If there had been any way to disappear instantly, he would have taken it. He forced himself upright, trying to act as if it didn't matter, though his legs tingled from being pinned.
Percy was waving his arms, trying to break up the crowd while several students were still laughing uncontrollably. "Move along, all of you, the bell rang minutes ago," he called. "Get to your classes, now, and you, Malfoy." Harry turned just in time to see Malfoy crouch down and pick something up from the floor. With a slow grin, he held it up for Crabbe and Goyle. Harry's heart dropped. It was Riddle's diary. "Give it back," Harry said, his voice low but sharp. Malfoy flipped it over in his hands. "Let's see what Potter's been writing in here. Shall we?" he said, clearly assuming it was Harry's personal diary. The laughter died down. A tense silence replaced it. Nearby, Ginny stared at the book, her face pale. "Return that immediately," Percy said firmly. "In a moment," Malfoy replied lazily, holding it just out of reach.
"As a prefect," Percy began.
But Harry had already had enough. He pulled out his wand, Expelliarmus. The diary shot out of Malfoy's hand, spinning through the air. Ron caught it cleanly, a grin spreading across his face.
"Harry!" Percy snapped. "No magic in the corridors. I'll have to report this."
Harry barely cared. For once, he'd come out ahead of Malfoy, and that was enough. Malfoy's face darkened with anger. As Ginny hurried past him into her classroom, he called after her loudly, "Looks like Potter didn't appreciate your Valentine." Ginny immediately covered her face and rushed inside. Ron made a furious sound and reached for his wand, but Harry grabbed his arm and held him back. One spell was enough. Ron didn't need another incident involving slugs. It wasn't until they arrived in Professor Flitwick's classroom that Harry noticed something strange about Riddle's diary. All of his other books were soaked through with red ink from the broken bottle. The diary, however, looked untouched, completely clean, as if nothing had happened. He tried to point it out to Ron, but Ron was too busy struggling with his wand, which was producing large purple bubbles at the tip. At that moment, nothing else seemed to matter to him. That night, Harry went up to bed earlier than the rest of the boys. Partly, it was because he couldn't endure hearing Fred and George sing "His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad" one more time. But more importantly, he wanted to take another look at the diary without Ron around to tell him it was pointless. Sitting on his four-poster bed, Harry flipped through the pages again. They were still completely blank, and not a single one showed any trace of the spilled ink. After a moment, he reached into his bedside drawer, pulled out a fresh bottle of ink, dipped his quill into it, and let a drop fall onto the first page. For a brief second, the ink glistened on the surface, then it vanished, as though the page had absorbed it. Harry leaned forward, suddenly alert. He dipped his quill again and carefully wrote, "My name is Harry Potter." The words appeared clearly, then slowly faded, disappearing just like before.
Harry stared, then something incredible happened.
Words began to form on the page, emerging in the same ink he had used, but not written by him. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" Before the message could disappear, Harry quickly wrote back. Someone tried to flush it down a toilet. He waited, hardly breathing. A reply surfaced almost immediately. Fortunately, I preserved my memories in a way more permanent than ink, though I always suspected there would be those who wished this diary to remain unread. Harry's pulse quickened. He wrote again, his handwriting messier with excitement. "What do you mean?" The answer came, spreading across the page. "This diary contains memories, dark ones, events that were hidden, things that took place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry's heart pounded harder. "That's where I am now," he wrote quickly. "I'm at Hogwarts, and strange things have been happening. Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then words began to appear again, faster this time, uneven and rushed, as though Riddle was eager to tell everything he knew. "Of course I know about the Chamber of Secrets," the diary replied. "Back when I was at school, we were told it was nothing more than a myth, that it didn't truly exist. But that wasn't true. During my 5th year, the chamber was opened. The creature inside attacked several students, and one of them died. I discovered who had done it, and that person was expelled. However, the headmaster at the time, Professor Dippet, didn't want the truth to come out. He insisted the incident be covered up and claimed the girl's death was an accident. I was rewarded with a trophy and warned not to speak about what really happened. Still, I always believed it could happen again. The creature was never destroyed, and the one capable of controlling it was never truly stopped." Harry nearly knocked over his ink in his rush to respond. "It's happening again now. There have already been 3 attacks, and no one knows who's responsible. Who was it before?" The answer appeared quickly. "I can show you. You don't have to rely on what I say. I can take you into my memory of the night I caught him." Harry froze, his quill hovering over the page. Taken into a memory. How was that even possible? He glanced uneasily toward the darkening dormitory door. When he looked back, new words had formed. "Let me show you." He hesitated only a moment before writing. "Okay." At once, the diary reacted. Its pages began flipping wildly, as though caught in a powerful gust, before stopping halfway through June. Harry stared, Stunned, the square for June 13th seemed to deepen, changing into something like a tiny moving window. Heart racing. He lifted the diary closer. As he leaned in, the small window expanded rapidly. Before he could react, he felt himself being pulled forward, his body tipping, then slipping through the page entirely, swallowed by a swirl of shifting colors and shadows. A second later, his feet hit solid ground. He staggered, steadying himself as the blurry shapes around him sharpened into focus. He recognized the room instantly. It was the circular office filled with sleeping portraits, Dumbledore's office, but the man sitting behind the desk wasn't Dumbledore. Instead, an elderly wizard with a thin, fragile appearance sat there, his nearly bald head lit by candlelight as he read a letter. Harry didn't recognize him. "Sorry," Harry said nervously. "I didn't mean to interrupt." The wizard gave no sign he'd heard. He kept reading, frowning slightly. Harry stepped closer. I'll just go then." Still nothing, no reaction at all. Wondering if the man might be deaf, Harry raised his voice. "Sorry for bothering you, I'm leaving now." The wizard sighed, folded the letter, and stood up. Without even glancing at Harry, he walked past him and moved to close the curtains, as though Harry wasn't there at all. Outside the window, the sky burned a deep red, signaling sunset. The elderly wizard returned to his desk, lowered himself into the chair, and began idly moving his fingers together as he kept his eyes fixed on the door, as though expecting someone. Harry took in the room more carefully. There was no sign of Fawkes, no strange silver instruments humming away. This wasn't the office he knew, it was an earlier version. That meant the man before him must be the headmaster of that time, not Dumbledore. And Harry himself. He realized he wasn't really there at all. He was just an observer, unseen and unheard, like a ghost drifting through the past. A knock broke the silence. "Come in," the old wizard called, his voice thin. The door opened, and a boy stepped inside, around 16 years old. He removed his pointed hat as he entered, revealing dark hair. A silver prefect badge gleamed on his chest. He was taller than Harry, but otherwise not so different.
Riddle," said the headmaster.
"You asked to see me?" "Professor Dippet," the boy replied. There was a trace of unease in his voice. "Sit down," Dippet said. "I've been reading your letter."
"Oh," Riddle said quietly, taking a seat. His hands clasped tightly together in his lap. "My dear boy," Dippet continued in a gentler tone, "I'm afraid I cannot allow you to remain at the school over the summer. Surely you would prefer to return home for the holidays?" "No," Riddle said immediately. "I'd much rather stay here than go back to that.
"You stay in a Muggle orphanage during the holidays, do you not?" Dippet asked, curious.
"Yes, sir," Riddle answered, his face colouring slightly. "And you are Muggle-born?" "Half-blood, sir," Riddle corrected. "My father was a Muggle, my mother a witch." "I see. And your parents?"
"My mother died shortly after I was born," Riddle said. "They told me she lived just long enough to give me a name Tom, after my father, and Marvolo, after my grandfather." Dippet made a sympathetic sound. "The difficulty, Tom," he said with a sigh, "is that under normal circumstances, we might have made special arrangements for you, but given the situation—" "You mean the attacks, sir?" Riddle said quickly. Harry's heart jumped. He moved closer, not wanting to miss a single word.
"Exactly," Dippet replied. "You must understand it would be irresponsible of me to let you remain here after term ends, especially after what has happened, that poor girl who died. You would be far safer returning to your orphanage. In fact, the ministry is even considering closing the school. We still haven't discovered the cause of these incidents."
Riddle's eyes widened slightly. "Sir, if the person responsible were caught, if everything stopped, What are you suggesting? Dippet said sharply, sitting up straighter. Riddle, do you know something about these attacks?
No, sir, Riddle answered quickly. Harry didn't believe him for a second. That no sounded far too familiar. It reminded him of the kind of answer he himself might give to Dumbledore when hiding something.
Professor Dippet leaned back in his chair, looking mildly disappointed.
You may go, Tom.
Riddle rose quietly and left the office without another word. Harry followed. They descended the winding spiral staircase and emerged beside the stone gargoyle into a dim corridor. Riddle paused there, and Harry watched him closely. It was obvious he was deep in thought, his brow creased, his lip caught between his teeth. Then, as if reaching a sudden conclusion, Riddle turned and set off quickly down the corridor. Harry drifted after him in silence. They didn't encounter anyone until they reached the entrance hall. There, a tall wizard with long auburn hair and a beard called out from the marble staircase. "What are you doing out at this hour, Tom?" Harry stared. It was unmistakable a much younger Dumbledore.
I had business with the headmaster, sir, Riddle replied.
"Well then, off to bed," Dumbledore said, fixing him with a sharp, searching look Harry knew all too well. It's not wise to be wandering the corridors these days, not after recent events. He sighed, wished Riddle good night, and walked away. Riddle waited until he was out of sight, then immediately changed direction. Moving swiftly, he headed down toward the dungeons. Harry followed close behind. But instead of leading to some hidden passage or secret entrance, Riddle entered a familiar dungeon, the same one where Harry had potions lessons with Snape. The room was dark, lit only faintly from the corridor. Riddle pushed the door nearly shut and stood beside it, completely still, watching through the narrow gap.
Time dragged. It felt like they stood there for ages. Riddle didn't move, didn't make a sound, just waited.
Harry's anticipation slowly faded into restlessness. Maybe nothing was going to happen after all.
Then he heard it.
Footsteps, quiet, cautious, moving along the corridor outside. Someone passed by. Riddle reacted instantly. Slipping through the door without a sound, he followed. Harry hurried after him, instinctively trying to stay quiet, even though he knew he couldn't be heard. They trailed the footsteps for several minutes. Then Riddle suddenly halted, tilting his head slightly. Another sound closer now. A door creaked open. Then a voice, low and rough, whispered, "Come on, gotta get you out of here. Easy now, in the box." Harry felt a jolt of recognition, that voice. Riddle moved at once, stepping around the corner. Harry followed. There, in the dim light, stood a large boy crouched beside an open door. Next to him was a big wooden box.
"Evening, Rubius," Riddle said sharply.
The boy jumped, slamming the door shut behind him and straightening up. "What are you doing down here, Tom?" he asked. Riddle took a step closer. "It's finished," Riddle said coldly. "I have no choice but to report you. Rubius, they're already talking about shutting the school if these attacks continue." "What do you mean?" the boy began. "I don't believe you intended to kill anyone," Riddle continued, stepping closer. "But creatures like that aren't meant to be kept as pets. You probably let it roam around and—"
"It never killed nobody," the boy shouted, retreating until his back hit the door. From behind him came a strange sound, soft scraping mixed with clicking.
"Be reasonable, Rubius," Riddle said, his tone sharpening. "The girl's parents are arriving tomorrow. The school has to prove it's dealt with whatever caused her death."
"I told you it wasn't him," the boy bellowed. "He wouldn't do that. Never." "Move aside," Riddle ordered, pulling out his wand.
A burst of light flared from it, illuminating the corridor. the door behind the boy blasted open, throwing him sideways into the wall. And from the darkness beyond came something that made Harry cry out, though no one could hear him. It was enormous. A bulky, hairy body crouched low to the ground, supported by a mass of long black legs. Multiple eyes glinted in the light, and sharp pincers snapped menacingly. Riddle raised his wand again, but too late. The creature lunged forward, knocking him flat before darting past, racing down the corridor and vanishing into the darkness. Riddle scrambled up, aiming his wand after it, but the big boy hurled himself at him, grabbing his arm and forcing him down again.
"No," he roared. Everything spun, the scene dissolved into darkness, and Harry felt himself falling.
Then, with a jolt, he landed back on his bed in the Gryffindor dormitory, sprawled out with the diary open across his chest. Before he could even catch his breath, the door opened and Ron walked in.
"There you are," Ron said.
Harry pushed himself upright. He was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling. "What happened?" Ron asked, frowning. Harry looked at him, still shaken. "It was Hagrid. Ron," he said. "Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago." Chapter 14. Cornelius Fudge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had never doubted that Hagrid had a soft spot for creatures most people would run from. In their first year alone, he'd tried raising a dragon in his hut, and none of them would ever forget the enormous three-headed dog he'd named Fluffy. Thinking back, Harry could easily imagine that if Hagrid, as a student, had heard rumors of a hidden monster inside the castle, he would have done everything he could to find it. More likely than not, he would have felt sorry for it trapped away for years and decided it deserved a bit of freedom. Harry could almost picture a younger Hagrid attempting to tame it, maybe even trying to put a collar on something far too dangerous. Still, one thing Harry felt sure about: Hagrid would never have intended to harm anyone. Part of Harry wished he'd never discovered how the diary worked. Ron and Hermione kept pressing him to go over everything he had seen, again and again, until he was exhausted from repeating it and from the endless discussions that followed.
"Maybe Riddle got it wrong," Hermione suggested. "It's possible there was another creature involved, something else behind the attacks."
Ron looked unconvinced. "How many monsters do you think this place can hide?" he said flatly. "We already knew Hagrid had been expelled," Harry said, feeling miserable, "and the attacks must have stopped after that. Otherwise, Riddle wouldn't have been rewarded." Ron tried another angle. "Riddle sounds a bit like Percy, doesn't he? Always following rules. But still, who asked him to report Hagrid?" "But someone died, Ron," Hermione said quietly. "And if Hogwarts had closed, Riddle would have had to go back to a Muggle orphanage," Harry added. "I can understand why he didn't want that." Ron frowned, then said, "You saw Hagrid in Knockturn Alley once, didn't you, Harry?" "He was buying something harmless," Harry replied quickly. "Slug repellent." The conversation faded into silence. After a while, Hermione spoke again, more cautiously this time. "Do you think we should talk to Hagrid about it?" Ron snorted. "That sounds like a pleasant idea. Hi, Hagrid, just wondering, have you unleashed any giant, terrifying creatures in the castle recently?" In the end, they agreed to leave Hagrid out of it, at least for the time being. Unless another attack occurred, they would say nothing. As the days passed without any sign of trouble or that eerie voice echoing through the walls, their worries began to fade. It had been almost 4 months since Justin and nearly headless Nick were petrified, and most students had started to believe that whoever was responsible had stopped for good. Even the atmosphere around the school seemed lighter. Peeves eventually abandoned his annoying song about Harry, and Ernie Macmillan, who had once been suspicious, even asked Harry politely to hand him a bucket of jumping toadstools during herbology. By March, the mandrakes in Greenhouse 3 had grown lively enough to throw a loud, chaotic party, much to Professor Sprout's delight. When they start trying to climb into each other's pots, that's when we know they're fully grown, she explained cheerfully. Then we can finally prepare the draft and restore those poor victims in the hospital wing.
As Easter approached, the second years had something new to occupy their minds. It was time to choose subjects for their third year, a decision Hermione treated with utmost seriousness.
This could shape our entire future, she insisted, as she carefully reviewed the list of available courses with Harry and Ron.
I just want to drop potions, Harry muttered.
Not an option, Ron said glumly. We have to keep all our current subjects, otherwise I'd have quit Defense Against the Dark Arts ages ago. Hermione looked horrified, but that's such an important subject. Not the way it's being taught now, Ron replied. All I've learned is not to let pixies loose. Neville Longbottom, meanwhile, had received letters from nearly every relative he had, each offering different advice. Overwhelmed. He sat staring at his subject list, tongue sticking out slightly as he tried to decide, constantly asking others whether arithmancy was harder than ancient runes. Dean Thomas took a much simpler approach. Having grown up in the Muggle world like Harry, he closed his eyes, pointed his wand at the list, and chose whichever subjects it landed on. Hermione, unsurprisingly, ignored everyone else and signed up for everything available. Harry couldn't help but smirk at the thought of trying to explain all this to Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Still, it wasn't as though he lacked advice. Percy Weasley, in particular, was more than willing to share his expertise. It really depends on what you're aiming for, Harry, Percy said thoughtfully. It's never too soon to start planning ahead. I'd suggest divination, for one. And while some people think Muggle studies is easy, I believe it's actually quite important, especially if you plan to work closely with non-magical folk. My father deals with Muggles all the time, after all. Charlie, on the other hand, preferred being outdoors, so he chose care of magical creatures. You should pick what suits you best. Harry, however, wasn't sure he excelled at much except Quidditch. In the end, he simply chose the same subjects as Ron, figuring that if he struggled, at least he wouldn't be alone. Gryffindor's next Quidditch match was against Hufflepuff, and Oliver Wood had them practicing relentlessly every evening after dinner. Harry barely had time for anything beyond flying and homework. Still, the sessions were improving, and, thankfully, the weather had been cooperating. The night before the match, Harry returned to the dormitory to put away his broomstick, feeling more confident than ever about Gryffindor's chances. That feeling didn't last. At the top of the stairs, he ran into Neville, who looked pale and panicked.
Harry, I don't know who did it. I just came up and...
Neville pushed the door open hesitantly. Harry froze. His trunk had been completely ransacked. Clothes were scattered everywhere, his cloak lay torn on the floor, and his bed had been stripped. The drawer from his bedside cabinet had been pulled out and dumped across the mattress. Harry stepped forward slowly, stunned, accidentally crushing a few loose pages from Travels with Trolls underfoot. As he and Neville tried to put things back in place, Ron, Dean, and Seamus burst in behind them. Dean let out a loud curse. "What happened here?" he demanded. "No idea," Harry said, still staring around. Ron, however, was already inspecting the mess more closely. He picked up one of Harry's robes. All the pockets had been turned inside out. "Whoever did this was searching for something," Ron said. "Anything missing?" Harry began gathering his belongings, tossing them back into his trunk. It wasn't until he picked up the last of his Lockhart books that he realized what was gone. "The diary," he said quietly to Ron. "Riddle's diary, it's missing."
"What?" Ron whispered.
Harry nodded toward the door, and the two of them slipped out. They hurried down to the common room, where only a few students were sitting. Hermione was there, alone, reading ancient runes made easy. When they told her, she looked horrified. "But that means it had to be someone from Gryffindor," she said. "No one else knows the password."
"Exactly," Harry replied grimly.
The next morning dawned bright and clear, with warm sunlight and a gentle breeze drifting through the castle. Perfect weather for a match, Wood declared happily at the Gryffindor table, piling food onto everyone's plates. "Come on, Harry, you need to eat properly." But Harry barely touched his breakfast. His eyes moved along the crowded table, wondering if the person who had taken Riddle's diary might be sitting right there among them. Hermione had insisted he should report the theft, but Harry didn't like the idea at all. That would mean explaining everything about the diary, and once that came out, questions about Hagrid's expulsion might follow. He wasn't ready to bring all of that back into the open. As he left the Great Hall with Ron and Hermione to fetch his Quidditch gear, another worry suddenly struck him. The moment he stepped onto the marble staircase, he heard it again.
"Kill. This time. Tear. Rip." Harry froze, then shouted out loud. Ron and Hermione both jumped back in shock.
"The voice," Harry said quickly, glancing behind him. "I heard it again, didn't you?"
Ron shook his head, clearly unsettled. Hermione, however, suddenly slapped her hand to her forehead. "Harry, I think I've figured something out. I need to go to the library."
Before either of them could respond, she turned and dashed up the stairs. "What's she figured out?" Harry asked, distracted, still scanning the area as if he might hear the voice again. "No idea," Ron said, "but probably something important." "Then why the library?" Ron shrugged. "Because that's Hermione. When she doesn't know something, she goes straight to the library." Harry lingered for a moment, listening, but the noise of students pouring out of the Great Hall drowned everything else. People were heading outside toward the Quidditch pitch, talking loudly. "You'd better hurry," Ron said. "Kick-off's soon." Harry rushed back to Gryffindor Tower, grabbed his Nimbus 2000, and joined the stream of students crossing the grounds. Even so, his thoughts stayed behind in the castle with that voice. As he changed into his scarlet Quidditch robes in the locker room, he found some comfort in knowing that everyone else was outside watching the match. The teams stepped onto the field to roaring applause. Wood immediately took off to circle the goalposts. Warming up, Madam Hooch released the balls into play, and the Hufflepuff team, dressed in bright yellow, gathered together for a quick last-minute strategy talk. Harry was just climbing onto his broom when Professor McGonagall came striding, almost running onto the pitch, carrying a large purple megaphone. Harry's stomach sank. "This match has been cancelled," she announced, her voice booming across the stadium. A wave of groans and protests rose from the crowd. Wood looked devastated. He landed quickly and hurried toward her, still clutching his broom, clearly desperate for an explanation. "But, Professor," Wood protested loudly, "we have to play the Cup Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall paid him no attention. Raising the megaphone again, she addressed the entire crowd. "All students must return to their house common rooms immediately. Your heads of house will provide further instructions. Please move quickly." She lowered the megaphone, then motioned for Harry to come closer. "Potter, you should come with me." A knot formed in Harry's stomach. Was she suspecting him again? As they began heading back toward the castle, Ron broke away from the disappointed crowd and hurried after them. To Harry's surprise, Professor McGonagall didn't stop him.
"Yes, you'd better come too, Weasley."
Around them, some students were still complaining about the cancelled match, while others had begun whispering anxiously. Harry and Ron followed Professor McGonagall through the entrance hall and up the marble staircase. This time, however, they weren't taken to an office. As they neared the hospital wing, Professor McGonagall spoke in a quieter, more serious tone.
"This may be difficult to hear. There has been another attack, in fact, 2.
Harry felt his stomach twist. She pushed open the doors, and they stepped inside. Madame Pomfrey was leaning over a girl with long, curly hair. Harry recognized her immediately, the Ravenclaw student who had once given them directions, and on the bed beside her.
"Hermione!" Ron gasped.
Hermione lay completely still. Her eyes were open, but lifeless and unfocused. "They were found near the library," Professor McGonagall said. "Perhaps one of you can explain this. It was discovered beside them." She held up a small, round mirror. Harry and Ron both shook their heads, unable to take their eyes off Hermione. "I will escort you back to Gryffindor Tower," Professor McGonagall said heavily. "I must also speak to the rest of the students." Later, in the Gryffindor common room, the entire house gathered in silence as she addressed them. "All students are to return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock this evening. After that time, no one is to leave the dormitories. You will be accompanied to every lesson by a teacher. No student is to visit the bathrooms alone. All Quidditch practices and matches are suspended until further notice. There will be no evening activities." She rolled up the parchment she had been reading from, her voice tightening slightly. "I cannot overstate how serious this situation is. If the individual responsible is not identified, the school may be forced to close. If anyone has any information, no matter how small, you must come forward." She climbed out through the portrait hole, a little stiffly, and the moment she was gone, the Gryffindor common room erupted into chatter. "That makes 2 Gryffindors, not counting nearly headless Nick, plus 1 Ravenclaw and 1 Hufflepuff," said Lee Jordan, ticking them off on his fingers. "And funny how none of the Slytherins have been touched, isn't it? Doesn't that seem a bit suspicious? The heir of Slytherin, the monster of Slytherin, why not just get rid of the lot of them?" he added loudly, earning a few approving nods and scattered applause. Percy Weasley sat nearby, unusually silent. His face was pale and he looked shaken. "Percy's taken it hard," George murmured to Harry. "That Ravenclaw girl, Penelope Clearwater, she's a prefect. I don't think he ever imagined the attacker would go after someone like her." Harry barely registered the conversation. His mind was stuck on the image of Hermione lying motionless in the hospital wing, as rigid as a statue. And if whoever was behind all this wasn't stopped soon, Hogwarts might close, and he'd be sent back to the Dursleys for good. Suddenly, he understood exactly why Tom Riddle had been so desperate to keep the school open. "What do we do now?" Ron whispered. Harry hesitated, then said, "We need to talk to Hagrid. I don't believe he's responsible this time, but if he was involved before, he might know something, maybe even how to get into the chamber." "But McGonagall said we're not allowed out of the tower, except for lessons." Harry lowered his voice further. "Then I think it's time I used my dad's old cloak again." The invisibility cloak, long, silver, and passed down from his father, was their only chance. That night, they went to bed as usual and waited. Only when Neville, Dean, and Seamus had finally stopped talking and drifted off to sleep did they get up again, dress quietly, and slip under the cloak together. The castle at night felt very different now. It wasn't empty or peaceful. It was crowded. Teachers, prefects, even ghosts were patrolling the corridors in pairs, watching for anything out of place. The cloak hid them from sight, but it couldn't silence their footsteps. At one point, Ron accidentally kicked something and nearly gave them away, only saved by the fact that Snape, standing nearby, happened to sneeze at the exact same moment. At last, they reached the front doors and carefully slipped outside. The night was clear, with stars scattered across the sky. They hurried across the grounds toward the warm glow coming from Hagrid's windows, not removing the cloak until they were standing right outside his door. They had barely knocked when the door flew open. Hagrid stood there, pointing a loaded crossbow straight at them, while Fang barked wildly behind him.
"Oh, it's you," Hagrid said, lowering the weapon, though he still looked on edge. "What are you doing out here?"
"What's that for?" Harry asked, nodding at the crossbow as they stepped inside.
"Oh, nothing, Hagrid muttered. "Just being careful, that's all. Sit down. Go on, I'll make some tea."
But he seemed flustered, almost distracted. He fumbled with the fire, nearly putting it out when he spilled water onto it, then cracked the teapot with an awkward movement of his huge hand.
"Are you all right, Hagrid?" Harry asked. "Did you hear about Hermione?" "I heard," Hagrid said quietly, his voice unsteady.
He kept glancing toward the windows, as if expecting something or someone. He poured them each a mug of hot water, forgetting the tea entirely, and had just set out some fruitcake when there came a sharp knock at the door. Hagrid dropped the plate. Harry and Ron looked at each other in alarm, then quickly threw the invisibility cloak back over themselves and backed into a corner. Hagrid checked that they were hidden, grabbed his crossbow again, and opened the door.
"Evening, Hagrid."
It was Dumbledore. He stepped inside, his expression grave. Behind him came another man shorter, with untidy grey hair and a worried look. His outfit was a strange mix, a formal suit, a bright tie, a long cloak, and pointed boots. And he carried a lime green bowler hat tucked under his arm. "That's my dad's boss," Ron whispered. "Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." Harry nudged him sharply to keep quiet. Hagrid looked shaken. He sank into a chair, his face pale, eyes flicking between the two visitors. "Troubling situation?" "Hagrid," Fudge said briskly. "Very troubling. I had to come myself. 4 attacks on Muggle-born students. It's gone too far. The Ministry can't ignore it any longer."
"I didn't do it," Hagrid said, almost pleading, turning toward Dumbledore. "You know I didn't, Professor?"
"Cornelius, I trust Hagrid completely," Dumbledore said firmly, his expression tightening.
"Albus, you have to see this doesn't look good," Fudge replied uneasily. "Given his past, the governors are pressing for action. The Ministry has to respond."
"I assure you," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but intense, "removing Hagrid will solve nothing." There was a sharp edge in his eyes now, something Harry had never seen before. "Try to see it from my position," Fudge said, nervously twisting his bowler hat in his hands. "There's a great deal of pressure on me. I have to be seen taking action. If it turns out Hagrid isn't responsible, he'll be released. And that will be the end of it. But for now, I have no choice. I must act."
"Take me," Hagrid said, his voice shaking. "Take me where—"
"Just for a short time," Fudge replied, avoiding his gaze. "It's not meant as a punishment, more of a precaution. If someone else is found to be responsible, you'll be freed with a full apology."
"Azkaban," Hagrid whispered hoarsely.
Before Fudge could respond, there came another firm knock at the door. Dumbledore moved to answer it. Harry couldn't stop himself. He gasped, earning a sharp jab from Ron. Lucius Malfoy stepped inside, wrapped in a long black cloak, a cold, satisfied smile on his face. Fang began to growl low in his throat.
"Ah, you're already here, Fudge," he said smoothly. "Excellent." "What are you doing here?" Hagrid snapped. "Get out of my house."
"My dear fellow," Malfoy said, glancing around with clear disdain, "I assure you, I take no pleasure in visiting your residence. I merely stopped by the school and was informed the headmaster was here." "And what business do you have with me, Lucius?" asked Albus Dumbledore, his tone calm but his eyes still burning with intensity. "A regrettable situation, Dumbledore," Malfoy replied lazily, unrolling a long piece of parchment. "But the governors believe it's time for you to step aside. This is an official order of suspension. You'll see all 12 signatures are present. I'm afraid confidence in your leadership has diminished. With attacks continuing 2 more just today, it seems clear something must change. At this rate, there may soon be no Muggle-born students left at Hogwarts." "Now, just a moment," Fudge began anxiously. "Suspending Dumbledore, surely that's not wise under the circumstances." "The appointment or removal of a headmaster lies with the governors," Malfoy said smoothly, "and since Dumbledore has failed to stop these incidents—" "But if Dumbledore can't stop them," Fudge said, dabbing at his brow, "then who can—" "That remains to be seen," Malfoy replied with a thin smile. "But the decision has been made." Hagrid suddenly sprang to his feet, his head nearly hitting the ceiling.
"And how many of them did you have to threaten before they signed that, eh?" he bellowed.
Malfoy didn't flinch. "Temper, Hagrid. It will get you into trouble one day," he said coolly. "I'd advise you not to speak like that to the guards at Azkaban. They're unlikely to appreciate it." "You can't take Dumbledore?" Hagrid shouted, making Fang shrink back into his basket. "If he goes, the Muggleborns won't be safe. There'll be more attacks, maybe worse." "Calm yourself, Hagrid," Dumbledore said sharply, then turned his gaze back to Malfoy. "If the governors insist on removing me, Lucius, then I will step aside," Dumbledore said calmly. But Fudge began.
"No," Hagrid growled.
Dumbledore didn't break eye contact with Lucius Malfoy. His voice remained steady, but every word carried weight. "However," he continued slowly, "you should understand this. I will not truly be gone from this school unless no one here remains loyal to me. And you will also find that help is always available at Hogwarts for those who seek it." For just a moment, Harry had the strange feeling that Albus Dumbledore's gaze flicked toward the corner where he and Ron stood hidden. "Very noble words," Malfoy said with a slight bow. "We shall certainly miss your unique leadership, Albus. Let us only hope your replacement can prevent any further unfortunate incidents." He moved to the door, opened it, and gestured for Dumbledore to leave. Fudge lingered awkwardly, adjusting his hat, clearly expecting Hagrid to go first, but Hagrid didn't move. Instead, he drew in a deep breath and spoke carefully. "If anyone wanted to find things out, all they'd have to do is follow the spiders. That'd point them the right way. That's all I'm saying." Fudge blinked at him, completely baffled. "Right then," Hagrid muttered, grabbing his heavy coat. Just as he was about to step outside, he paused again and added loudly, "And someone will have to feed Fang while I'm gone." The door slammed shut behind them. Ron yanked off the invisibility cloak, his face pale. "This is bad," he said hoarsely. "With no Dumbledore, they might as well shut the school right now. If he's gone, there'll be attacks every day." Behind them, Fang began to howl, pawing desperately at the closed door. Chapter 15.
Aragog.
Summer slowly settled over the castle grounds. The sky and the lake both took on a soft bluish hue, and in the greenhouses, enormous blossoms almost as big as cabbages pushed into full bloom. Yet to Harry, something about it all felt wrong. Without Hagrid roaming the grounds with Fang trotting beside him, the place seemed incomplete, and inside the castle, things felt even worse. Harry and Ron had tried to visit Hermione, but they weren't allowed in anymore. "We're not taking any risks," Madame Pomfrey told them firmly through a barely opened door. "I'm sorry, but there's a real possibility the attacker could return to harm them again." With Dumbledore gone, fear had taken hold of the entire school. Even though sunlight still warmed the stone walls outside, it felt as though it never quite reached inside. Everywhere Harry looked, students seemed tense and uneasy. Any laughter that echoed through the halls sounded forced, too sharp, and died out almost immediately. Harry kept replaying Dumbledore's last words in his mind. "I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it." But what did that actually mean? Who were they supposed to turn to for help when everyone else seemed just as lost and frightened? Hagrid's clue about following the spiders, at least, was clearer, but completely unhelpful. Not a single spider seemed to be left in the castle. Harry searched everywhere, with Ron trailing along, though not happily. Their efforts were made even harder by the new rules. Students weren't allowed to wander alone anymore and had to move in groups, escorted from class to class. While most Gryffindors found comfort in that, Harry found it frustrating. There was, however, one person who seemed to thrive in the tense atmosphere. Draco Malfoy strutted through the corridors like he owned the place, clearly enjoying himself. It wasn't until a potions lesson about 2 weeks after both Dumbledore and Hagrid had left that Harry finally understood why. Sitting just behind him, Harry overheard Malfoy boasting quietly to Crabbe and Goyle. "I always figured my father would be the one to get Dumbledore removed," Malfoy said, speaking loudly enough for half the class to hear. "He's always said Dumbledore's the worst headmaster Hogwarts has ever had. Maybe now we'll finally get someone decent. Someone who won't be so eager to shut down the Chamber of Secrets. McGonagall won't last. She's just a temporary replacement." Snape passed by Harry at that moment, saying nothing about Hermione's empty seat or her unused cauldron. "Sir," Malfoy called out smoothly, "why don't you apply for the headmaster position?" "Careful, Malfoy," Snape replied, though a faint, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. "Professor Dumbledore has only been suspended. I expect he'll return soon enough." "Sure he will," Malfoy said with a smirk. "Still, I'm certain my father would support you, sir. I'll make sure to tell him you're the best teacher here." Snape's expression sharpened with quiet pleasure as he moved on, missing Seamus Finnegan, who was pretending to gag dramatically over his cauldron. "I'm surprised the Mudbloods haven't all left by now," Malfoy continued casually. "I'd bet 5 galleons the next one actually dies. Shame it wasn't Granger." The bell rang just in time.
Ron shot to his feet, fury blazing, but in the rush to pack up, no one seemed to notice as he tried to lunge toward Malfoy. "Let me at him," Ron snarled, struggling as Harry and Dean grabbed hold of him. "I don't need a wand, I'll deal with him myself." "Move along," Snape snapped, herding the class out. They followed him across the grounds toward the greenhouses, with Ron still struggling, until they were far enough away from Snape's watchful eye. The mood in herbology was noticeably subdued. 2 students were missing now, Justin and Hermione, and their absence weighed heavily. Professor Sprout set them to trimming the Abyssinian shrivel figs. As Harry carried a bundle of dead stems to the compost heap, he came face to face with Ernie Macmillan. Ernie cleared his throat, looking unusually serious. "Harry, I wanted to say, I'm sorry for suspecting you before. I know now you'd never hurt Hermione, and I regret what I said. We're all dealing with this together, after all." He held out his hand. Harry shook it. Soon, Ernie and Hannah joined Harry and Ron at the same plant. "That Malfoy," Ernie said, snapping off dry branches. "He seems far too pleased about everything that's happening. Honestly,
I wouldn't be surprised if he turned out to be Slytherin's heir. Brilliant deduction, Ron muttered, still clearly holding a grudge. Do you think it could be him, Harry? Ernie asked.
No, Harry said firmly, so firmly that both Ernie and Hannah looked startled.
Then, just a moment later, something caught Harry's eye. A cluster of hefty spiders darted across the ground beyond the glass, moving with eerie precision, as though they all shared the same destination. Harry nudged Ron sharply with the handle of his shears.
Hey, what was that for? Ron winced.
Instead of answering, Harry gestured toward the spiders, squinting against the sunlight to track them.
Oh, right, Ron muttered, clearly uneasy rather than intrigued. Still, we can't exactly trail them now, can we?
Ernie and Hannah had paused their work, watching with interest. Harry leaned slightly closer to the glass, his gaze fixed. If those spiders kept going the way they were, there was only one place they could be heading. They're making straight for the Forbidden Forest. Ron's expression fell even further at that. When the lesson ended, Professor Sprout led them toward their next class. Harry and Ron deliberately slowed their pace, letting the others get ahead so they could speak freely. We'll need the cloak again, Harry said quietly. And we should bring Fang. He knows the forest better than we do. He might help. Yeah, Ron replied, though he fiddled nervously with his wand. After a moment, he added, Aren't there things like werewolves in there? Harry chose not to dwell on that. There are safer creatures too. Centaurs aren't hostile unless provoked, and unicorns, well, they're harmless. That didn't seem to reassure Ron much. He had never set foot in the forest, and Harry himself had only been there once and had no desire to repeat the experience. When they reached their defense against the dark arts classroom, they slipped into their usual seats at the back. Moments later, Lockhart burst in, radiating cheerfulness. The class stared. Compared to the tense, worried mood that had taken over the school, his energy felt almost out of place. Really now, he said brightly, scanning their faces. Why so gloomy? A few students exchanged looks of annoyance, but no one answered. Surely you've realized, Lockhart went on, enunciating as if addressing a group of slow learners, the threat is over. The guilty party has been dealt with.
According to who Dean called out from across the room.
My dear boy, Lockhart replied smoothly, the Minister of Magic wouldn't remove someone unless he was absolutely certain of their guilt.
Oh, he definitely would, Ron shot back, louder than before.
Lockhart turned toward him, his smile tightening slightly. I believe I'm rather more informed about the situation than you are, Mr. Weasley, he said with quiet satisfaction. Ron opened his mouth to argue, but whatever he was about to say died instantly when Harry's foot connected sharply with his ankle beneath the desk. We weren't there, remember? Harry muttered under his breath. Still, Lockhart's overly bright mood, the way he seemed almost pleased to pin everything on Hagrid, and his smug certainty that the danger had passed, grated on Harry's nerves. For a moment, he seriously considered launching his copy of Gadding with Ghouls straight at him. Instead, he grabbed a scrap of parchment and scribbled a quick note to Ron.
Tonight? Ron read it, gulped, then flicked a glance at Hermione's empty chair. That seemed to settle it. He gave a small, determined nod.
The Gryffindor common room had become unbearably crowded lately. After 6 in the evening, no one was allowed to wander elsewhere, so everyone gathered there, talking in hushed, anxious clusters. Most nights, it didn't quiet down until well past midnight. Right after dinner, Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak from his trunk and sat on it, waiting. Time dragged. Fred and George pulled them into rounds of exploding snap, while Ginny lingered nearby in Hermione's usual seat, unusually quiet. Harry and Ron deliberately played badly, hoping to wrap things up faster. But even so, it took ages before the twins and Ginny finally headed upstairs. They waited until the dormitory doors shut in the distance. Then, without a word, they threw the cloak over themselves and slipped out through the portrait hole. The trek through the castle was tense, filled with near misses as they avoided patrolling teachers. Eventually, they reached the entrance hall, eased open the heavy oak doors, and stepped outside into the pale glow of moonlight. "You know," Ron said, suddenly as they crossed the dark lawn, "we might get there and find nothing. Maybe those spiders weren't even heading for the forest. I mean, it just kind of looked like it, right?" His voice faded, as though he didn't quite believe himself. Hagrid's hut came into view, dark and lifeless. Inside, Fang erupted with excitement at seeing them. Afraid his barking might carry all the way back to the castle, they quickly shoved some sticky toffee into his mouth, effectively silencing him. Harry left the cloak draped over the table. They wouldn't need it where they were going.
"Come on, Fang," he said, giving his leg a pat. "We're heading out."
The boarhound bounded ahead eagerly, racing toward the forest's edge and pausing only to investigate a tree. Harry raised his wand. Lumos. A faint glow flickered to life, just enough to illuminate the ground.
"Smart," Ron muttered. "I'd try mine, but it'd probably explode in my face or something."
Harry nudged him and pointed. A couple of spiders scurried away from the light, vanishing into the shadows beneath the trees. Ron exhaled slowly. "Right, I'm ready. Let's just do this." With Fang weaving around their legs, nose to the ground, they stepped beneath the trees. The forest swallowed them almost immediately. Guided by the dim beam of Harry's wand, they followed the thin, steady line of spiders creeping ahead. For a long while, 20 minutes or so, they walked in silence, every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves making them tense. The trees grew denser, blotting out the stars until Harry's wand was the only source of light. Then they noticed it. The spiders were no longer sticking to the path. One by one, they veered off into the undergrowth, disappearing into the darkness. Harry stopped, straining to follow the spider's path, but beyond the faint circle of his wand light, the forest was impenetrably dark. He had never ventured this far in before. He clearly remembered Rubeus Hagrid warning him not to stray from the path on his last visit. But Hagrid wasn't here now. He was far away, likely locked in Azkaban, and he had also told them to follow the spiders. Something damp brushed against Harry's hand, and he jerked backward, accidentally stomping on Ron's foot. It was only Fang, nudging him with his nose. "What do you think?" Harry asked, turning to Ron, whose eyes caught the glow of the wand light. "We didn't come all this way to turn back," Ron muttered. So they pushed forward, leaving the path behind and following the faint, shifting movement of the spiders deeper into the forest. Progress was slow now. Roots twisted across the ground, and broken stumps lurked in the darkness, forcing them to pick their way carefully. Fang stayed close, his breath warm against Harry's hand. Every so often, Harry had to crouch and search for the spiders again in the dim light. They trudged on for what felt like ages, branches snagging at their robes, thorns catching at their sleeves. Gradually, the ground began to slope downward, though the trees remained thick and suffocating. Without warning, Fang barked loudly, the sound echoing through the trees and making both boys flinch. "What is it?" Ron said sharply, peering into the darkness, clutching Harry's arm.
"There's something out there," Harry whispered. "Listen, it's big."
They held their breath. Off to their right, something heavy was forcing its way through the forest, snapping branches as it moved.
"Oh, no, 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 no," Ron muttered. "Keep quiet," Harry hissed. "It'll hear you." "Hear me." Ron's voice rose nervously. It already heard Fang.
The darkness seemed to close in tighter as they stood, frozen, hearts pounding. A low, rumbling sound followed, then silence. "What do you think it's doing?" Harry asked under his breath. "Getting ready to jump us, probably," Ron said grimly. They waited, barely daring to move. "Maybe it's gone," Harry whispered after a moment. "No idea." Suddenly, a burst of light flared to their right, blinding after the darkness. Both boys threw up their hands to shield their eyes. Fang yelped and bolted, only to get tangled in a patch of brambles, barking frantically.
"Harry!" Ron shouted, relief flooding his voice. "It's the car! It's our car!" "What?"
"This way." Harry stumbled after him, tripping over roots as they hurried toward the glow. Moments later, they broke out of the trees and into a small clearing. Ford Anglia stood in a small clearing, framed by thick trees and shadowy branches, its headlights blazing like twin beacons. As Ron approached it, wide-eyed, the car rolled forward slightly, almost as if it recognized him like an oversized turquoise pet, eager for attention.
"It's been here the whole time!" Ron exclaimed, circling it in amazement. "Look at it! It's gone completely wild!"
The car was battered and dirty, its surface streaked with mud and scratches, as though it had been roaming the forest on its own for weeks. Fang, however, seemed deeply uneasy. He pressed close to Harry, trembling slightly. Harry, finally catching his breath, lowered his wand. "And we thought that noise was something dangerous," Ron said, laughing nervously as he patted the car. "I was wondering where it disappeared to." Harry scanned the brightly lit ground, searching for the spiders they had been following, but the creatures had vanished, fleeing the harsh light. "We've lost them," he said. "Come on, we need to pick up the trail again." But Ron didn't respond. He stood completely still. Harry noticed his expression drained of color, eyes fixed on something behind him, high above the ground. Before Harry could turn, a sharp, clicking sound cut through the air. In an instant, something long, hairy and powerful wrapped around his waist and yanked him upward. He was lifted off the ground, hanging upside down. Panic surged as he struggled, hearing more clicking sounds. Then Ron shouting, then Ron too, was dragged into the air. Fang barked and howled helplessly. Moments later, Harry was being carried swiftly into the darkness. Dangling helplessly, he caught glimpses of what held him, 6 enormous, hairy legs moving in eerie coordination, with 2 more gripping him tightly beneath a pair of gleaming black pincers. Somewhere behind him, another creature was carrying Ron. They were heading deeper, far deeper, into the forest. Harry could hear Fang struggling somewhere nearby, whimpering as something else seized him. But Harry couldn't even shout. His voice seemed to have vanished entirely, left behind in the clearing. Time blurred. He didn't know how long they travelled like that. Gradually, the darkness thinned just enough for him to see the ground below, and what he saw made his blood run cold.
Spiders, countless spiders swarming across the forest floor.
Twisting his head, Harry realized they had reached the edge of a vast hollow, a great clearing carved out of the forest. Above, the stars shone down, illuminating a nightmare. These weren't small creatures like the ones they had followed.
These were monstrous. Huge, black, and covered in coarse hair, each one towering like a horse, with 8 long legs and clusters of gleaming eyes. The creature carrying Harry descended the slope toward the center, where a massive, domed web stretched across the clearing like a pale, misty canopy.
All around, more of the creatures gathered, their pincers clacking rapidly, as if in anticipation of what had just been brought into their midst. Harry dropped heavily onto his hands and knees as the creature let go of him. Ron and Fang hit the ground beside him with dull thuds. Fang had gone completely silent now, crouched low and trembling. Ron looked just as shaken as Harry felt his face frozen in terror, mouth open but soundless, eyes wide and staring. It took Harry a second to realize that the spider that had carried him was speaking. Its voice came out in sharp bursts, each word punctuated by the rapid clacking of its pincers.
Aragog, it called. Aragog.
From the center of the Vishal, misty web, something enormous began to move. Slowly, painfully slowly, a gigantic spider emerged, its body massive, its legs long and dark but streaked with grey. Its many eyes were clouded white. It was blind.
"What is it?"
the creature asked, its pincers clicking restlessly.
"Humans," replied the spider that had brought Harry. "Is it Hagrid?" asked Aragog, shifting forward, his pale eyes drifting aimlessly. "Strangers," another spider answered, indicating Ron. "Kill them," Aragog said impatiently. "You've disturbed my rest."
"We're friends of Hagrid," Harry shouted quickly, his voice tight with fear, his heart pounding so loudly it drowned out everything else. A wave of sharp clicking rippled through the clearing as the surrounding spiders reacted.
Aragog paused.
"Hagrid has never sent humans here before," he said slowly.
"Hagrid's in danger." Harry rushed on, struggling to keep his voice steady. "That's why we came." "In danger," Aragog repeated, and there was a faint shift in his tone. "Then why send you?"
Harry considered standing, but his legs felt useless. He stayed where he was, forcing himself to speak clearly. "They think Hagrid's responsible for attacking students at the school. They've taken him to Azkaban." A furious clattering erupted from Aragog's pincers, echoed instantly by the swarm around them. The noise filled the hollow like a storm of snapping branches. "That accusation again," Aragog rasped. "Long ago, yes, I remember. That is why they expelled him. They believed I was the creature hidden in what they call the Chamber of Secrets. They thought Hagrid released me."
"And you weren't?" Harry asked, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Aragog snapped angrily. "I was not born in that castle. I came from distant lands. I was given to Hagrid as an egg by a traveller. He was only a boy then, yet he cared for me, kept me hidden, fed me, protected me. He is loyal, creature, and kind. When they accused me of killing that girl, he saved me."
The great spider shifted slightly. "I have lived here ever since. Hagrid still visits. He even brought me a mate Mosag. Because of him, our family has flourished." Harry swallowed, forcing himself to continue. "So, you never attacked anyone?"
"Never," Aragog croaked, "though it is in my nature. I restrained myself for Hagrid's sake. The girl's body was found in a bathroom. I never roamed the castle. I lived only in the cupboard where I was kept. My kind prefers darkness and silence."
Harry pressed on, his voice urgent. "Then do you know what did kill her? Because whatever it was, it's back, and it's attacking people again." He got no further. A sudden surge of furious clicking erupted all around them. The spiders shifted, closing in, their long legs scraping against the ground as the clearing filled with movement. "The creature inside the castle," said Aragog, "is something ancient, older than most living things. Among my kind, it is the one we dread above all. I remember well how I begged Hagrid to release me when I first sensed it roaming the school."
"What is it?" Harry pressed urgently.
The response was immediate. Sharp clicking erupted all around them, the spiders shifting restlessly, inching closer. "We do not speak of it," Aragog snapped. "We do not name it. Not even Hagrid was told, though he asked again and again." Harry decided not to push further, not with the circle tightening. Aragog seemed finished with the conversation anyway. Slowly, the great spider began retreating toward his web, but the others did not follow. Instead, they crept closer. "We'll just leave." "Then," Harry said, his voice strained, hearing the dry rustle of movement behind him.
"Leave?" Aragog echoed. "No, I don't think so." "But—"
"My children obey me when it comes to Hagrid," Aragog continued calmly, "but I cannot refuse them a meal that walks willingly into their midst. Farewell, friend of Hagrid." Harry whirled around. A wall of spiders loomed just feet away, towering, packed together, their many eyes glinting in the dim light, pincers clacking hungrily. He reached for his wand, though he knew it was hopeless. There were far too many. Still, he pushed himself upright, ready to fight. Then a deafening horn shattered the silence. Blinding light flooded the clearing. Out of nowhere, the enchanted Ford Anglia came crashing down the slope, headlights blazing, horns screaming. It ploughed through the spiders, sending them tumbling aside, some flipping onto their backs, legs thrashing helplessly. The car skidded to a halt right in front of them. Its doors flew open.
"Fang!" Harry shouted, leaping into the front seat. Ron grabbed the terrified dog and hurled him into the back. The doors slammed shut instantly.
Ron didn't even touch the controls. The car didn't need him. With a roar, it shot forward, smashing through the swarm and racing up the slope, away from the hollow. Branches whipped against the windows as it tore through the forest, weaving expertly between trees as though it knew the way. Harry glanced sideways at Ron. His mouth was still open, frozen in shock, but at least his eyes had lost that wild, panicked look. "You okay?" Harry asked.
Ron didn't answer. He just stared straight ahead, rigid and silent.
The car barreled on, crashing through brush and snapping branches. Fang howled from the back seat. At one point, a side mirror snapped off as they scraped past a massive tree. After several chaotic minutes, the trees began to thin, and faint patches of sky appeared overhead. Without warning, the car braked hard, jolting them forward. They had reached the forest's edge. Fang immediately hurled himself at the door. The moment Harry opened it, the dog bolted toward Rubeus Hagrid's hut, tail tucked tightly. Harry climbed out, breathing hard. After a moment, Ron followed, still stiff and pale. Harry gave the car a grateful pat as it quietly reversed, then slipped back into the darkness of the forest and vanished. They returned to Hagrid's cabin to retrieve the invisibility cloak. Inside, Fang was curled in his basket, shaking under a blanket. When Harry stepped back outside, he found Ron bent over in the pumpkin patch, being violently sick. Ron was still pale, his voice shaky as he muttered, "Next time someone tells me to follow spiders, I'm ignoring them." We were this close to dying. Harry tried to stay calm, though his heart was still racing. I think Hagrid believed Aragog wouldn't hurt his friends. Ron snapped immediately, slamming a hand against the wooden wall. That's exactly Hagrid's problem. He always assumes monsters are harmless deep down, and look where that got him locked up in Azkaban. He was still trembling, frustration creeping into his voice. So what was the point of all that? What did we actually learn? Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over both of them, nudging Ron forward. We learned Hagrid didn't open the Chamber of Secrets. He's innocent. Ron let out a skeptical snort. To him, raising a giant spider in a cupboard didn't exactly count as innocence. As the castle came into view, Harry adjusted the cloak to keep their feet hidden, then carefully pushed open the creaking doors. They moved quietly across the entrance hall and up the marble staircase, holding their breath whenever they passed guarded corridors. At last, they reached the safety of the Gryffindor common room. The fire had burned low,
leaving only glowing embers. They removed the cloak and climbed the spiral staircase to their dormitory.
Ron collapsed onto his bed without even changing. Harry, however, couldn't sleep. He sat on the edge of his bed, replaying everything Aragog had said. The creature hidden somewhere in the castle, it sounded like something so terrifying that even other monsters feared it. Yet they were no closer to discovering what it was, or how it petrified its victims. Even Hagrid had never known what lived inside the chamber. Harry lay back, staring at the moonlight filtering through the tower window. Every lead had ended in failure. Riddle might have accused the wrong person. The true heir of Slytherin was still out there, and no one knew whether it was the same culprit as before. Just as sleep began to take him, a sudden idea struck. Harry sat bolt upright.
"Ron," he whispered urgently into the darkness. "Ron, wake up."
Ron jerked awake with a startled yelp, blinking wildly before recognizing Harry. "The girl who died," Harry said quickly. "Aragog said she was found in a bathroom. What if she never left? What if she's still there?" Ron rubbed his eyes, frowning as he processed the thought. Then realization dawned. "You don't mean Moaning Myrtle?" Chapter 16. The Chamber of Secrets. We were in that bathroom so many times, and she was only a few stalls away. Ron grumbled over breakfast the next morning, clearly annoyed. We could have just asked her, and now it's too late. Searching for spiders had already been difficult enough. Slipping away from their teachers long enough to sneak into a girl's bathroom, that particular bathroom, right beside where the first attack had happened, felt nearly impossible. However, something during their first class of the day, Transfiguration, pushed thoughts of the Chamber of Secrets aside for the first time in weeks, barely 10 minutes into the lesson. Professor McGonagall announced that exams would begin on the 1st of June, just 1 week away.
"Exams!" Seamus Finnegan shouted in disbelief. "We're still having exams!"
A loud crack sounded behind Harry as Neville Longbottom lost control of his wand, causing one leg of his desk to vanish. With a quick flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall fixed it, then turned sharply towards Seamus. "The reason this school remains open," she said firmly, "is so that you may continue your education. The exams will proceed as scheduled, and I expect all of you to be preparing accordingly." Preparing. It hadn't even crossed Harry's mind that exams would still take place with everything going on in the castle. A wave of muttering spread across the classroom, prompting an even sterner look from Professor McGonagall. "Professor Dumbledore instructed that the school operate as normally as possible," she continued. "That includes assessing what you have learned this year." Harry glanced down at the 2 white rabbits he was supposed to be transforming into slippers. When he thought about it, he couldn't recall learning anything that might actually help him pass an exam. Ron looked as though he'd just been handed a life sentence in the Forbidden Forest. "Can you picture me sitting exams with this thing?" he said, holding up his wand, which had begun emitting a high-pitched whistling sound. 3 days before their first exam, Professor McGonagall made another announcement during breakfast.
"I have some good news," she said.
Instead of quieting down, the great hall erupted with noise. Dumbledore's back, several students cheered. "They've caught the heir of Slytherin," cried a girl from the Ravenclaw table. "Quidditch is starting again," Wood shouted excitedly. When the commotion finally settled, Professor McGonagall continued. "Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are ready to be harvested. This evening we will be able to revive those who have been petrified. As you know, one of them may be able to tell us who or what attacked them. I am hopeful that this difficult year will end with the culprit being identified." Cheers burst out again. Harry glanced toward the Slytherin table and wasn't surprised to see that Draco Malfoy remained silent. Ron, on the other hand, looked more relieved than he had in days. "Then it doesn't matter that we never asked Myrtle," he said to Harry. "Hermione will probably know everything once she wakes up. Though, she's going to panic when she finds out exams are in 3 days. She hasn't revised at all. Honestly, it might be kinder if she stayed like that until they're over." At that moment, Ginny Weasley approached and sat down beside Ron. She looked uneasy and tense, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. "What's wrong?" Ron asked, scooping himself another serving of porridge. Ginny stayed silent. Her eyes darted nervously along the Gryffindor table, her expression uneasy, so much so that it struck Harry as familiar, though he couldn't immediately place why.
"Come on, say it," Ron urged, watching her closely.
Then it clicked for Harry. The way Ginny shifted slightly in her seat, rocking just a little, it was exactly how Dobby used to behave when he was on the verge of blurting out something he wasn't supposed to.
"There's something I need to tell you," Ginny said under her breath, still avoiding Harry's gaze.
"What is it?" Harry asked. Ginny hesitated, clearly struggling to form the words. "Well," Ron pressed. She parted her lips a tine, but nothing came out. Harry leaned in, lowering his voice so only the three of them could hear. "Is this about the Chamber of Secrets?" he asked. "Did you notice anything strange? Anyone behaving differently?" Ginny inhaled sharply, and at that exact moment, Percy Weasley appeared beside them, looking pale and worn out. "If you're done, Ginny, I'll sit here," he said. "I'm starving. I've just come off patrol." Ginny sprang to her feet as if startled, shot Percy a quick, anxious glance, and hurried away without another word. Percy dropped into her seat and reached for a mug. "Percy," Ron snapped. "She was about to tell us something important." Percy, mid-sip, nearly choked on his tea. "What kind of thing?" he asked, coughing slightly. "I asked if she'd noticed anything unusual, and she was just starting to say—" "Oh no, that's got nothing to do with the Chamber of Secrets," Percy interrupted quickly. Ron frowned. "And how would you know that?" "Well, the thing is," Percy said awkwardly, "Ginny happened to walk in on me the other day while I was, well, never mind exactly what. The point is, she saw something, and I asked her not to mention it to anyone. I thought she'd keep quiet about it. It's really nothing serious. I'd just prefer." Harry had rarely seen Percy look so uneasy. "What were you doing, Percy?" Ron said with a grin. "Go on, you can tell us. We promised not to laugh." Percy didn't return the smile.
"Hand me those rolls, Harry," he said stiffly. "I'm starving." Harry was well aware that the entire mystery might be resolved by the next day without any effort from them, but if there was even a small chance to question Myrtle, he wasn't going to miss it. Luckily, that chance came sooner than expected, late in the morning, as they were being escorted to History of Magic by Gilderoy Lockhart.
Lockhart, who had repeatedly declared the danger over only to be proven wrong each time, now seemed convinced that escorting students was unnecessary. His usually perfect hair looked slightly disheveled, as though he hadn't slept much. Apparently, he'd spent most of the night patrolling the 4th floor. "Take it from me," he said, guiding them around a bend in the corridor. "When those unfortunate victims recover, the first thing they'll say is, 'Hagrid did it.' Honestly, I don't see why Professor McGonagall insists on all these precautions."
"I think you're right, sir," Harry said, making Ron nearly drop his books in shock. "Ah, thank you, Harry," Lockhart replied smoothly, pausing as a group of Hufflepuffs filed past. "We professors already have more than enough on our hands without escorting students everywhere and staying up all night on guard duty." "Exactly," Ron added quickly, catching on, So maybe you can leave us here, sir. We're almost there, just one corridor left.
You know, Weasley, that sounds quite reasonable. Lockhart agreed. I really ought to get back and prepare for my next lesson. And with that, he hurried away.
Prepare for class, Ron muttered sarcastically. More like fix his hair.
They allowed the rest of the Gryffindors to move ahead, then slipped quietly into a side corridor and made their way toward Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. They were just beginning to feel rather pleased with themselves.
Potter, Weasley, what do you think you're doing?
Professor McGonagall stood before them, her lips pressed into a razor-thin line. We were just, Ron faltered. We were heading to,
Hermione! Harry cut in quickly. Both Ron and Professor McGonagall turned to look at him.
We haven't visited her in ages. Professor, Harry continued, discreetly stepping on Ron's foot to stop him talking. We thought we'd slip into the hospital wing and let her know the mandrakes are almost ready, and that she shouldn't worry. Professor McGonagall kept her eyes fixed on him. For a moment, Harry braced himself for an explosion, but when she finally spoke, her voice sounded unexpectedly unsteady. Yes, of course, she said. To Harry's surprise, he noticed her eyes shining with unshed tears. I understand this must be especially difficult for the friends of those who have been affected. You may go, Potter. Please give my regards to Miss Granger. I'll inform Professor Binns of your absence, and tell Madame Pomfrey you have my permission. Harry and Ron walked away, hardly believing they had escaped punishment. As they rounded the corner, they clearly heard Professor McGonagall blow her nose.
That, Ron said quietly, but with deep admiration, was your best lie yet.
Now they had no choice but to follow through. They headed for the hospital wing and told Madame Pomfrey that Professor McGonagall had allowed them to visit Hermione. Madame Pomfrey admitted them, but not without hesitation. There's really no use talking to someone who's been petrified, Madame Pomfrey had said. And once they sat beside Hermione, Harry and Ron had to admit she was right. Hermione gave no sign of awareness. They might as well have been speaking to the furniture for all the response they got. Do you think she actually saw who did it? Ron asked quietly, staring at her motionless face. If the attacker caught everyone off guard, we may never find out. But Harry's attention had drifted elsewhere. He wasn't looking at Hermione's face anymore. His eyes were fixed on her right hand. It lay stiffly atop the blanket, fingers tightly curled. Leaning closer, he noticed something crumpled inside her grip. Careful to check that Madame Pomfrey wasn't nearby, he nudged Ron and pointed. Try to pull it out, Ron murmured, shifting slightly to block the nurse's line of sight. It proved difficult. Hermione's fingers were locked so firmly around the object that Harry feared tearing it. While Ron kept watch, Harry worked slowly, prying and easing the paper free bit by bit. After several tense moments, it finally slipped loose. It was a torn page, clearly from an old library book. Harry smoothed it out quickly, and Ron leaned in beside him as they read. Of all the strange and dangerous creatures known to roam the land, none is more remarkable or more lethal than the basilisk, often called the king of serpents. This creature, a massive snake capable of living for centuries, is said to be born from a chicken's egg incubated beneath a toad. Its methods of killing are extraordinary. In addition to its venomous fangs, the basilisk possesses a deadly gaze. Any who meet its eyes are killed instantly. Spiders instinctively flee from it, as it is their greatest enemy, while the crowing of a rooster is fatal to the basilisk itself. Beneath the passage, a single word had been added in handwriting Harry immediately recognized as Hermione's. Pipes. For Harry, it was like a sudden spark of clarity.
Ron, he whispered urgently, this is it, we've figured it out. The creature in the chamber is a basilisk, a giant snake. That's why I've been hearing that voice when no one else has. I can understand it because I speak parcel tongue.
He glanced around the hospital wing, thoughts racing. It kills by eye contact, he continued, but no one has actually died because no one has looked at it directly. Colin must have seen it through his camera. The film got destroyed, but he was only petrified. And Justin, he must have seen it through nearly headless Nick. Nick took the full force of it, but he can't die again, so Justin survived too. Ron stared at him, stunned.
And Hermione, he asked.
She figured it out, Harry said quickly. That's why she had this page. I bet she realized what the monster was and warned the first person she ran into to use a mirror to look around corners safely. That Ravenclaw prefect, they found her with a mirror, didn't they? She must have used it and still got petrified. Ron's mouth hung open.
And Mrs. Norris? He asked eagerly.
Harry paused, replaying the scene from Halloween night in his mind. The water, he said, slowly. From Myrtle's flooded bathroom, Mrs. Norris must have seen the basilisk's reflection in it. That's why she survived. He looked back down at the page, his mind racing. The more he thought about it, the more everything seemed to fit perfectly. The crowing of a rooster, it's lethal to it, Harry finished, his voice rising with urgency. That's why Hagrid's chickens were killed. Whoever opened the chamber made sure there weren't any roosters left near the castle, and spiders they run from it. It all lines up. But how could something like that move around unnoticed? Ron said, frowning. A snake that size, someone would have spotted it by now. Harry didn't answer immediately. Instead, he tapped the single word Hermione had written at the bottom of the page. Pipes, he said quietly. It's been travelling through the pipes. That's where the voice has been coming from inside the walls. Ron's grip suddenly tightened around Harry's sleeve. The entrance to the chamber, he said, his voice rough with realization. What if it's hidden in a bathroom? What if it's...
Myrtle's bathroom, Harry finished.
For a moment, neither of them spoke. The realization hit hard, sending a rush of excitement through both of them. That means, Harry went on, I'm not the only one here who can speak Parseltongue. The heir of Slytherin must be able to as well. That's how they've been controlling the basilisk. So what now? Ron asked, his eyes bright. Do we tell McGonagall right away? Let's go to the staff room, Harry said, already moving. She'll be there soon. It's almost break time. They hurried down the stairs. To avoid suspicion, they slipped straight into the empty staff room rather than lingering in the corridors. The room was large and dim, lined with wooden panels and filled with heavy chairs. Too restless to sit, they paced back and forth, their thoughts racing. But the bell signalling break never rang. Instead, Professor McGonagall's voice boomed through the castle, magically amplified. All students are to return immediately to their house dormitories, all staff to the staff room at once. Harry spun toward Ron.
Another attack now, he said.
What do we do? Ron asked, panic creeping in. Go back to the dormitory. Harry scanned the room quickly. His eyes landed on a tall, rather shabby wardrobe stuffed with teachers' cloaks.
No, he said. In there, we'll find out what's happened and then we'll tell them everything.
They squeezed inside, pushing past the heavy, dusty cloaks just as footsteps and voices echoed outside. Through a narrow gap, they watched as teachers began filing into the room, some confused, others clearly alarmed. Then Professor McGonagall entered. The room fell silent at once.
It has happened, she announced gravely. A student has been taken into the chamber itself. Professor Flitwick gave a sharp cry, while Professor Sprout pressed both hands to her mouth in shock. Snape tightened his grip on the back of a chair, his knuckles whitening. How do you know this is certain? He demanded.
The heir of Slytherin, said Professor McGonagall. Her face, drained of colour, has left another message. Beneath the first, it reads, "Her skeleton will remain in the chamber forever."
At this, Professor Flitwick broke down completely. "Who was taken?" Madam Hooch asked faintly, collapsing into a chair. "Which student is it?"
"Ginny Weasley," McGonagall replied. Beside Harry, Ron sank silently to the floor of the wardrobe, as if his strength had suddenly deserted him. "We will have no choice but to send the students home tomorrow," McGonagall continued. "Hogwarts cannot remain open after this. Dumbledore always warned." The staff room door burst open once more. For a split second, Harry thought it might be Dumbledore returning, but instead, Gilderoy Lockhart strode in, smiling brightly. "My apologies, I must have dozed off. What have I missed?" He seemed oblivious to the expressions directed at him, expressions that were far from friendly. Snape stepped forward, his tone cold. "Just the person we needed," he said. "A student has been taken by the monster. Lockhart, carried into the Chamber of Secrets. Your opportunity has arrived." The colour drained from Lockhart's face.
"Indeed, Gilderoy," added Professor Sprout. "Only last night you claimed to know where the chamber's entrance is located." I, Lockhart stammered.
"And didn't you say you were certain what creature was inside it?" squeaked Professor Flitwick through his tears.
Did I? I don't seem to remember."
"I distinctly recall you mentioning how unfortunate it was that you hadn't dealt with the creature before Hagrid was arrested." Snape continued smoothly. "You also suggested the matter had been poorly handled." Lockhart looked around at the circle of unsympathetic faces.
I think there's been some misunderstanding."
"Then we shall leave the matter in your capable hands, Gilderoy," said Professor McGonagall firmly. "Tonight would be an ideal time. We will ensure the corridors are clear so you may confront the monster alone, just as you wished complete freedom." Lockhart's eyes darted from one face to another, searching for support, but none came. Without his usual confident smile, he appeared pale and shaken, his composure crumbling.
Very well, he managed. I'll be in my office, preparing."
He turned and hurried out. "Good," said McGonagall, drawing a sharp breath. "That removes him from the situation. Heads of houses, please inform your students. The Hogwarts Express will depart first thing tomorrow. Everyone else, ensure no student is left outside their dormitories." One by one, the teachers filed out of the room. For Harry, it became one of the bleakest days he could remember. Later, in the Gryffindor common room, he sat with Ron, Fred, and George in silence, none of them able to find the words to speak. Percy was absent. He had gone to send an owl to his parents and had since locked himself away in his dormitory. That afternoon seemed endless. Never had time dragged so slowly, and never had Gryffindor Tower felt so full, yet so unnaturally silent. As evening crept in, Fred and George finally gave up and went upstairs, unable to endure the tension any longer. "She knew something. Harry," Ron said suddenly. It was the first time he'd spoken since they had hidden in the wardrobe. That's why she was taken. It wasn't anything to do with Percy. She must have discovered something about the chamber. That's the only explanation. He rubbed his eyes roughly. "I mean, she's a pureblood. There's no other reason they'd go after her." Harry stared out of the window. The sun was sinking low, staining the sky a deep, unsettling red. He had never felt this helpless before. If only there was something, anything they could do.
"Harry," Ron said quietly, "do you think there's even a chance she's not, you know?"
Harry didn't answer. He couldn't bring himself to say it aloud, but he saw no way Ginny could still be alive.
After a long pause, Ron spoke again, more urgently this time. "We should go to Lockhart. Tell him everything we've figured out. He's planning to go after the monster, isn't he? We can tell him where we think the entrance is and that it's a basilisk.
Harry didn't have a better idea, and doing nothing felt unbearable, so he nodded. The other Gryffindors were too weighed down by worry and too sympathetic toward the Weasleys to question them as they slipped out through the portrait hole. By the time they reached the corridors, night had fallen. As they approached Lockhart's office, they could hear a flurry of noise from inside. Things being dragged, knocked over, hurried footsteps. Harry knocked. Instantly, everything went quiet.
A moment later, the door creaked open just a fraction, and one of Lockhart's eyes peered out. "Oh, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley," he said, opening the door slightly wider. "I'm rather occupied at the moment, so if you could make it quick." "Professor, we've got information," Harry said firmly. "Something important. It could help you."
Lockhart hesitated. The portion of his face visible through the gap looked strained. "Well, I'm not sure it's entirely well. Very well, then." He opened the door and let them in. The room looked completely different. It had been stripped bare. 2 large trunks lay open on the floor. One was filled hastily with robes in various colours, greens, purples, deep blues, while the other was crammed with books, thrown in without order. The walls, once covered with framed photographs, were now empty. The pictures themselves had been stuffed into boxes on the desk. "Are you leaving?" Harry asked. "Yes, well, something like that," Lockhart replied, tearing down a life-sized poster of himself from the door and rolling it up. "Urgent business can't be avoided, must go at once."
"And my sister?" Ron demanded sharply.
"Well, yes. Terribly unfortunate situation," Lockhart muttered, avoiding their eyes as he yanked open a drawer and began dumping its contents into a bag. "No one feels worse about it than I do." "You're the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher," Harry cut in. "You can't just leave. Not now, when all of this is happening." "Well, if I'm being honest, when I accepted the position," Lockhart said vaguely, stuffing socks on top of his robes, "none of this was mentioned in the job description. I certainly didn't anticipate."
"Are you saying you're running away?" Harry said, stunned, "after everything you claimed in your books?"
Lockhart gave a faint, uneasy smile. "Books can be somewhat misleading."
"You wrote them," Harry snapped.
"My dear boy," Lockhart said, straightening his robes and giving Harry a disapproving look, "do try to think logically. My books wouldn't be nearly as popular if readers didn't believe I'd accomplished those feats myself. No one is interested in reading about some elderly Armenian wizard, even if he did rescue a village from werewolves. Hardly the sort of face you'd want on a book cover. Terrible sense of style. And the witch who dealt with the Bandon Banshee, she had a beard. Honestly, who would buy that?" "So you've been claiming other people's achievements as your own," Harry said, staring at him.
Now, Harry," Lockhart replied, waving a hand impatiently. "It's far more complicated than that. There's a great deal of effort involved. I had to track these individuals down, get the full story out of them, and then modify their memories so they wouldn't recall any of it. If there's one skill I truly excel at, it's memory charms, believe me. It's not all autographs and smiling for photographs. Fame requires dedication, hard work, persistence."
He snapped his trunks shut with a decisive bang and locked them.
"There," he said briskly. "That should be everything. Well, almost."
He drew his wand and turned toward them. "I'm afraid I'll need to erase your memories now, boys. Can't have you spreading my little secrets. It would ruin my reputation. No more books for me." Harry reacted just in time. Lockhart had barely lifted his wand when Harry shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Lockhart was thrown backward, crashing over one of his trunks. His wand flew into the air. Ron caught it neatly and hurled it out of the open window. Guess Professor Snape shouldn't have taught us that, Harry said sharply, nudging the trunk aside with his foot. Lockhart looked up at him, his usual confidence completely gone. Harry kept his wand trained on him.
"What do you expect me to do?" Lockhart asked weakly. "I don't even know where the chamber is. I can't help you."
"Good news," Harry said, pulling him to his feet at one point. "We think we do, and we know what's inside it. Come on." They forced Lockhart out of the office, down the stairs, and along the dim corridor where the ominous messages still glowed faintly on the walls until they reached the entrance to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. They pushed Lockhart inside first. Harry noticed with satisfaction that he was trembling. Moaning Myrtle was perched on top of one of the toilet cisterns.
"Oh, it's you again," she said when she spotted Harry. "What do you want now?"
"We need to know how you died," Harry said.
Instantly, Myrtle's whole demeanour changed. She looked almost pleased, flattered, even. "Oh, it was absolutely awful," she said, though her tone suggested she enjoyed recounting it. "It happened right here, in this very cubicle. I remember it perfectly. I'd locked myself inside because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying when I heard someone come in. They were speaking strangely, not English, I think. What caught my attention was that it sounded like a boy's voice. So I opened the door to tell him to go use his own bathroom and then—"
She paused dramatically, her face glowing with importance.
"I died." "How exactly?" Harry asked. "I'm not sure," Myrtle said softly. "All I remember is seeing a pair of enormous yellow eyes. My body just froze, and then I felt myself drifting away." She sighed dreamily. "Then I came back. I wanted to haunt Olive Hornby, you see. She certainly regretted laughing at me after that." "Where did you see those eyes?" Harry asked quickly.
Myrtle gestured vaguely toward the row of sinks.
"Over there, somewhere."
Harry and Ron rushed toward them at once. Lockhart, meanwhile, lingered far behind, looking utterly terrified. At first glance, the sink appeared completely ordinary. They inspected it carefully, running their hands over every surface, peering underneath, even checking the pipes below. That was when Harry noticed it. Etched faintly into the side of one of the copper taps was a tiny snake.
"That one's never worked," Myrtle said cheerfully as Harry tried to turn it. "Harry," Ron urged, his voice low but urgent. "Try speaking to it in parcel tongue."
But Harry hesitated. The only times he had ever spoken that language were when an actual snake had been present. He fixed his gaze on the small carving, willing himself to imagine it alive.
"Open," he said.
He glanced at Ron, who shook his head.
"That was English."
Harry turned back to the tap, concentrating harder. The flickering candlelight made the carving seem almost as though it were shifting.
"Open," he repeated.
This time, the sound that left his mouth wasn't English at all. It came out as a soft, eerie hiss. Instantly, the tap began to glow with a bright white light and started spinning. Before they could react, the sink itself began to sink, sliding downward and vanishing completely, revealing a wide, dark pipe beneath, large enough for a person to fit through.
Ron gasped. Harry looked up, already knowing what he had to do.
"I'm going down," he said firmly. Now that they had found the entrance, he couldn't walk away, not while there was even the slightest chance that Ginny might still be alive. "Then I'm coming too," Ron said without hesitation. There was a brief silence. "Well, it seems I'm not required," Lockhart said weakly, attempting a faint smile. "I'll just—" He reached for the door, but Harry and Ron both raised their wands at once. "You go first," Ron said sharply. Pale and trembling, Lockhart stepped toward the opening.
"Boys," he said, his voice unsteady, "really, I don't think this is."
Harry nudged him forward with his wand. Lockhart awkwardly lowered himself into the pipe.
"I strongly advise against," he began, but Ron gave him a shove, and he disappeared.
Harry followed immediately. Gripping the edge, he lowered himself in and then let go. He shot downward instantly, sliding through a long, dark, slimy tunnel. Pipes branched off in all directions, though none were as large as the one he was in. It twisted sharply, sloping deeper and deeper, carrying him far below the castle, deeper even than the dungeons. Behind him, he could hear Ron sliding as well, bumping against the sides at each turn. Just as Harry began to wonder how hard the landing would be, the pipe levelled out. He was suddenly propelled forward and tumbled out onto a wet stone floor with a heavy thud. He scrambled to his feet in a dimly lit tunnel, tall enough to stand upright, a short distance away. Lockhart was struggling up, covered in slime and looking utterly shaken. Harry stepped aside as Ron shot out of the pipe moments later. "We must be far beneath the castle," Harry said, his voice echoing through the darkness.
"Probably under the lake," Ron replied, glancing uneasily at the damp, glistening walls.
Together, the three of them turned and stared into the black passage stretching ahead. "Lumos," Harry whispered, and his wand flared back to life. "Let's go," he added, motioning to Ron and Lockhart as they moved forward, their footsteps echoing against the damp stone. The darkness pressed in on all sides, allowing them to see only a short distance ahead. Their shadows stretched and twisted along the slick walls, distorted into eerie, unnatural shapes by the wavering light. "Stay alert," Harry murmured as they advanced carefully. "If anything moves, shut your eyes immediately." The silence was suffocating. The first sound to break it came unexpectedly, a sharp crack beneath Ron's foot. He froze, then looked down.
"Sorry," he whispered hoarsely.
Harry lowered his wand and saw what Ron had stepped on, the crushed remains of a rat's skull. As he swept the light across the ground, more bones came into view, tiny skeletons scattered across the floor. Fighting back the thought of what they might find ahead, Harry pressed on, leading them around a bend.
"Harry, there's something there," Ron said suddenly, gripping his shoulder.
They stopped. Ahead, barely visible in the gloom, lay something enormous, thick, curved, stretched across the tunnel. It was completely still. "Maybe it's sleeping," Harry whispered, though he didn't believe it. He glanced back. Lockhart had both hands clamped tightly over his eyes. Turning forward again, Harry's pulse hammered painfully in his chest. He inched closer, raising his wand, narrowing his eyes to slits. The light revealed not a living creature, but its remains. A massive snakeskin, bright green and eerily glossy, lay shed and empty across the tunnel floor. Whatever had left it behind must have been enormous, easily 20 feet long, if not more. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. Behind them, there was a sudden thud. Lockhart had collapsed. "Get up," Ron snapped, pointing his wand at him. Lockhart scrambled shakily to his feet, then, without warning, lunged forward. He slammed into Ron, knocking him flat.
Harry rushed in, but he was too late.
Lockhart had already straightened up. Breathing hard, Ron's wand now clutched in his hand, and his familiar, confident grin returning to his face. "This is where it ends for you," Lockhart announced, his voice brimming with false confidence. "I'll take a piece of this skin back as proof. Inform everyone I arrived too late to rescue the girl, and explain that you too lost your sanity after seeing what remained of her. Now say farewell to your memories." He lifted Ron's poorly repaired wand high and shouted, "Obliviate!" The wand detonated like a firecracker gone wrong. Harry instinctively threw himself aside, covering his head as debris crashed down around him. Chunks of rock broke loose from the ceiling, slamming onto the ground as he scrambled over the coils of shed skin, desperate to escape the collapsing tunnel. When the noise finally died down, Harry found himself alone, staring at a barrier of fallen stone that completely blocked the passage. "Ron!" he shouted. "Ron, can you hear me? Are you all right? I'm here." Ron's voice came back, muffled but steady. "I'm fine, though he's not." The wand backfired on him. A dull thump followed, then a sharp yelp. It sounded like Ron had just kicked Lockhart.
"What do we do now?" Ron called, panic creeping into his voice. "We can't get through this, it'll take forever." Harry glanced up. The ceiling above was fractured, unstable. Trying to blast through the blockage might bring the entire tunnel down. It wasn't worth the risk. Another thud echoed from the other side. They were losing time. Ginny had already been down there far too long. Harry swallowed hard. There was only one option left.
"Stay where you are," he called. "Stay with Lockhart. I'm going on ahead." A pause followed. "If I'm not back in an hour," he added, trailing off. Silence lingered between them. "I'll try to clear some of the rocks," Ron said finally, forcing steadiness into his voice. "So you can get back. And Harry, I'll be back," Harry said quickly, though his voice betrayed a tremor. Then he turned and moved forward alone, passing the enormous shed skin once more. Before long, even the faint sounds of Ron struggling behind him faded away. The tunnel twisted and curved endlessly. Every step sent a chill through him. Part of him wanted to reach the end as soon as possible. Another part dreaded what might be waiting. At last, after rounding another bend, he saw it. A solid stone wall stood before him, carved with two massive serpents entwined together. Their eyes gleamed with large green jewels that seemed almost alive. Harry approached slowly, his mouth dry. There was no need to imagine these snakes moving. Their gaze alone felt unsettlingly real. He knew what he had to do. Taking a breath, he spoke softly, the words slipping out as a quiet hiss. "Open." The serpents shifted apart. With a deep, grinding sound, the wall split down the middle, each half sliding away to reveal the darkness beyond. Heart pounding, Harry stepped forward and crossed the threshold. Chapter 17. The Heir of Slytherin. Harry found himself at the far end of an immense chamber, dimly illuminated by a strange greenish light. Massive stone pillars, each wrapped in twisting serpent carvings, stretched upward to support a ceiling that vanished into darkness. Their shadows sprawled across the floor, long and shifting in the eerie glow. He stood still for a moment, listening. The silence felt cold and oppressive. His heart pounded in his chest. Was the basilisk hiding somewhere among the pillars, coiled in the shadows? And where was Ginny? Tightening his grip on his wand, Harry began to move forward. His footsteps echoed sharply in the vast space. He kept his eyes narrowed, ready to shut them instantly if anything moved. The carved snakes seemed to watch him as he passed, their empty eye sockets unsettlingly lifelike. More than once he flinched, convinced one had shifted. Then, as he passed the final row of pillars, something enormous came into view. A towering statue rose against the far wall, so tall it nearly reached the ceiling itself. Harry tilted his head back to take it in. The face was ancient, almost ape-like, with a long, narrow beard cascading down the length of its stone robes. At its base stood two huge feet planted firmly on the floor, and lying between them motionless was a small figure dressed in black, with bright red hair. "Ginny," Harry breathed. He ran forward and dropped to his knees beside her.
"Ginny, please don't, he stammered, his voice shaking. He cast his wand aside, grasped her shoulders, and gently turned her over. Her skin was pale, almost like stone, and cold to the touch, but her eyes were closed, not frozen open like the others. She wasn't petrified, which meant Ginny Wake up, Harry urged desperately, shaking her slightly. Her head fell limply to one side, unresponsive. She won't wake. The voice came softly from behind him.
Harry spun around, still kneeling. A boy stood leaning against one of the pillars, watching him. He was tall, with dark hair, though something about him seemed strange, his outline blurred slightly, as though he wasn't entirely solid. But Harry recognized him immediately. Tom Riddle? Riddle inclined his head, his gaze fixed on Harry. "What do you mean she won't wake?" Harry demanded. She's not. She's alive," Riddle replied, calmly. "But only just." Harry stared at him, struggling to understand. Tom Riddle had attended Hogwarts decades ago, yet here he was, appearing no older than 16, surrounded by a faint, ghost-like glow. "Are you a ghost?" Harry asked uncertainly. "Not exactly," said Riddle. "I'm a memory one that has been preserved in a diary for 50 years. He gestured toward the ground near the statue's massive feet. There, lying open, was the small black diary Harry had discovered in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. For a fleeting second, Harry wondered how it had ended up there, but he pushed the thought aside. There were far more urgent matters. "You have to help me." "Tom," Harry said, lifting Ginny's head again, "we need to get her out of here. There's a basilisk somewhere, I don't know where, but it could appear any moment. Please help me." Riddle didn't move. Breathing hard, Harry struggled to lift Ginny, managing only to raise her halfway before reaching down for his wand. It wasn't there. "Did you—" He looked up. Riddle was still standing in the same place, calmly spinning Harry's wand between his fingers. "Give it back," Harry said, holding out his hand. A faint smile formed on Riddle's lips. He didn't move, continuing to twirl the wand lazily as he studied Harry.
"Listen," Harry said urgently, his arms shaking under Ginny's weight. "We have to leave if the basilisk shows up. It won't come unless it's summoned," Riddle replied coolly. Harry lowered Ginny back to the ground, exhausted. "What do you mean?" he demanded. "Just give me my wand, I might need it." Riddle's smile widened slightly. "You won't be needing it," he said. Harry stared at him, confused. "What are you talking about?" "I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time, Harry Potter," Riddle said softly. "To meet you, to finally speak with you." "This isn't the time for that," Harry snapped. "We're in the Chamber of Secrets. We can talk later." "No," said Riddle, still smiling. "We'll talk now." He slipped Harry's wand into his pocket. Harry frowned, unease creeping in. Something wasn't right. "How did Ginny end up like this?" he asked slowly. Riddle tilted his head slightly, as if amused.
"That's a much more interesting question," he said, "and not a short answer, either. But if you want the truth, Ginny Weasley is in this state because she chose to confide in someone she couldn't see." "What are you talking about?" Harry said. "The diary," Riddle replied. "My diary, for months. She wrote in it, sharing every little worry, every complaint, about her brothers teasing her, about arriving at school with second-hand things." His eyes gleamed. "And about how she believed the great Harry Potter would never notice her. Throughout it all, Riddle never looked away from Harry. There was something unsettling in his gaze, an intensity that felt almost predatory. It was tedious, listening to the problems of an 11-year-old girl," he continued, "but I was patient. I answered her. I was kind, understanding, naturally. She grew attached. No one understands me like you do, Tom. I'm so glad I can write to you. It's like having a friend with me all the time." Riddle let out a soft, cold laugh that echoed unpleasantly in the chamber.
"I've always had a talent for gaining people's trust. Harry," he went on, "Ginny gave me everything, her thoughts, her fears, her secrets, and that was exactly what I needed. I grew stronger with each confession, feeding on her emotions, her vulnerabilities, stronger than she ever was, strong enough, eventually, to begin returning the favor, to share a little of myself with her." Harry swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. What do you mean?
Haven't you worked it out yet? Harry Potter, Riddle said quietly. Ginny Weasley is the one who opened the chamber. She was the one who killed the school's roosters and painted those warnings on the walls. She unleashed Slytherin's monster on 4 Muggle-born students and even the caretaker's cat. No, Harry breathed.
Yes, Riddle replied evenly. At first, of course, she had no idea what she was doing. That was the most entertaining part. You should have read her later entries. They became far more revealing. He began to recite, his eyes locked on Harry's horrified expression. Dear Tom, I think something's wrong with me. I keep forgetting things. There are feathers on my robes, but I don't know why. Dear Tom, I don't remember what I did on Halloween night, but a cat was attacked and I'm covered in paint. Dear Tom, Percy says I look pale and strange. I think he suspects me. There's been another attack, and I don't know where I was. Tom, what's happening to me? I think I'm losing my mind. I think I'm the one behind it all.
Harry's hands tightened into fists, his nails biting into his skin. It took her a long time to stop trusting that diary. Riddle continued. But eventually, even she began to suspect something was wrong and tried to get rid of it. And that's when you came along. Harry. You picked it up, and I couldn't have asked for a better outcome. Of all the people in the school, it was you, the very person I most wanted to meet. Why? Harry demanded, anger rising in his chest. Why me? Because Ginny told me everything about you, said Riddle. Your story, your fame, your survival. His gaze lingered on the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, and something in his expression sharpened with intensity. I knew I had to learn more, to speak with you, to see you for myself, so I arranged for you to witness my capture of Hagrid. I thought it would earn your trust.
Hagrid is my friend, Harry said, his voice unsteady with fury. And you set him up, didn't you? I thought maybe you'd made a mistake. But Riddle let out a cold, sharp laugh.
It was my word against his, he said. You can imagine how that looked to Headmaster Dippet. On one side, Tom Riddle, talented, disciplined, admired, an orphan who had overcome so much. On the other, Hagrid, careless, constantly in trouble, keeping dangerous creatures under his bed, wandering into the forbidden forest to do who knows what. He paused, a faint smile returning. Even I was surprised at how easily it worked. I half expected someone to realize Hagrid could never be Slytherin's heir. It took me years to uncover the truth about the chamber, to find its entrance, to understand its secrets. As if Hagrid had either the intelligence or the power. Dumbledore was the only one who ever doubted Hagrid's guilt, Riddle went on. At the time, he was just the Transfiguration teacher, but he managed to convince Dippet to let Hagrid remain at Hogwarts as gamekeeper. I suspect he had his suspicions. He never trusted me the way the others did. I'm not surprised, Harry said coldly. He probably saw exactly what you were. Riddle gave a careless shrug. He certainly kept a closer eye on me after Hagrid was expelled. That made things inconvenient. I knew better than to reopen the chamber while I was still a student. But I wasn't about to abandon all the effort I'd put into uncovering it. So I ensured my work could continue. I left something behind a diary containing a version of myself at 16. With luck, it would guide someone else to carry on where I left off, to complete Salazar Slytherin's legacy. Well, you failed, Harry shot back. No one's died this time, not even the cat. In a few hours, the Mandrake draft will restore everyone who was petrified. Riddle's expression didn't change. Didn't I make it clear? He said softly. I'm no longer interested in killing Muggle-borns for quite some time now. I've had a different objective, you. Harry froze. Do you know how irritating it was, Riddle continued, when the diary was opened again and it wasn't you writing in it, but Ginny? She had seen you with it, and she panicked. She was terrified you might discover how it worked, or worse, that I might reveal her secrets to you, including what she had been doing under my influence. Harry said nothing, his jaw tightening. So she waited, Riddle went on, until your dormitory was empty and took it back. Foolish girl, but by then, I already understood what needed to be done. It was obvious you were getting close to the truth. From everything she told me, I knew you wouldn't stop, not if there was a mystery to solve, especially if it involved someone you cared about. And she told me about your ability to speak Parseltongue, how the entire school was talking about it. His voice remained calm, almost conversational. So I made her leave a message on the wall, a farewell, and come down here. She resisted, of course. She cried. It became rather tiresome, but she doesn't have much strength left now. She gave too much of herself to the diary, to me, enough to allow me to step out of its pages at last. Riddle's eyes gleamed as he looked at Harry. I've been waiting for you ever since. I knew you would come. There are things I want to understand about you, Harry Potter.
Like what? Harry said sharply, his fists still clenched. Well then, Riddle said smoothly, a polite smile playing on his lips. Explain something to me. How did you, a scrawny boy with no remarkable magical skill, manage to overcome the most powerful wizard of the age? How did you walk away with nothing more than a scar, while Lord Voldemort lost everything? A strange, almost feverish glint burned in his eyes.
Why does it matter to you? Harry asked cautiously. Voldemort came after your time.
Voldemort, Riddle replied in a low voice, is my past, my present, and my future. Harry Potter.
He drew Harry's wand from his pocket and moved it through the air. Glowing letters appeared, suspended in front of them. Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a flick of his wrist, the letters shifted, rearranging themselves into a new message.
I am Lord Voldemort.
You understand now, he murmured. Even at school. I used that name, but only among those I trusted most. Did you really think I would keep the name of my Muggle father? A man who abandoned my mother the moment he discovered she was a witch. His voice sharpened, pride and bitterness intertwining. I carry the blood of Salazar Slytherin through my mother's line. Why should I bear the name of a weak, ordinary man who wanted nothing to do with me? No. I chose a new name. A name that would one day inspire fear across the wizarding world when I rose to become its greatest sorcerer. Harry's thoughts reeled. He stared at the boy before him, the same boy who would grow into the man responsible for his parents' deaths and countless others.
Finally, he forced out the words. You're not, Harry said quietly, though his voice trembled with anger.
Riddle's expression hardened. Not what? Not the greatest wizard in the world, Harry replied, breathing fast. That title belongs to Albus Dumbledore. Everyone knows it. Even at your strongest, you never dared challenge him at Hogwarts. He saw through you back then, and he still scares you now, wherever you're hiding. Riddle's smile vanished, replaced by something cold and dangerous. Dumbledore fled this castle because of me, he hissed. He's not gone the way you think, Harry shot back. He wasn't sure it was true, but he wanted Riddle to believe it. Riddle opened his mouth to reply, then stopped.
A sound had filled the chamber. Music.
Riddle turned sharply, scanning the empty space. The melody swelled, strange and haunting, echoing through the vast chamber. It sent a shiver through Harry's spine, raising the hairs on his neck. His chest tightened as though his heart were expanding with the sound. The music grew louder, so powerful it seemed to vibrate through his bones.
Then, suddenly, flames burst to life atop one of the pillars.
From the fire emerged a bird deep crimson, about the size of a swan. It sang as it rose, its voice ringing through the chamber. Its tail shimmered gold, long and flowing like a peacock's, and its talons, bright and gleaming, clutched a worn, bundled object. A moment later, the bird swooped directly toward Harry. It released the worn bundle it had been carrying, letting it fall at his feet before settling firmly on his shoulder. As its wide wings folded in, Harry caught a clearer glimpse. Its beak was long and gleaming gold, its small black eyes sharp and alert. The music ceased. The bird remained still, its warmth steady against Harry's cheek, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on Riddle.
"A phoenix," Riddle murmured, studying it with narrowed eyes. "Fawkes," Harry whispered. In response, the bird's golden talons tightened slightly on his shoulder, almost reassuringly.
And that Riddle continued, now glancing down at the object on the floor, appears to be the sorting hat. Harry looked down. It was indeed the hat worn, patched and limp, lying uselessly at his feet. Then Riddle laughed. The sound echoed wildly through the chamber, multiplying against the stone until it seemed like a dozen voices laughing at once. "So this is what Dumbledore sends to protect you," he mocked. "A singing bird and a tattered hat. Tell me, Harry Potter, do you feel braver now, safer?" Harry said nothing. He didn't understand what either Fawkes or the hat could do, but he was no longer entirely alone, and that alone steadied him. He waited, his resolve strengthening as Riddle's laughter faded. "Let's get to the point," Riddle said at last, his smile returning. "We've crossed paths twice, once in your past, once in my future, and both times I failed to kill you. I want to know why. Explain it to me. Tell me everything." His voice softened. "After all, the longer you speak, the longer you remain alive." Harry's mind raced. Riddle had his wand. Harry had only Fawkes and the sorting hat, hardly weapons. The odds were grim, but time mattered. With every passing moment, Ginny was slipping further away, and Harry noticed something else. Riddle no longer looked faint or insubstantial. He was becoming clearer, more real. If it came to a fight, it had to happen soon. "No one really understands what happened the night you lost your power," Harry said suddenly. "I don't fully understand it either. But I know why you couldn't kill me. My mother died to protect me. She chose to sacrifice herself." His voice trembled with anger. "My mother, a Muggle-born." He took a breath, staring straight at Riddle. "That's what stopped you. And I've seen what you've become. I faced you last year. You're barely alive, a shadow. That's what all your power led to. You're hiding. You're nothing but..." Riddle's face twisted in fury. Then, with effort, he forced it back into a chilling smile. "So?" Riddle said slowly, a cold understanding settling over his face. "Your mother gave her life to protect you. A powerful form of magic indeed. Now I see." He tilted his head, studying Harry with renewed interest. "So, in the end, there's nothing extraordinary about you at all. I had my suspicions, you see. There are similarities between us. Surely you've noticed them. Both of us half-blood, both orphans, both raised among Muggles, perhaps the only Parselmouths to attend Hogwarts since Slytherin himself. Even our appearances are not entirely dissimilar." He paused, then gave a faint, dismissive smile. "But it seems your survival was nothing more than chance, a fortunate accident. That's all I needed to confirm." Harry remained still, tense, expecting Riddle to strike. But instead, Riddle's smile widened, warped with anticipation. "Now, Harry," he said, "it's time you learned something." He gestured lightly, almost theatrically. "Let us compare the strength of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, with that of the famous Harry Potter, and whatever pitiful tools Dumbledore has chosen to arm him with. His gaze flicked mockingly toward Fawkes and the Sorting Hat before he turned and walked away. A cold dread crept up Harry's body as he watched Riddle move between the towering pillars. Then Riddle stopped and lifted his face toward the massive stone likeness of Slytherin looming above. He opened his mouth and began to hiss. Harry understood every word.
"Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts four."
Harry spun around, staring up at the statue. Fawkes shifted uneasily on his shoulder.
Then movement.
The enormous stone face began to stir. Harry's stomach dropped as he watched the mouth slowly open, wider, wider, until it became a vast, gaping darkness. Something was emerging. Something was rising from deep within. Harry stumbled backward until his back hit the cold wall of the chamber. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut. He felt the rush of air as Fawkes took flight, wings brushing past his face. For a split second, Harry wanted to call out to beg the bird not to leave, but what could a phoenix do against a creature like this? A massive weight slammed onto the chamber floor. The ground trembled.
Even with his eyes shut, Harry could feel it, the enormous body sliding free, coiling, unfolding, the basilisk.
Then Riddle's voice came again, sharp and hissing. "Kill him." The creature began to move. Harry heard it, the heavy, dragging sound of its body across the stone. Blindly, he staggered sideways, arms outstretched, trying to find space, direction, anything. Behind him, Riddle's laughter echoed through the chamber.
Harry tripped.
He hit the ground hard, the taste of blood filling his mouth. The basilisk was close, too close he could hear it bearing down on him. Then suddenly, a loud, explosive hiss rang out above him. Something slammed into Harry with tremendous force, knocking him violently against the wall. He braced himself, expecting the strike, the fangs. But instead, there was chaos, furious hissing, the violent thrashing of something enormous crashing against the pillars. He couldn't stop himself. His eyes cracked open just enough to glimpse what was happening. The serpent towered above him, its massive body gleaming a sickly green, thick as a tree trunk. It had reared up, its blunt, monstrous head swaying unsteadily between the pillars. Harry tensed, ready to shut his eyes again, but something had drawn the creature's attention away. Fawkes. The phoenix wheeled through the air above it, just out of reach. The basilisk struck again and again, its long, needle-like fangs snapping viciously but never connecting. Then Fawkes dove, his golden beak struck with precision, disappearing into the serpent's face. A spray of dark blood splattered across the stone floor. The basilisk writhed violently, its tail lashing out and narrowly missing Harry. Before he could close his eyes again, Harry saw it clearly. The creature's enormous yellow eyes had been destroyed. Both sockets were ruined, blood pouring freely as the snake recoiled in agony. "No!" Riddle's voice rang out, sharp with fury. "Ignore the bird, the boy, he's behind you. You can still find him. Kill him." Blind, but far from harmless, the basilisk thrashed wildly, disoriented yet deadly. Fawkes circled above its head, crying out in that strange, haunting song, darting in to strike at its snout again and again.
"Help me, please," Harry muttered under his breath, panic rising. "Anyone help me!" The serpent's tail whipped across the ground again. Harry ducked instinctively. Something soft struck his face. The Sorting Hat had been knocked toward him. He grabbed it at once. It was the only thing he had left his last chance. Without hesitation, he shoved it onto his head and flattened himself against the floor as the basilisk's tail swept overhead once more. "Help me," he thought desperately. "Please help me." There was no voice in reply. Instead, the hat tightened around his head as though something unseen were gripping it firmly. Then something heavy dropped against him. The impact nearly knocked him senseless. Dazed, he reached up, pulling at the hat, and felt something solid inside. He grasped it. A sword, brilliant silver, gleaming even in the dim light, its hilt set with large, glowing rubies. "Kill him! The boy is behind you! Find him!" Riddle's voice echoed again. Harry scrambled to his feet, gripping the sword with both hands. The basilisk turned, its massive body coiling and crashing into the pillars as it reoriented itself. Its ruined eye sockets oozed blood, but its mouth wide and cavernous opened toward him, lined with long, glistening fangs dripping with venom. It struck. Harry leapt aside as it slammed into the wall.
It came again, its forked tongue snapping out, grazing his side. Harry raised the sword. Steadying himself, the basilisk lunged once more. This time, Harry didn't retreat. He surged forward, putting all his strength behind the blow, and drove the blade deep into the roof of the creature's mouth, straight to the hilt. He couldn't stop himself. His eyes cracked open, just enough to glimpse what was happening. The serpent towered above him, its massive body gleaming a sickly green, thick as a tree trunk. It had reared up, its blunt, monstrous head swaying unsteadily between the pillars. Harry tensed, ready to shut his eyes again, but something had drawn the creature's attention away. Forks. The phoenix wheeled through the air above it, just out of reach. The basilisk struck again and again, its long, needle-like fangs snapping viciously, but never connecting. Then Fawkes dove. His golden beak struck with precision, disappearing into the serpent's face. A spray of dark blood splattered across the stone floor. The basilisk writhed violently, its tail lashing out and narrowly missing Harry. Before he could close his eyes again, Harry saw it clearly. The creature's enormous yellow eyes had been destroyed. Both sockets were ruined, blood pouring freely as the snake recoiled in agony.
"No!" Riddle's voice rang out, sharp with fury. "Ignore the bird. The boy, he's behind you. You can still find him. Kill him. Blind but far from harmless." The basilisk thrashed wildly, disoriented yet deadly. Fawkes circled above its head, crying out in that strange, haunting song, darting in to strike at its snout again and again. "Help me, please," Harry muttered under his breath, panic rising. "Anyone help me!" The serpent's tail whipped across the ground again. Harry ducked instinctively.
Something soft struck his face. The sorting hat had been knocked toward him. He grabbed it at once. It was the only thing he had left, his last chance. Without hesitation, he shoved it onto his head and flattened himself against the floor as the basilisk's tail swept overhead once more. "Help me," he thought desperately. "Please help me." There was no voice in reply. Instead, the hat tightened around his head, as though something unseen were gripping it firmly. Then something heavy dropped against him. The impact nearly knocked him senseless. Dazed, he reached up, pulling at the hat, and felt something solid inside. He grasped it, a sword, brilliant silver, gleaming even in the dim light, its hilt set with large, glowing rubies. "Kill him! The boy is behind you! Find him!" Riddle's voice echoed again. Harry scrambled to his feet, gripping the sword with both hands. The basilisk turned, its massive body coiling and crashing into the pillars as it reoriented itself. Its ruined eye sockets oozed blood, but its mouth wide and cavernous opened toward him, lined with long, glistening fangs dripping with venom. It struck. Harry leapt aside as it slammed into the wall. It came again, its forked tongue snapping out, grazing his side. Harry raised the sword, steadying himself. The basilisk lunged once more. This time, Harry didn't retreat. He surged forward, putting all his strength behind the blow, and drove the blade deep into the roof of the creature's mouth, straight to the hilt. "Phoenix tears," Riddle murmured, his gaze fixed on Harry's arm. "Naturally. Their healing power. I overlooked that." He lifted his eyes to Harry again. "It doesn't change anything," he continued calmly. "In fact, I prefer it this way. Just the two of us now. Harry Potter, no interruptions." He began to raise the wand. But suddenly, with a rush of wings, Fawkes swept back across the chamber. Something dropped from his grasp and landed in Harry's lap. The diary. For a brief moment, both Harry and Riddle froze, staring at it. Then instinct took over. Without hesitation, without even thinking it through, Harry grabbed the basilisk fang lying beside him and drove it straight into the diary. A shriek tore through the chamber, high, terrible, and inhuman. Ink burst from the pages like blood, spilling over Harry's hands and splashing across the floor. Riddle screamed, his form twisting violently, racked with agony.
And then
he vanished. Harry's wand clattered to the ground. Silence followed. Only the slow, steady drip of ink remained, seeping from the ruined diary. The venom had eaten clean through it, leaving a smoking hole. Trembling, Harry pushed himself upright. His head swam, as though he had just travelled a great distance in seconds. He bent to gather his wand and the sorting hat, then reached up and, with effort, pulled the shining sword free from the basilisk's mouth.
A faint sound broke the stillness. A weak moan. "Ginny!"
At the far end of the chamber, she stirred. Harry rushed to her side just as she struggled into a sitting position. Her eyes moved slowly from the enormous, lifeless body of the basilisk to Harry's blood-stained robes, and finally to the diary in his hands. Her breath hitched sharply. Tears spilled down her face.
Harry, I wanted to tell you this morning, but I couldn't. Not with Percy there, it was me. Harry, I did it, but I didn't mean to, I swear. I couldn't stop. Riddle made me, he controlled me, and how did you kill it? Where is he? The last thing I remember, he came out of the diary. It's okay, Harry said quickly, holding up the ruined book and pointing to the hole burned through it. He's gone. It's over. Him and the basilisk.
He offered her a hand.
"Come on, Ginny, we need to get out of here." "I'm going to be expelled," she sobbed as he helped her to her feet. "I've been waiting to come to Hogwarts ever since Bill started, and now I'll have to leave. And Mum and Dad, what will they say?"
At the chamber entrance, Fawkes hovered, his wings beating softly in the dim light. Harry guided Ginny forward. Together, they stepped past the enormous coils of the dead serpent and made their way through the echoing darkness toward the tunnel. Behind them, the stone doors slid shut with a faint, whispering hiss. After several minutes of making their way up the dark tunnel, Harry began to hear the faint sound of shifting rocks ahead.
"Ron!" he shouted, quickening his pace. "Ginny's okay, I've got her."
A strangled cheer came from the other side, and as they turned the bend, they saw Ron's eager face peering through a gap he had managed to break in the rockfall.
"Ginny!" Ron cried, thrusting his arm through to pull her to safety first. "You're alive, I don't believe it. What happened? Where did that bird come from?"
Fawkes swooped gracefully through the opening behind her. "He belongs to Dumbledore," Harry said as he squeezed through the gap himself. Ron's eyes widened as he stared at the sword in Harry's hand. "And how did you end up with that?"
"I'll explain later," Harry said quickly, casting a glance at Ginny, who was still sobbing uncontrollably. "But later," Harry repeated firmly. "This wasn't the time to explain everything, especially not in front of Ginny. Where's Lockhart?"
"Back there," Ron replied, gesturing up the tunnel. "He's not doing great. Come see." Following the soft, golden glow from Fawkes's wings, they made their way back to the base of the pipe. There sat Lockhart, humming cheerfully to himself as if nothing had happened. "He's lost his memory," Ron explained. "The spell backfired, hit him instead of us. He doesn't know who he is, where he is, nothing. I told him to stay here so he doesn't hurt himself." Lockhart looked up at them with a pleasant smile. "Hello. Strange place, isn't it? Do you live here?"
"No," Ron said dryly, exchanging a look with Harry.
Harry glanced up at the long, dark pipe above them. "Any idea how we're getting back up?" Ron shook his head, but Fawkes fluttered forward, hovering in front of Harry, his bright eyes fixed on him. His golden tail feathers swayed gently. "It looks like he wants you to grab on," Ron said uncertainly, "but there's no way a bird can carry all of us."
"Fawkes isn't just any bird," Harry replied.
Turning to the others, he said quickly, "We need to hold on to each other. Ginny, take Ron's hand. Professor Lockhart."
"He means you," Ron snapped.
"You take Ginny's other hand." Harry secured the sword and sorting hat at his side. Ron grabbed the back of Harry's robes, and Harry reached forward, gripping Fawkes's tail feathers. At once, a strange lightness spread through his body. Then, with a powerful beat of wings, they were lifted into the air and shot upward through the pipe.
Wind rushed past them as they soared. "Below!" Lockhart dangled helplessly, exclaiming, "Incredible! Wait, this is just like magic!"
Before Harry could fully take it in, they were already landing back in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The sink slid back into place with a quiet hiss as Lockhart adjusted his hat. Myrtle stared at them in disbelief. "You're alive?" she said blankly. "Sorry to disappoint you," Harry muttered, wiping grime from his glasses.
"Oh, well, I was just thinking, if you had died, you could have stayed here with me," Myrtle added shyly. "Ugh," Ron groaned as they stepped out into the dim corridor. "Harry, I think Myrtle likes you. You've got competition. Ginny?"
But Ginny said nothing, tears still streaming down her face. "Where now?" Ron asked, glancing at her worriedly. Harry pointed ahead. Fawkes was already leading the way, glowing softly as he moved down the corridor. They followed him, and within moments, they stood outside Professor McGonagall's office. Harry raised his hand and knocked, then pushed the door open. Chapter 18. Dobby's Reward. For a brief moment, silence filled the room as Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart stood in the doorway, filthy, soaked in slime, and in Harry's case, stained with blood. Then suddenly, a piercing scream broke through. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley, who had been sitting by the fire in tears, sprang to her feet. Mr. Weasley followed instantly, and together they rushed forward, wrapping their daughter in a desperate embrace. Harry barely noticed. His eyes had already moved past them. Professor Dumbledore stood by the mantel, smiling warmly, while Professor McGonagall beside him struggled to steady her breathing, one hand pressed tightly to her chest. At that moment, Fawkes swept past Harry and settled gracefully onto Dumbledore's shoulder just as Harry and Ron were pulled into Mrs. Weasley's crushing hug. "You saved her. You saved her. How did you do it?" "I believe we would all like to hear that," said Professor McGonagall faintly. Mrs. Weasley finally released Harry. He hesitated, then stepped forward to the desk and placed the sorting hat, the ruby-studded sword, and what remained of Riddle's diary upon it. Then he began to explain everything. For nearly 15 minutes, the room remained utterly silent as Harry spoke. He described hearing the mysterious voice no one else could hear, how Hermione had realized it was a basilisk traveling through the pipes, how he and Ron had followed the spiders into the Forbidden Forest and spoken with Aragog, learning about the creature's last victim, He explained how that led him to Moaning Myrtle, and how they discovered that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lay hidden in her bathroom. "Well then," Professor McGonagall said when he paused, "so you discovered the entrance, though I must note you broke a considerable number of school rules in the process, but how? Exactly. Did you manage to come back alive?" "Potter," Harry continued, his voice now growing rough with exhaustion. He told them about Fawkes arriving just in time, and how the Sorting Hat had provided him with the sword, but then he hesitated until now. He had avoided mentioning the diary and Ginny. She stood quietly beside her mother, her face buried against Mrs. Weasley's shoulder, tears still streaming silently down her cheeks. A wave of anxiety hit Harry. What if they expelled her? The diary was destroyed now. There was no proof left. How could he convince them that it had been Riddle, not Ginny, behind everything? Almost without thinking, Harry turned to look at Dumbledore. The old wizard gave a faint smile, the firelight reflecting softly in his half-moon glasses. "What intrigues me most," Dumbledore said calmly, "is how Lord Voldemort was able to influence Miss Weasley, considering my information suggests he is currently hiding somewhere in the forests of Albania." A wave of relief flooded through Harry, warm, overwhelming, and impossible to hide. What? Mr. Weasley stammered, completely shocked. "You know who? Influenced Ginny? But Ginny's not... She hasn't been... Has she..." "It was this diary," Harry said quickly, picking it up and handing it to Dumbledore. "Riddle wrote in it when he was 16. Dumbledore examined the ruined pages carefully, peering over them with great interest. "Remarkable," he murmured. "He was, after all, one of the most brilliant students Hogwarts has ever produced." He then turned to the Weasleys, who still looked utterly confused. "Very few people are aware that Lord Voldemort was once known as Tom Riddle. I taught him myself, many years ago at Hogwarts. After leaving school, he vanished, travelling far and wide, delving deeper and deeper into the dark arts. He associated with some of the darkest witches and wizards of our time, and altered himself through dangerous magic to such an extent that, when he reappeared as Lord Voldemort, he was almost unrecognizable. Few ever made the connection between him and the gifted, charming head boy he once was."
"But Ginny?" Mrs. Weasley said, her voice trembling. "What does our Ginny have to do with him? It was the diary," Ginny sobbed. "I've been writing in it, and he's been writing back to me all year." "Ginny!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, stunned. "Haven't I warned you about things like this? What have I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself if you don't know where it keeps its brain. Why didn't you show it to me or your mother? Something like that, clearly filled with dark magic, should never have been kept secret." "Didn't know," Ginny cried. "I found it inside one of the books Mum gave me. I thought someone had left it there and forgotten it."
"Miss Weasley should go to the hospital wing immediately," Dumbledore said firmly, cutting her off. "She has endured quite enough. There will be no punishment. Even far older and wiser witches and wizards have been deceived by Lord Voldemort." He walked to the door and opened it. "Some rest, and perhaps a large mug of hot chocolate," he added kindly, his eyes twinkling. "I find that helps tremendously. Madame Pomfrey should still be awake. She's likely administering mandrake juice. I expect the petrified students will be recovering very soon. So Hermione's going to be okay," Ron said, brightening instantly. "There will be no lasting harm," Dumbledore assured them gently. Mrs. Weasley guided Ginny out of the room, with Mr. Weasley following close behind, still visibly shaken. "You know Minerva?" Dumbledore said thoughtfully, turning to Professor McGonagall. "I believe this occasion calls for a celebration. Would you be so kind as to inform the kitchens?" "Of course," said Professor McGonagall briskly, heading toward the door. "I'll leave you to handle Potter and Weasley, shall I?" "Certainly," Dumbledore replied. Once she had gone, Harry and Ron stood awkwardly, exchanging uneasy glances. What exactly did handle mean? Surely they weren't about to be punished. I seem to recall telling you both that any further rule-breaking would result in expulsion, Dumbledore said. Ron's mouth fell open in alarm. Which only proves that even the best of us must occasionally revise our words, Dumbledore continued, smiling. You will both receive special awards for services to the school and, let me think, yes, 200 points each for Gryffindor. Ron turned a shade of pink that rivaled Lockhart's Valentine decorations and quickly shut his mouth again. But there is one individual who has been remarkably quiet about his role in this rather dangerous adventure, Dumbledore added. Why so modest, Gilderoy? Harry blinked in surprise. He had completely forgotten about Lockhart. Turning around, he saw him standing in the corner, wearing his usual vacant smile. When Dumbledore addressed him, Lockhart glanced over his shoulder, as though wondering who was being spoken to. Professor Dumbledore, Ron said hurriedly. Something went wrong in the chamber. Professor Lockhart, I'm a professor, Lockhart interrupted, blinking in confusion. Oh dear, I hope I wasn't too terrible at it. He tried casting a memory charm, Ron explained in a low voice, but it backfired on him. Ah, I see, Dumbledore said, giving a small, knowing nod as his moustache trembled slightly. A spell rebounding on its caster. How unfortunate. Gilderoy.
A spell, Lockhart echoed vaguely. I don't seem to have one, although that boy does. He pointed cheerfully at Harry. Perhaps he could lend it to you. Ron, would you take Professor Lockhart to the hospital wing? Dumbledore said calmly. I'd like to have a word with Harry. Lockhart wandered out absent-mindedly, and Ron followed, pausing briefly to glance back before shutting the door. Dumbledore moved closer to the fire and gestured toward a chair. Please, sit down. Harry?
Harry obeyed, though a strange, nervous feeling crept over him. First, I owe you my thanks, Dumbledore said, his eyes gleaming softly. What you showed in the chamber loyalty of that kind is what brought Fawkes to your side. He gently stroked the phoenix now resting on his knee. Harry shifted slightly, unsure how to respond. So, you encountered Tom Riddle? Dumbledore continued thoughtfully. I imagine he was quite curious about you.
At that, Harry blurted out what had been bothering him. Professor, Riddle said I'm similar to him. He said we have things in common. Did he? Dumbledore replied, studying him carefully. And how do you feel about that? I'm not like him, Harry said quickly, his voice rising before he could stop it. I'm in Gryffindor. He hesitated, doubt creeping in again.
Professor, the Sorting Hat once said I could have done well in Slytherin, he admitted more quietly, and people thought I might be Slytherin's heir because I can speak Parseltongue. Dumbledore remained calm. That ability comes from Lord Voldemort himself, the last descendant of Salazar Slytherin. When he tried to kill you, he unintentionally passed on a part of his power. It was not something he meant to do. Harry stared, stunned. So, he left something of himself inside me. It would appear so, Dumbledore said gently. Then that means I should have been sorted into Slytherin, Harry said, his voice tight as he searched Dumbledore's face. The hat saw something in me. It recognized Slytherin traits. And yet it placed you in Gryffindor, Dumbledore replied evenly. Listen carefully, Harry. You do possess many qualities that Salazar Slytherin valued in his chosen students, Parseltongue, which is extremely rare, along with cleverness, determination, and a tendency to bend the rules, he added with a slight twitch of his moustache. But despite all that, the hat chose Gryffindor. You already know the reason. Think about it. Harry lowered his eyes. It only did that because I didn't want to go to Slytherin, he said quietly. Precisely, Dumbledore said, his expression brightening. And that is what sets you apart from Tom Riddle. It is not our talents that define who we are, but the choices we make." Harry sat frozen, absorbing the words. "If you still need proof that you belong in Gryffindor," Dumbledore continued, "take a closer look at this." He reached over to the desk, picked up the silver sword still stained with blood, and handed it to Harry. Harry turned it slowly in his hands, the rubies catching the firelight. Then his eyes fell upon the inscription etched beneath the hilt. Godric Gryffindor.
"Only a true Gryffindor could have summoned that from the hat," Dumbledore said simply.
Silence settled between them for a moment. Then Dumbledore opened a drawer, took out a quill and ink, and spoke again. "What you need now is rest and food," he said. "Go and join the feast. Meanwhile, I must send word to Azkaban we have a gamekeeper to bring back. And I suppose I should also prepare a notice for the Daily Prophet," he added thoughtfully. "It seems we are once again in need of a new defense against the dark arts teacher. They never seem to last long, do they?" Harry stood and walked toward the door. But just as his hand reached for the handle, it burst open with such force that it slammed against the wall. Standing there was Lucius Malfoy, his face tight with anger. Clinging nervously behind him, wrapped in bandages, was Dobby. "Good evening, Lucius," Dumbledore greeted him calmly. Mr. Malfoy swept into the room so abruptly he nearly knocked Harry aside. Dobby hurried after him, crouching low by his master's robes, his entire body trembling with fear. The house elf clutched a grimy cloth, still fussing over the unfinished shine on Lucius Malfoy's shoes. It was clear he had rushed here without preparation, his footwear only partly polished, his usually immaculate hair out of place. Paying no attention to the elf nervously hovering at his feet, he directed a cold, piercing glare at Albus Dumbledore. "So," he said sharply, "you've returned. Despite being removed by the governors, you've decided to come back to Hogwarts anyway." Dumbledore remained perfectly composed, a calm smile resting on his face. "Well, Lucius," he replied evenly. "Earlier today I received messages from the other governors, quite a barrage, really. They had heard about Ginny Weasley and insisted I resume my position immediately. Apparently, they reconsidered their earlier decision. Quite curious. Too, they mentioned feeling pressured. Some even implied their families had been threatened if they refused to support your motion." Malfoy's face drained further of colour, though his expression remained tight with anger. "And have you managed to end these incidents?" he asked with a mocking edge. "Have you uncovered who's responsible?" "Yes," Dumbledore answered simply. Malfoy leaned forward. "Well, who is it?" "The same force as before," Dumbledore said. "However, this time it operated through another person using this." He raised the damaged black diary, its centre burned through. While Malfoy stared at the book, Harry Potter shifted his attention to Dobby. The elf was behaving strangely, his wide eyes darting between Harry, the diary, and Malfoy. He gestured urgently toward the book, then toward his master, before striking his own head in distress. "I understand," Malfoy said slowly. "A rather calculated scheme," Dumbledore continued, his tone measured but firm. "Had Harry and Ron Weasley not uncovered that diary, Ginny might have been blamed entirely. No one would have been able to prove otherwise." Malfoy remained silent, his features now carefully controlled. "And consider the consequences," Dumbledore went on. "The Weasley family is well known among wizarding purebloods. If their daughter had been exposed as the one responsible for attacking Muggle-born students, imagine the damage to Arthur Weasley and his advocacy for Muggle protection. Fortunately, the diary was found, and whatever remained of Tom Riddle within it has been destroyed. Otherwise, the outcome could have been far worse." Malfoy forced a stiff nod.
"Indeed," he said coldly. "Very fortunate. Behind Lucius Malfoy's back, Dobby continued his frantic gestures, pointing at the diary, then at his master, then striking himself repeatedly as punishment. And suddenly, Harry Potter understood. He gave the elf a small, knowing nod. Dobby immediately retreated into a corner, now tugging painfully at his own ears. "Would you like to explain how that diary ended up with Ginny?" "Mr. Malfoy," Harry asked.
Malfoy spun around, his expression sharp and dangerous. "And how would I know how that foolish girl got hold of it?" he snapped. "Because you planted it on her," Harry replied. "At Flourish and Blots, you slipped it into her transfiguration book when you handled it, didn't you?" For a moment, Malfoy's pale hands tightened, then relaxed again. "Prove it," he whispered coldly. "No one can prove it anymore," said Albus Dumbledore, still smiling. "The evidence inside that diary is gone. However, I would strongly advise you, Lucius, to refrain from distributing any more items that once belonged to Lord Voldemort. If such objects continue to appear, I imagine Arthur Weasley will take great interest in tracing their origin." Malfoy stood rigid for a second, his fingers twitching as if tempted to reach for his wand. Instead, he turned abruptly. "We're leaving. Dobby."
He yanked the door open and, as the elf hurried forward, kicked him through the doorway. Dobby's cries echoed down the corridor. Harry paused, thinking quickly, then an idea struck him. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, turning back urgently, "may I return the diary to Mr. Malfoy?" "Of course," Dumbledore replied calmly, "but be quick, the feast awaits."
Grabbing the diary, Harry rushed out. The sound of Dobby's pained whimpers grew fainter ahead. As he ran, he pulled off one of his shoes, yanked off his dirty sock, and stuffed the diary inside it. Moments later, he caught up with them near the staircase. "Mr. Malfoy," he called, breathless. "You dropped something." He thrust the sock into Malfoy's hand. "What is this?" Malfoy snarled. Tearing the sock away from the book and flinging it aside, he glared at the ruined diary, then at Harry. "You'll end up just like your parents one day." "Harry Potter?" he said quietly. "They were just as foolish." He turned sharply. "Come, Dobby, now!" But Dobby didn't follow his master. Instead, he stood frozen, clutching Harry Potter's filthy, damp sock, staring at it as if it was something extraordinarily valuable.
"Master has presented Dobby with a sock," he whispered in awe. "Master has given it to Dobby." "What nonsense is this?" snapped Lucius Malfoy. "He's spinning around. What are you babbling about?" "A sock," Dobby repeated, hardly believing it himself. Master threw it away, and Dobby caught it. And now, Dobby is free.
For a moment, Malfoy stood completely still, his eyes locked on the elf. Then rage took over. He lunged toward Harry. "You've taken my servant from me." But Dobby leapt forward, shouting, "You will not hurt Harry Potter!"
A sharp crack echoed through the corridor. Malfoy was blasted backward, tumbling down the staircase and landing heavily below. He scrambled up, face twisted with fury, wand already in hand, but Dobby raised a long finger in warning.
"You will leave," he said, voice trembling with fierce determination. "You will not touch Harry Potter. You will go." Malfoy hesitated, clearly outmatched in that moment. With one last venomous glare, he swept his cloak around himself and stormed away. "Harry Potter freed Dobby," the elf cried, his large eyes shining in the pale light from the window. "Harry Potter has given Dobby freedom." "Seemed like the right thing to do," Harry said with a small grin. "Just don't try saving me like that again, all right?" Dobby's face broke into a wide, joyful smile. "There's something I don't quite get," Harry added as Dobby pulled the sock on with trembling hands. "You told me this had nothing to do with you-know-who, but actually it did, didn't it?" "It was a hint, sir," Dobby replied eagerly. "A hint for you. Before the Dark Lord took his new name, he could be spoken of freely."
I see, Harry said, still trying to process it. Anyway, I should head off. There's a celebration going on and Hermione Granger should be awake by now.
Dobby suddenly threw his arms around him in a tight embrace. Harry Potter is even greater than Dobby imagined, he sobbed. Goodbye, Harry Potter. With a final sharp crack, the elf vanished into thin air. Harry Potter had attended many feasts at Hogwarts before, but none compared to this one. The entire school showed up in pyjamas, and the celebration stretched late into the night. It was hard for Harry to decide what stood out most. Hermione Granger racing toward him, shouting excitedly that he had solved everything, or Justin Finch Fletchley rushing over to apologize repeatedly for ever suspecting him. Then there was Rubeus Hagrid arriving in the middle of the night, clapping Harry and Ron Weasley so hard on the back that they nearly toppled into their desserts. Or perhaps it was the huge number of points they'd earned enough to secure the House Cup for Gryffindor once again. Minerva McGonagall even announced that exams were cancelled as a special reward, something Hermione clearly didn't appreciate. And when Albus Dumbledore revealed that Gilderoy Lockhart wouldn't be returning next year due to his memory loss, many of the teachers openly cheered. "Too bad," Ron said, grabbing another pastry. "I was just starting to like him." The remainder of the term passed quickly under bright sunshine. Life at Hogwarts returned to normal, though with a few changes. Defense against the dark arts lessons were suspended, something Ron didn't mind at all, though Hermione certainly did. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy had been removed from his position as governor, and Draco Malfoy no longer strutted around with the same confidence. Instead, he seemed irritated and withdrawn. On the brighter side, Ginny Weasley had completely recovered and was cheerful again. Before long, it was time to board the Hogwarts Express and head home. Harry, Ron, Hermione, along with Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Ginny shared a compartment. They spent their last hours enjoying magic, freely playing games, setting off leftover fireworks and practicing spells. Harry, in particular, had become quite skilled at disarming charms. As the train neared King's Cross Station, Harry suddenly remembered something. "Ginny, what was it you saw Percy doing that he didn't want anyone to know?" Ginny giggled. "Oh, that! Percy's got a girlfriend." Fred dropped his books in shock.
"What?"
"It's Penelope Clearwater," Ginny explained. "They've been meeting secretly all year. I even caught them kissing once. He was really upset when she was attacked." "You won't tease him, will you?"
"Of course not," Fred said, barely containing his grin.
"Wouldn't dream of it," George added, snickering. The train finally slowed to a stop. As they prepared to leave, Harry pulled out a piece of parchment and scribbled something down. "This is my phone number," he told Ron, handing it over. "Your dad knows how to use one. Now call me, okay? I don't think I can survive another summer stuck with just Dudley." Hermione smiled. "Your relatives must be proud of everything you've done this year." Harry let out a short laugh. "Proud? Not a chance. After all the times I nearly died, and didn't, they'll be furious." And together, they stepped back through the barrier, leaving the magical world behind for the summer.